I be so blind?
Happy Friday. It is
Fine.
B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP alongside Brian Mitchell. What's going on, B Mitch? How's your Friday been?
Man, my Friday's been good. I got up. I did 3 little rides on the Peloton. I also did the Peloton treadmill, thinking I'm young again. I woke up this morning. I felt like I was 27. So let me go and get this thing done. Then I walk in here and see White Brian. What's up, Brian?
I feel like I'm about 27. I'll be 27 in about 9 days.
9 days.
9 days. I'm going to be 27.
A long time. Let me see. 27. So I'm 27 times 2 plus 3.
A little past that age. Yeah, it's funny. You mentioned you get up getting a workout in. So I've been trying to get in a little bit better shape. I've been working out with Danny Rouillet. And then Ryan Clary, the Stallion, joined us. I'm still sore. We worked out on Wednesday, B. Mitch. I'm still so sore.
Yeah, but you got to keep going through it. See, the thing about it is when you start working out, you go through it. You're going to get to about Saturday when you start to feel a little better. The problem is, so I'm going to say, I'm going to use this person. Hope Martha don't get mad at me. So Riley McKenzie's wife, Martha McKenzie. So Martha used to say, Brad, I started working out, but I got so sore. I said, so what did you do? She said, I'm waiting for the soreness to leave. So about 5 days, 6 days go by, and then she'll go back into it again. She gets sore. She stopped working out again. You got to work through that. Once you get through it, then all of a sudden you begin to, you start gaining, you start getting the gains, and you won't be as sore when you do something new going forward. But that first time when you first get into it, that's the absolute worst. I remember when I went to college, and what was my coach's name then? Brad Roll. Brad Roll took me through what you call resistance workout, where there's no weights. He had a towel. So he laid under the bench and he's doing resistance against you. And he did everything with I did curls, everything. The next morning, I couldn't get out the bed, dog. I couldn't roll. I couldn't do anything. Because I was like, this is easy. He said, okay, talk to me tomorrow. But I went in there, and I'm talking about, there was situations where coming down to trying something, you could feel like your muscles are ripping.
Yeah.
But he said, keep going. And I got through that fourth day, and I never had an issue for the rest of college.
The way to do it, man.
You got to keep going through it, brother.
Yeah, I got to get in better shape. That's what I'm trying to do. I was telling JP the reason that I'm trying to get in shape. I want to play in my alumni basketball game in December, but that's not the real reason. I'm going to Augusta in April. I got to be in better shape. Walking around Augusta,
bruh.
I got to be in way better shape to walk around Augusta.
We got a multitude of people who look at golf and say golf isn't a sport. If you walk the course, it's a sport.
Yeah.
But just being what they call it, they don't call it people patrons. That's what they call them.
Yeah.
Being a patron, not a fan, like a fan. Walking around Augusta, it'll change your mind about saying golf is not a sport.
Shoot. Swinging at the driving range, it'll change your mind about the sport.
When you swinging at the range and you're getting tired and hurt, that means you're doing something wrong.
Well, I was just going to say, go play 18 holes, walking them, and tell me how you do on hole 1 versus hole 18.
What I'm going to do, Jeff and I, next time we go out, we're going to go play, we're going to go right to Haynes Point. We're going to play the white course, which is shorter. There's no par 5s, and we're going to walk it.
We could walk the par 5.
We're going to walk it.
I
want to see what you're about.
I'm with it. Let's walk
we may
the big
never
course.
finish then when you got.
Let's
if you walking and hit the ball all over the place, that could be a problem.
That's the
that
worst
golf court. I can get to your ball quicker.
That's the worst part when you hit it everywhere.
That's not going to change. It's going to go everywhere. But it's all about how you look at it.
No. You need to change that. You have to improve that.
I'm trying,
Jeff. I'm telling you, when you're walking and you hit it every which way but the fairway, it is the hardest walk.
We're gonna get through with the 9-hole landfill. I would have walked 3 miles and Jeff walked 8 miles.
Sounds about right. I've had that happen before. I know all about that, so don't feel bad about that, Jeff.
Oh yeah.
We got a pack show for you coming up today. D'Angelo Hall going to join us coming up at 11. At noon, Hondo Carpenter going to give us apparently he's caught the itch, huh? Hondo Carpenter going to join us coming up at noon. We'll get an inside look at the Raiders. Ask B Mitch anything coming up at 1 o'clock. Last night, though, week 3 of the NFL season getting underway. Bills and Dolphins. The Bills improving to 3-0. The Dolphins falling to 0-3. We were talking about this just before we came on air here, B Mitch. It's kind of funny. 11.5-point spread last night, so everybody's just assuming, this is going to be a blowout. This is going to be something where Buffalo just runs away and hides with it. That's not really how the league works.
It didn't work that way.
That's just not how it works. Even though the Dolphins haven't looked great through their first 2 games coming into last night, they played a good football game and were right there until Tua turned the ball over at the end of the game.
Listen, we look at teams and I hear a lot of people going, oh, they suck. Listen to me. They don't suck. They're all professional athletes. They may not have their chemistry as well as another team, but they got dudes that at any given day can just embarrass you. Tua, the way he throws the ball, Tyreek, the way he runs, they can hurt you at any time. They don't have the overall consistency. And that's what happens, So it's funny when you hear people talk, they try to knock athletes. I'm like, go out there with them for a half of the game. No, just for a quarter of a quarter. And you'll find out how much more they are ahead of what we think they are.
Yeah, I mean, you felt like Buffalo was always in control of this game. They outgained the Dolphins 360 to 276. Buffalo didn't turn the ball over. The Dolphins had the 1 turnover. But I thought Miami put themselves, Tua's numbers aren't very impressive. Only 146 passing yards on 34 attempts, but he threw for the 2 touchdowns. Felt like the Dolphins looked more like the Dolphins that we were accustomed to seeing, where the offense wasn't maybe as explosive as you're used to seeing, but some of the motions, they were able to at least pick up some first downs. They look more like the team that you're used to seeing under McDaniel, where the offense is at least somewhat efficient.
Yep. The thing about it, though, that one thing, and I think it erases everything else. If you turn the ball over, you mess the game up.
Yeah.
It was just sitting around 21-21 or 21-20 or 14 at one point. When I think they tied it up. Then, boom, you start getting a turnover, and that's over. What if they don't turn the ball over and go down and score?
Yeah.
It could be a different ball game.
100%.
So I think when we look at I know we look at football, it's always about the big stats because everybody's a fantasy football fan.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, you're more fantasy fans than you do damn regular football because there's people that are cheering for their fantasy team and they don't give a damn what happened with
don't get me started on that, B Mitch.
Until the end. So that's why I don't like doing it. But my ultimate thing is in the trenches and turnovers decides football games. That's simple. Mm-hmm. If your team wins the trenches and don't turn the ball over, I would say you're going to win 95% of the games you're in. If your team loses the trenches and turn it over, you're going to probably lose 99% of the games you're in. There's some fluke things that can happen every once in a while, but you'll lose way more when you're not winning the trenches and you turn the ball over.
Well, and that's what I think is funny. You bring up that people only care about stats because of the fact that so many people play fantasy football. I've had a take over the last couple of years that I'm not a big fan of red zone. We can save that for another time. I think it makes
They show you all. Red zone is basically Mike Shanahan. Remember he said when he's scouting the guy, all he look at is the highlights?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to look at the lowlights. I want to see.
I want to see the whole thing.
I want to see a guy, but I much rather see what a guy mess up and didn't watch him after that. That tells me more than a guy that had a great play because after that play, he's going to be excited. Everybody's excited. I want to see what happens to a guy once they do something wrong. Do they go into a shell or do they come out and fight back?
Yeah.
That right there would tell me a lot more.
Yeah, and the reason I bring up that is last night, Josh Allen, you look at his numbers, again, not overly impressive, but if you watch the game, the way that he processes now and the way that they run their offense, where before it used to be Josh Allen had to be the run game, Josh Allen had to be the passing game, Josh Allen had to do everything. Mm-hmm. Now, they've taken a lot off of his plate by being able to run the football, and in turn, Josh understands that he can almost play game manager until he needs to be Superman. And so last night, 22 of 28, 213, 3 touchdowns, no picks, took a couple of sacks, but James Cook, 19 carries, 108 yards and a touchdown. I think the way that their offense is able to work now, one, it resembles Buffalo in a lot of ways, where it's just very workmanlike, like in a modern era where everything is shotgun, 3 and 4 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back. They're out there running 3 tight end sets. They're running all sorts of stuff like that.
Run what your personnel dictates. But what you're saying, I basically had that conversation with someone yesterday about Washington. Well, hell, I had it with Gary Clark and Brian Colbert Jr. We do a preview show, and they asked me what I thought. I say, listen, instead of looking at Jaden as the Superman going into a game, look at him as going to a game and help him out.
Yes.
And let him only use his superpowers when they are necessary. But if you go into the game and you just try to utilize everything he can do just off the bat, you're putting him at risk.
Yeah.
But if you can go into a game and you can run the football, you get more people involved, you help out guys that need help when it comes to blocking points, all of a sudden now you make him even more dangerous. So that's what and Josh, being a big old guy, they still are trying to pull stuff off his plate to enable him. I made a comment, and I make it all the time, and I don't think many people take much heed to it. Quarterback is the most dependent position in sports. We like to run and say, oh, man, you get you a quarterback, you got it done. Get you a quarterback, you don't have offensive line. That great quarterback still going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to help your quarterback out. He depends on certain things to be able to relax. If you can't get into that mode and you start trying to be superhero, bad things will happen.
Well, and that's what I like so much about what Buffalo's now done with their offense. And it was some of the discussion we had this offseason with some of the Terry discussion and other things about Jaden was, oh, well, Jaden can get it done without the elite receivers. Oh, I'm sure he can. I believe that he can. I believe Jaden can get it done with you and me at receiver almost.
Can he do it consistently at the level you need if you don't have people helping him out?
Absolutely not. And the other point about it, like you were saying with Josh Allen, I don't want him to have to play Superman from the first snap of the game.
Yeah.
When it gets to a third down in the fourth quarter and I need him to pick it up, pull out the cape, Superman. Go do your thing. And that's what Jaden's talked about, where third downs in the red zone, third and fourth downs in the red zone, that's where I make my money. That's where I've got to make things happen. But when you're able to take some stuff off of his plate, where it's 1st and 10 in the first quarter with 12 minutes to go, you don't have to be Superman yet.
Yeah.
He can rely on Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. He can rely on Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin. That's why you need to have those guys around. And I think you watched last night with the Bills. You're always watching, wondering what's going to happen with 17. You think the Dolphins defense isn't thinking the same thing?
Yeah.
But he understands that I can rely on these other guys. And I thought James Cook last night was spectacular.
Yeah.
The patience that he runs with, the way that they were able to set up those running lanes. Like, he is special. And I love, too, B. Mitch, that in the modern NFL where everyone just talks about pass, it seems like in the last year and a half, because of what you saw last year with Saquon, with Derrick Henry, and because so many people are playing that too high look, the run game has now become just as important as it once was.
You have to have
that.
A special person, though, like those guys to get that done. I just didn't like one thing in that game. That unnecessary roughness call when the guy had Josh Allen and Josh Allen, offensive lineman, blocked him off of Josh, and they called the flag on him. That was BS. These referees got to stop throwing flags. If they throw a flag, they should be able to pick it up if it wasn't right. That was not an unnecessary roughness. They were up there. They had him, and then the guy knocked the dude off. The dude fell. Josh fell. He didn't take Josh to the ground. He got knocked to the ground.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I just think that you watched Josh Allen last night. He just operates at such a high level, and it's hard not to see them play. The tough part about it, when you're watching the Bills and the Ravens, and maybe we can have a Chief discussion with this too, is we know who the top dog in the AFC has been for years, and that has been Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, I don't know what they are this year. I don't want to write them off at 0-2, but they don't look quite the same. Granted, they weren't impressive last year, and they went to the Super Bowl. But the tough part about watching the Bills and the Ravens is it feels like their season doesn't start till January. You feel like you can pretty much put them in Sharpie, they're going to be in the playoffs. Chances are one of them is going to run into Kansas City, and it's can they get past the boogeyman and Patrick Mahomes. And unfortunately for both those teams, with their stud quarterbacks, with their incredible rosters, they haven't been able to do it. And Buffalo looks so impressive, but every single time you watch them, you're like, okay, great. Can they beat the Chiefs when it gets to January?
Yeah.
Like that's the only question that still remains.
Yeah, it's just like Karl Malone, Stockton, Barkley, Mewing. They have to go through Jordan. Until they go through Pat and that team, all the other stuff is for naught.
Well, and that's what's going to be interesting about watching Sunday night is when the Chiefs are back in action Sunday night against the Giants. I think everyone expects Mahomes and the Chiefs to come out on top in that one, going on the road to MetLife Stadium against the Giants. But you want to talk about almost polar opposite of how the Bills are able to help out Josh Allen. Feels like for the Chiefs right now, everything runs through 15. Like, he's their leading rusher.
Yeah.
In the pass game, he's missed a couple of throws, but for the most part, it's not like their receivers are getting open.
Yeah.
And Travis Kelce's not the same guy anymore. Feels like everything rides on Patrick Mahomes' back, and I think everyone believes that he can get it done, but can you do that for 17 weeks?
But he needs help. He needs help. Point blank. When Pat, in the game last year against the Eagles in the Super Bowl, Pat needed protection.
Mm-hmm.
His offensive line was deplorable. If he had an offensive line, that game don't go like it went. Because if he has time, he'll find somebody. But he has to have time. Okay? And we talk about the receivers. Let's be real. Defensive backs, they don't want to cover for 8-9 seconds. And if you got a line blocking and the quarterback can run around, I don't care who you are, you're going to get open.
Yeah.
Just because a guy may just start looking somewhere and lose sight of you and you end up open. So it'll be a problem, but you got to help him out no matter what. I don't care how great a quarterback is. If he's not getting the support, he's not going to be able to be the guy he's capable of being.
I mean, just listen to these stats from some of the guys in the supporting cast that he's got. Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco both have 47 rushing yards through 2 games. That's all they've got. Mm-hmm. Those are their leading rushers. Their leading receiver is Hollywood Brown, who at this point in his career, I don't think anyone was expecting him to be the top guy for KC, but he is right now. 15 catches, 129 yards. Then it's Travis Kelce, 6 for 108. There's just such an unimpressive group of players around him until they get Rashee Rice back. If they can hang on, I think they can get things going.
All that to be said, it's because the offensive line is not doing a great job.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Kareem Hunt and Pacheco don't have yards. We already know Kareem Hunt and Pacheco, you give them an inch, they'll take the rest. But if they got to fight to get the inch, then it's going to be a problem. The offensive line got to be better, hands down.
100%. It makes you just think that watching the Bills and the Ravens, those teams look so impressive. Be interesting to see how the Chiefs rebound on Sunday night. Want to get into the Commanders. I don't know what the likelihood is of Jaden Daniels playing. We'll find out a lot more today. We might even find out that he's not playing today. We'll get an update we'll get you that update as it goes on later today. But if Marcus Mariota is under center, what is your confidence level in Washington coming out on top on Sunday? We'll talk about that next. You're on B Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Sunday is coming, and you got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel is bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play the game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sunday should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app and get in on all the action before kickoff. FanDuel is official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. Alex Ovechkin isn't sure if this coming NHL season is going to be his final one in the league. Following the start of on-ice action at Capitals training camp yesterday, Ovi, who ended up leaving practice with a lower body injury, told reporters he has not made a decision yet on his future. When he was asked, he said, quote, "I don't know if this is going to be the last. We'll see." But he did say that he has not had any discussions with general manager Chris Patrick and president of hockey operations Brian McClellan along the lines of whether or not this will be his final season. And a bit of college sports news, Ole Miss quarterback Austin Simmons has been limited all week in practice and is unlikely to contribute significantly against Tulane on Saturday. So if you're watching that game or maybe have some money on the line, something to watch there. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back, B Mitch and Finley on a Friday. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Marcus Mariota, probably a good chance, I'd say fairly good chance that he's going to be under center on Sunday against the Raiders. What is your confidence level that if Mariota is the one under center on Sunday that the Commanders can still win?
It's high. Looking at what he did last year, gives me great confidence. You know, every time he was called upon, he played well. Not only did he throw the ball well, he ran the ball. And people have to realize one thing, man. Dude won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
He was drafted number 2 overall. There's something in him that he found last year whenever he had a chance to go and play. So I'm not going to count him completely out, ever. Now, what would concern me is that during training camp this year, he might have practiced once.
Mm-hmm.
They say he's completely healthy now. Everything is good. And if everything's good, I expect the guy I saw last year. They went and paid him nice money to come and be a backup here because they have great confidence in him. But being close to the team and listening to players, you know who else has confidence in him? The actual players. So when your players believe in that guy, good things can happen. It's only when I think when the players don't have confidence in the backup quarterback is when the backup quarterback don't have a chance in hell. I think Marcus has it. And he and Cliff works well together. You know, we've seen for years, we had mobile quarterbacks. Their backup were statues or pocket passers. Marcus and Jaden, they're not exactly the same, but they damn near the same. They both have the same abilities. They can both pass the ball out the pocket. They both can run the ball. So
yeah, I mean,
you don't have to change up the offense is what I'm trying to say.
It's a wild card when you draft guys coming out, and their draft profiles are very, very similar. Now, Jaden's a better passer. We understand that.
Yeah.
But in terms of what they were coming out of, college quarterbacks, Heisman Trophy winners, second overall picks, so much of it is the same. The playing style isn't exactly the same, but in terms of they've got similar sorts of track records coming out of college. And you look at last year with Mariota, and you look at his numbers for the totality of the year, 34 of 44, 364, 4 touchdowns, no picks, 18 carries, 92 yards, and a touchdown. But just look at the games where he had to play significant amounts. So week 18.
77% completion.
Mm-hmm. Week 18 against the Cowboys last year. Played the second half, remember, because they took Jaden out. They were struggling, couldn't get anything going offensively. Mariota comes in, leads them to a win. 15 of 18, 161, 2 touchdowns, no picks. 5 for 56 on the ground that game with a touchdown. Impressive performance in the second half against Dallas when really the offense seemed to be sputtering. Remember the Carolina game where he basically played every play aside from that first drive when Jaden left with a rib injury.
Yep.
18 to 23, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 11 for 34 on the ground. Remember, they hung 40 that game, right? So you don't want to ever overlook anybody. We were just talking about that in the opening segment, talking about the Dolphins, and everybody's like, oh, It's going to be a blowout. No. You can't overlook anybody in the NFL. So you can't just look at the Raiders and say, oh, it's going to be a cakewalk. But
no, you can't.
They should be able to get things done with Mariota because, like you said, there's a confidence.
He has the control over this offense.
100%.
But what we discussed earlier about needing support, being able to depend upon people. Marcus Mariota needs just what Jaden needs. If I said Jaden needs that, you think Marcus don't need it?
Yeah, he needs
his offensive line to come in and play better. He needs the receivers to get open, show him color. He needs, the running game to work. And if it does, they can have success.
So one thing that I find funny, and I bring this up a lot, but everyone looks at the comments from Cam Taylor-Britt last year. I bring this up a lot because I don't think it's a slight to anyone, even though a lot of fans took it that way. When he said college offense and kind of joking about that and saying, nice college offense they run over there, immediately everyone's like, whoa.
Who said that?
This offense, Cam Taylor-Britt, corner for the Bengals last year. Yeah.
But you know what, though? That team put 30-something points on them.
Well, and so here's my point with it, B. Mitch. It might be college-style concepts, but it works in the NFL, and that's a credit to Kingsbury for finding stuff.
You know who runs a college-style offense? His offense.
Yeah.
Every offense in the league now runs more of a spread-type offense. And all that came from college football.
Well, and I don't think it's a slight. Like, even if he meant it as that, big deal. More people should find ways to adapt things that work at the college level that was successful for a guy like Jaden Daniels, right? And he was successful at the college level. Bring some stuff that he was good at to the pros and adapt it. And you saw the success that he had. But I don't think it's any surprise, B. Mitch, that when Mariota stepped in to an offense that maybe fit his skill set more than any other offense he's been in his time in the league, Mariota looked competent.
Yeah.
Mariota looked more like the guy we saw at Oregon than the guy that had become the Jag that everyone joked about when he was in the NFL.
He ran what he was familiar with. And for the guy Cam Taylor-Britt to say it, like when people, he was saying it to be a slight, but you couldn't stop it.
Correct.
So what does that say about his defense? You got a high school defense? You know what I'm saying? So
he had Jaden's LSU defense.
Man, you do what works. And I don't care what they call it, high school, college, little league. If it works, it works. We saw the Kansas City Chiefs do the ring around the rosy and score a damn touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen them do all kinds of stuff. You can't stop it. That's all that matters. The success of the play, the success of the offense or defense, that's all that matters. What some idiot says, because you know why he tried to knock it? Because he couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
Most times people they will save themselves embarrassment by just saying they run that offense damn good. And that's a lot better than, they got their college offense. Well, your pro defense couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
What does it say about your defense?
Well, and I think the point I'm trying to make here is that I think Mariota's much more comfortable in this offense than in other offenses. Not to say that, teams that brought him in, like Tennessee wasn't trying to run just straight up drop back pass game Peyton Manning style. They weren't trying to do any of that. They were still trying to adapt some stuff. But I think you saw a comfortability from Mariota in this offense with Cliff Kingsbury that he hadn't really had throughout his career. And look, there's clearly a drop-off from Jaden Daniels to Marcus Mariota. If you were able to watch training camp or saw anything, there's definitely a difference. But Mariota looks competent. He looks like someone that could step in. They said they feel like they have 2 starting caliber quarterbacks. Not to say that it's no big deal losing a top 10 quarterback in the league, but at the same point, I think you look at what Mariota can go out there and do on Sunday. He can be efficient. He can take care of the football. He can run if necessary. He's got everything possible.
Yeah.
And I think, like you said, the big thing is the guys around him. This is where Terry needs to have his best game so far this season. Yeah. He can't have the 25, 30 yards. He needs to have 70, 80 yards, come up big. Debo needs to be involved. Bill needs to be involved. O-line needs to be better. If everyone else around helps out, Mariota can get things done.
But if he's efficient and he goes out there and he handles it, just makes the plays that needs to be made or the plays that are there, all of a sudden the pressure is on the other side, not him. I think we look at football and we look for the big plays of go back to fantasy again. Everybody look for the big plays, the big splash stuff. But the consistent plays, the 3 yards, the 6 yards, 7 yards, 4 yards, 8 yards, those consistent plays like that puts pressure on the other side. And those are the things that breaks people's backs. Like last year when you watched them, they'll go down the field, take 7, 8 minutes off the clock, sometimes 10 minutes. And then the other team come on the field, what they start doing? Forcing. Because they just went down, took time off the clock. It's natural for the offensive coordinator of the other team, after saying that, I got to do something. So he takes the risk. You get the ball back. You go down the field, methodically down the field again, score another touchdown. If it's 14-0 or even get a field goal, 10-0, you have now made that other coach throw his whole game plan in the trash. Because now he's in I got to get back, and they take chances. That's what Marcus Mariota has to do. Just go out there and get the play that's there. If you see, if I could throw this ball down the field, I could get a 70-yard touchdown, but I know for sure I could throw it over here and I got a first down. If I got to throw a perfect pass to get the touchdown, I'm going to just take the first down and go put them on the field, the defense, for 4 more plays. And I think Marcus does that now. A young Marcus Mariota probably wouldn't have done that. He'd have tried to go get the gusto. Now he checks down. And, he's been the best on his team because he also helps and mentors Jaden.
Yes.
And if you see Jaden playing at that high level at such a young age, you got to give some of that credit. I know Jaden deserves tons of it, but you got to give some of it to Marcus Mariota as well.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What's your confidence level if Mariota does end up being the one under center on Sunday? Do you think that the Skins can still get it done? Do you think that what he was able to do last season is going to carry over and he's going to be able to win this game for Washington on Sunday? 800-636-1067. We'll get to some of your phone calls next. Your confidence level if Mariota is under center on Sunday.
The Osmond Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. And with that type of track record, they have to be doing something right. They're conveniently located all across Northern Virginia, and the Osmond dealerships offer you many of America's favorite and best-selling brands like Toyota, with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax. They have Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. In addition to all that, they have the unmatched selection. Osmond offers you incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget about Osmond's tremendous selection of quality, certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, even every vehicle sold is backed by Osmond's Lifetime Edge, and I love that. With up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news coming from Osmond. If you have a car to sell, take it to them because they will probably give you more than anybody else out there. They'll give you 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Osmond. They like to keep their customers happy just like they kept me happy. And I'm very satisfied with everything Osmond has done. And let's ride together. Like a waterfall.
B Mitch and Finley on a Friday.
Stopping us right now.
Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What's your confidence level? Assuming Marcus Mariota is going to be under center, I think there's a really good chance that's going to happen on Sunday. What's your confidence level of Washington coming out with a win with Mariota under center? You say pretty confident?
Yeah, I'm
Mitch?
confident.
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty confident as well.
The reason is also the Raiders played Monday night.
Big time rest advantage for Washington.
And they're traveling here. So that stuff does have, it works, but if you took advantage of it.
Yeah.
So I would say Washington has the advantage since they got to travel over here. And it's been proven, people traveling from west to east, people traveling from east to west, they don't always have a high percentage rate of winning.
Yeah. Especially,
but you can't just depend on that. You still got to go out there and handle your business.
Especially a 1 o'clock game with that west to east.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Let's get out to Shane in D.C. Shane, what's up? What's your confidence level?
Happy Friday, you gentlemen.
What's up, man?
Hey, look, Mariota's not Toby, right? He can't feel it like JP and come in there. He's still a backup quarterback. He's not played all in the thing. So, you know, I think we're going to squeak this game. I think we're going to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders come here and stun us and beat us. Just call it what it is. I'm not worried about the offense just quite yet. I'm more worried about that defense. I mean, that secondary, it doesn't matter. And the right tackle, let's call it what it is. The right tackle position is what I'm more concerned about than anything. I don't know how much short leash he's going to be on, but I think it's going to be a short leash down the right. You got to protect him. Regardless who's playing quarterback, whoever's back there throwing the football, you got to protect him. That's just what it is.
100%.
But you got to run the football. You're going to go back to the 90s. Run the football down the throat. Start there, and then let's see what happens.
Yep, I think you're right. You know, the whole thing about it, though, if that right tackle is a young guy who's having problems, what do you have to do? Help him out.
Yes.
Okay, and that's not all just on him. That comes down to the game plan as well.
100%.
So I'm not going to blame, I'm just blame him. And hell, let's be real. The guy that the right tackle dealt with last week, he beats every damn body.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there were times where they had a game plan to go over there and help him out to chip Parsons, and he just run by the chip.
Yeah. So.
I mean, he's insane. But yeah, I think helping out the right tackle and Connor Lee is going to be big. But he brought up the defense, B. Mitch, and we're going to get into the keys to the game in just a little bit. But I think you look defensively, this is one where they've got to step up. And, you know, if this becomes a shootout, then yeah, maybe you're a little less confident in Mariota. If this is something where the defense can hold them to under 17 points, then yeah, you're going to feel a lot more confident you get it done.
Everyone has said that this team doesn't run the ball effectively. Let's make sure that they're still not running effectively at the end of this game.
So true. So true. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Robert in D.C. Robert, what's up?
Hey, man, what's up, man? Before I say anything, let's give a shout-out to Andrew Mullins, man, the guy that answering the phone. You know, he told me y'all give him a hard time. That's an important job, so I'm going to give the brother a shout-out.
Well, by the time he answered the damn phone, Jeff normally answered the phone. Andrew probably answered that one call, man.
So, hey, look, hey, man, I got confidence in the backup quarterback because he a vet, man. He been around, man. He ain't going to be tripping on starting, man. He a vet. Second of all, it really ain't just up to quarterback. Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator, his game plan got to be correct, too. And I believe because it's going to be Mariota, look for them to try to establish that run. So I'm saying, you know, because they keep talking about the right tackle, Young ain't going to get better, man, with time.
Totally.
But, you know, when we went to Green Bay, man, we didn't even attempt to run the ball. Come on, man.
Yeah.
If you got pass rushers pinning their ears back coming at you, come on, B. Mitch. Back in the day, Pop Warner, you do screens, draws. We did none of that, man. We just kept dropping back, got the quarterback hurt. Man, Cliff got to do what he get paid to do. I don't give a damn who the quarterback is. Y'all have a blessed day.
I appreciate it, Robert. Yeah, I agree. They got to get
on that.
They got to get the run game going. And one thing that I think is interesting is it seems like a lot of times when Kingsbury's helping on one side, he tends to help on the other side as well. That takes two people out of the route.
That's part once.
Exactly. That's part of why you traded for Tunsil, is so that you don't necessarily have to help on that side. So you're not taking two guys out of the route to do that.
Yes, sir.
Let's get to Jay in Upper Marlboro. Jay, what's up?
Jay?
What's going on? How y'all doing today?
We good, man.
Hey, so, all right, so just a couple quick points. So my answer, it's like a if this, then that, and it kind of echoes what the other callers were saying. If the offensive line blocks, I have very high confidence in Marcus. If they don't, it doesn't matter who's back there. Nobody's going to get it going. If they do what they did against Green Bay, it's going to be an ugly day regardless.
Mm-hmm.
And then that brings me to my next point, kind of like what the last guy said about Cliff. The play calling's got to be better. Mm-hmm. I think that Cliff has gotten a little bit, like the bug on him was they said after year 2, everybody knows what Cliff's going to do. And I'm thinking the whole time, like, well, he knows that. He knows the rumors are out there, so he's going to change it. I'll be damned. He really didn't change it. He came out, especially against Green Bay. Y'all were just talking about the college offense. That looked kind of collegey. I'm not going to lie. And I understand why they were trying to get it out, but the world saw Jaden Daniels get off the ground every single pass play. He's getting picked up. That boy got hit every single play, and they made no adjustments. I kind of had flashbacks to Ron. Like, Ron was known going in at halftime, coming out, making no adjustments. The other team always made adjustments. Against Green Bay, they made none. Jaden got annihilated, and I really think he's starting to lose a little confidence. He's thinking a little bit more in the pocket. He's breaking the pocket a little bit quicker. He's looking over his shoulder quite a bit more, because I don't think he trusts those guys. And to be honest, I really don't blame him. So,
sure.
It's definitely they've got to set the quarterback up no matter who it is for more success. I do hope Jaden sits this one out, gets that knee better, and if Marcus is healthy, I have full confidence in the guy. I think he's great, and maybe he can get a little spark that this team needs. They're a little flat. They seem to be a little complacent. Hopefully, what Marcus is going to give you is effort every single play. Hopefully, he goes out there, sparks his team, and then we can get back going and make a little run.
Appreciate it, Jay.
I appreciate it. Hell to the Commanders.
See, that's what I saw in that game, that last game. I never thought we matched their intensity.
Never.
And I think that is what we have to do. We've seen this team when they're playing, matching the intensity of the other team. They're in everything.
It was interesting. After the game, I was doing the post-game show with Doc, and someone called in and asked what the identity of the team is. And I think the identity of this team, when they're playing at their best and they're playing winning football, B. Mitch, is they're going to force the initiative. They're going to be the ones to drive the action, offensively and defensively. They're going to get after you on the defensive side. On the offensive side, they're going to force the issue. And it felt like in that game, they didn't do it on either side of the football. It was a little bit timid on both sides, and in turn, Green Bay dominated them.
I'm with that.
Let's get to Drew in Eastern Shore. Drew, what's up?
Hey, guys.
What's up,
looking
man?
forward to the game, and hey, B. Mitch, hopefully see you Sunday. I'm not concerned about Marcus playing versus Jaden for one game. I feel like the team can be a good team. I am concerned that the team we've seen so far through 2 games this year is not the same team that we saw last year. They're not doing the same things. I think, Toby, I agree with what you just said. They were a much more aggressive and cohesive team when they were on it last year, and they've been flat, especially offensively, both games this year, and they need to come out and kind of do what we know they can, what we've seen them do before. But, every year is different, and I'm still kind of holding my breath that we get back to where we were last year, because what they did against Green Bay, that's not going to be good enough, even though Green Bay is a better team than Vegas. So we need to win, but I really want to come out of this game feeling like, all the expectations that we had at the beginning of the season can happen. And I'm a little less comfortable than I was at the beginning of the season that they're all there. But I think they can turn it on. So I'm hopeful, but I'm not as comfortable as I want to be.
I appreciate it, Drew. Yeah,
I think the thing about last year, they weren't the team that we saw midway through the season, at the beginning of the season last year either. And it doesn't just translate from one year to the next. The next year is a totally new year, and you have to build and get your mojo going. The first game, they didn't play well, but they were dominant. The second game, they were dominated.
Yeah.
This third game coming in, they got to come hit the ground running.
That's the tough part about professional sports, especially when you get to the precipice but don't get to the ultimate prize, is you get to a point with the chemistry and how everyone's playing, you don't just get to start there week 1 next year.
Yeah, because
that's the tough part.
It's
you
new
start
parts,
over.
It's new pieces.
Yeah.
So I understand people know where we ended at last year, but this team is by no way where that team that ended last year was.
Yeah, and that's the tough part about it. They got to build that up, and hopefully as the season goes on, they get back to that point, but hopefully they can get out of week 3 with a win, even if Mariota's under center. Coming up next, we're going to get to D'Angelo Hall. He's going to join us. If you're on the phone lines, you can stay there, though. We're going to get back into some of the phone calls coming up at 11:30, get some of the Commanders' keys to the game. But coming up next, Redskins legend D'Angelo Hall joins us with the Rude Guest Hotline. Keep it tuned right here to B Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. They are your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The NFL said the Eagles should have been flagged for at least one false start when they used the tush push against the Chiefs on Sunday, and the NFL has now instructed officials this week to call the controversial play tight going forward. The Eagles used the tush push 6 times against the Chiefs, including the game-sealing touchdown in their Week 2 victory. But that same touchdown saw 2 Eagles offensive linemen move early before the snap. Officials are being, and have been in the past, but we've seen how that's gone. They've been instructed to ensure the offensive linemen are not lining up in the neutral zone, something that can happen very frequently on this type of play. And per Ian Rappaport, quarterback Joe Burrow is set for surgery today if swelling allows, undergoing the procedure to repair his grade 3 turf toe. It is possible that the procedure gets moved for a few days, but once he does have the procedure scheduled for today, it is a 3-month recovery. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor had previously declined to comment on when exactly Burrow would have surgery. The only thing Zach Taylor was sure of was that Joe Burrow will be coming back at some point this season. And one more injury update, Packers tight end Tucker Kraft suffered a left knee injury during Thursday's practice, but it appears to be okay. The issue is described as a little tweak per NFL media. He was a limited participant in practice. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, go to baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's 11 o'clock on a Friday on B Mitch and Finley. You know what that means. It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka, Maryland made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. If you're going out to the game on Sunday as the Commanders get set to take on the Raiders, you're going to see this guy honored as the legend of the game. That's D'Angelo Hall, who joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. D'Angelo, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, bless, fellas. How y'all doing?
We good, brother. You playing today?
I got it. Say that one more time.
You playing today?
Yes, indeed. I was going to say I got a round of golf at 12:40, so I'm doing great.
I told Toby, Toby, man, he's been bit by the bug, dog.
Oh, yeah. I was out there yesterday, too. Day before that, I'm out there as much as I can.
Are you getting pointers from B Mitch?
B Mitch don't want to give me too many pointers because he's scared I'm going to beat him down when I see him.
Hey, I will help people out. I don't mind. Because my game ready, dog.
D'Angelo, I want to ask you, so legend of the game, I'm sure they're going to show some clips from this game. Got to ask you, October 24th, 2010, Soldier Field, 4 interceptions, tying an NFL record. Take us back to that day. What'd you see? How was that experience?
I mean, I just remember being on the football field with other great players. You know, I think that's the one thing I remember. I remember seeing Julius Peppers make plays, seeing Brian Urlacher make plays, even watching Albert Haynesworth cause a fumble. And, you know, when you see great guys on the football field playing against Devin Hester, Hall of Famer, I mean, you want to make plays. You know, every big-time player wants to make plays in critical situations to try to affect the game. And so, you know, that Bears game, it was just like, you know, nothing really was going our way the whole first half. And I just remember being in that locker room thinking at halftime, man, we got to make a play. And then before you know it, I make one play. And then somebody else makes a play. Then I make another play and another play. And before you know it, my mom's in the stands, my aunt's in the stands. And they literally sitting up there and they got 4 footballs. And it was probably one of the coolest moments and experiences for them. Absolutely for me, but just to get to share it with them, man, it's something that, you know, as I look back now, you know, being 40-plus years old, man, it's something that just brings a smile to my face every time I think about that moment and being able to really share it with my mom and the rest of my teammates.
Have you seen Jay Cutler since then?
I have not. I have not.
How do you think when he see you? What he would give you like a side eye?
Well, Jay. Jay's so cocky. Jay still will probably tell me he'll throw it at me, and I'm gonna look at him and shake my head and say,
I have 6.
I'm gonna pick it. Yeah, and I'm gonna have another one.
I'm curious, D Hall. You were doing some coaching with Carolina over the last couple of years. When you look back through your career and then to now being involved with football the way that you are, how have you seen the game evolve in the passing game? We always talk about how the game evolves. Have you seen it much different, or is it when you're inside, it's largely the same?
No, I mean it's different. It's different, but it's the same. I think the way they use the passing game now is a lot different, right? I think with the addition of these mobile quarterbacks, it makes it hard to defend, right? When that receiver and that quarterback's on the same page, you can have a route covered in that instant. As soon as that quarterback breaks out of that pocket, like, things change, and so the look change, the routes change, how you fit that up, and so it's constantly evolving. I think the game has changed from a standpoint of, you see a lot of the college game from a standpoint of get the ball out my hands quick, get it to my playmakers, and I'm a proponent of that. I love watching guys get the ball out their hands and let the dudes who can make things happen get the ball in their hands in space, as you see with the addition of a guy like Deebo Samuels, right? Yeah. He's gotten countless quarterbacks paid, and Tom Brady subscribes to this formula of just let me get the ball out my hands. As long as I don't get a sack, anything that's a gain is a profit.
Yeah. And no matter how long it is, right? But you look at yourself, Dion, Reeves, those type of guys, y'all had extreme confidence. And today, when you talk about the mobile quarterbacks, you got a few of those guys out there, Stingley and those type of guys, where they can go shut down people. Where has it changed with the defensive back mindset compared to how you all were?
I think social media is kind of, put people on notice from a standpoint of I don't want to be embarrassed, and so no one really wants to accept that challenge. They don't want to see defeat, or if they see defeat, they don't want the world to see them get defeated. But I just remember a line that, I tell my players. I remember Raheem Morris told me, man, and his gunfighters get shot. And so you got to learn to take that loss, take that L, take that getting beat deep, and learn something from it, not let it affect the next play. And so, a lot of guys can't let it affect it just cannot affect the next play for them. And until they can get out of that mindset, be able to turn it off and turn it on, no matter if they make a play or not, it doesn't matter. You got to move on and play and fight the next play. And so you're right, B. Mitch. There's a couple guys who have that pedigree and they want to follow guys. But for the most part, you got these dudes want to stay on their side of the field, be nice and comfortable, and not worry about too much. If they don't want to throw the ball this way, okay, I'm cool with that. If they don't want to throw the ball that way when I'm playing, I'm going to where the ball going, Coach.
There you go.
I don't care what you got to say. I want to be challenged, and I want to help contribute to my team making a play.
I love it.
I could care less about the outcome because I always just felt like we got the best chance to win when I'm on the dude, period. That was just the level of confidence I had in my game.
Talking with D'Angelo Hall on the Rude Guest Hotline on Sunday, going to be the legend of the game at Northwest Stadium. Joe Witt talks about this defense trying to create turnovers, and you excelled at creating turnovers throughout your career. Is that something that you can count on? Is that something that you can kind of scheme or try? Obviously, it depends on the quarterback throwing a ball that you can catch or fumbling the ball and forcing that.
Yeah.
But is that something that you can scheme into a defense?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt you can scheme it into the personality of your defense. And, I mean, Joe Witt was one of my coaches, man, back in Atlanta, back in the day.
Wow.
And Witt is a great football coach, great football mind. And even Dan Quinn, you know, just knowing him and knowing the kind of coach he is, that's what they preach. They preach when a ball carrier is carrying that football, it's not his football. It's ours. So we're always constantly punching at it. You know, I had a chance to coach Frankie Luvo when he was in Carolina. And I remember even just going up to him, showing him like, hey, look, hey, Frankie, check this out. When most guys tackle, this is how they tackle. And I'm showing him. And then I'm fitting up around the football. And I say, when I tackle, this is what I'm tackling. Like, I'm tackling the football because once you initially hit that runner, and B. Mitch, you know this better than anybody.
Yeah.
Once you hit that runner, he's bracing. He ain't. Some of them, the great ones, are thinking about the ball, but some of these kind of green ones aren't thinking about the ball. That's when I'm raking nothing but football, as you saw in that Dallas game that I was able to get the football out. But I've been doing that since Pop Warner. My little son's in the in the 8th grade. He does it almost to a fault. I'm like, son, wrap up. Stop trying to get the football. But it's a personality, man, that when that ball's either in the air, a runner has it, is on the ground, it's up for grabs, and we coming down with it. And so I do think that's a personality. I think you can put that in your defense, and no doubt, man, these guys, they're ball hunting. It might not come right now, but they'll come as long as you keep doing things right and just trusting the process. Them turnovers gonna come.
Do you watch this team play in the first game where they didn't play their best football, but they seemed to dominate the Giants? Went up to Green Bay, and it seemed like Green Bay came with a little bit more energy than we had. What do they need to do in this game here against the Raiders to try to bounce back and get back on that winning side?
Well, I mean, you got to start fast. Right? I mean, we know Pete Carroll football teams want to run the football.
Yes.
And so first and foremost, you have to stop the run game. Everybody who thinks, I'm a corner and I like it nice and pretty on the outside, but football ain't going to ever change. You win it by controlling the line of scrimmage. And so that's what Washington has to do. They have to somehow find a way to run the football. We got to protect Jaden Daniels, so it can't be too many of those RPOs and things like that. But Cliff Kingsbury has to figure out a way to get this offense rolling a little bit quicker. And defensively, like I said, we know what Pete Carroll's going to do, run the football. They got to come out fast and stop that run game, man, and, put your big boy pass on, because we didn't think Ashton Genty had enough in his tank. He's telling us he has more than enough, because he is running dudes over left and right in this league.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of the corners that Washington's currently trotting out there with Marshawn Lattimore, and maybe hasn't had the start that you'd like? He looked good in week 1, struggled in week 2. Sandler still, I think, struggled in week 2. Frankly, everybody kind of struggled in week 2. Yeah. But what do you make of that 3 with the rookie, Amos, Sandler still, and then Marshawn Lattimore as well?
I mean, I've liked what the rookie has shown me so far. Didn't know a ton about him initially, but just loved his competitive spirit and just the way he's out there fighting and competing. Sandler, the same kind of thing, right? He's a fiery player. He's going to come and bring his hard hat. And then you got Lattimore, he's a veteran. He's kind of that OG who, I've followed this dude since the moment he came in this league, man. Mm-hmm. And the one thing you can't deny is Father Time catches up to all of us. Yeah. And so, he's a dude who has the skill set to do any and everything on that field. And for some reason, I don't know if he's reaching at times. Just trying to make a play. I've been in that situation too as a corner, where I'm just trying to make a play instead of just kind of relaxing and letting the play come to me. But when you watch Lattimore, I mean, I've loved that dude through his whole career in New Orleans, man. And so I'm definitely rooting for him to kind of just, kind of get his swagger back, because I don't feel like he's playing with that confidence that I've seen him play with in years past. And some of that could be due to injuries. I don't know if he's coming off of some or some things like that, but when that dude's primed up and going, man, he's just as good as anybody in this league.
Well, what's happening is you got every team he plays against, they run into the ref and saying, "Oh, he grabs, he does this," and once
he's getting picked on.
Yeah, once you tell the ref something and he start looking, they're gonna start calling. He needs to go talk to the ref too and say, "Hey, man,
you got to make
they
friends
doing
with
stuff
him.
to me, so let us pray." Yeah, I think they got to go do that.
That was always my game plan, man. Like, I didn't get any flags I didn't want. Like, I wasn't the guy who got a lot of PIs and got, incidental. Like, I'm talking to the refs. Like, "Hey, Mr. Ref, what am I doing here? Can I get away with this? Hey, he's pulling me here." I remember even getting a call one time. I don't want to call nobody out. Getting a call, and it was definitely not offensive pass interference. But the ref was so cool with me in the conversation we was having in the dialogue. He just saw it my way. You know what I mean? I kind of flopped a little bit, but so you definitely got to keep those conversations going with the referees, man, because it's such a judgment of if I like this guy, or you know what I mean, or if I see it this way versus if I don't see it that way. And so I'm always trying to get that edge and just trying to see what the refs looking at and what they're thinking and taking their coaching points.
Talking with D'Angelo Hall here on the Rude Guest Hotline. B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. D Hall going to be honored as the legend of the game on Sunday against the Raiders. You were there for that 2012 season, which was so magical, and I think up until last season was, for people my age, their favorite season to watch, but then afterwards wasn't able to quite replicate that same sort of success. What do you think is different about this time? Or, what do you think is something that they can build off of versus, when everything kind of fell off a cliff there after 2012? Why do you think that this group and this coaching staff and Jaden can make it so that it doesn't have that same repeat?
I mean, I just think it's the overall leadership, the players they have. You know, this organization has taken a different, kind of a walk in a different direction. And, I think everyone sees that, even with the, announcement of the new stadium, soon to be back in D.C. Mm-hmm. This team is doing nothing but trending up. When you have a guy like Jaden Daniels on your roster and some of these players that they have, we're able to get Terry McLaurin back, who I thought has been just, you pay that guy because he's done everything right when nobody thought you probably should have. And so he's just the ultimate, leader of that football team. And so I just believe in these guys. I believe in the direction of like I said, of the leadership. I've always been a huge fan of Dan Quinn, and just the football teams he's able to put out there and compete. Love his coordinators. I mentioned playing for Joe Witt. I've run through a brick wall for him right now. That's just how much I care about him and his family personally, man. Like he's been just such a great person in my life. As far as just helping me be a better person, better man. And those are the kind of coaches you got to have. Yep. Football kind of takes care of itself. I think people outside of the football world think football is a little harder than it is. A lot of these guys need help with like life skills and trying to be better versions of themselves. Because if those habits increase, the football is just naturally going to increase.
When you started coaching, did you notice that more than when you did when you were playing?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think I, as a player, because I was such a, uber talented, type A personality, I didn't need a lot of motivation, right? And sometimes, high level athletes, coaches tell you all the time, you might not need this, but that dude over there needs practice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
And so I was kind of one of those guys, really, until I met Mike Shanahan and Raheem Morris. I was kind of one of those guys who kind of, goofed through practice a little bit because, like I said, I was a super high-level athlete. I didn't need to go 100% to cover this guy. And it wasn't until, that those coaches really challenged me to, bro, you ain't working for yourself. You working for the man beside you so he can see how you going to be in the game. And so you can see where he's going to be. And, they feed off of your energy, whether you know it or not. And then I started coming to practice with a different mindset, more that leader mindset. And, man, I just saw it rub up on my guys. I saw us practicing harder. I saw us having better games. And that's when I started really valuing, practice and, and having the right guys out there and having the right mindset.
D-Hall, before we let you get out of here, I'm a diehard Hokie fan. How do we get the Hokies back on track, man? How do we get this program back to being relevant nationally and winning football games?
That's a tough question. That's a tough question, but an easy question. The easy question is hire me. I mean, that's the easy question, but the tough question is, I mean, there's a lot of things that have to happen just within the athletic department. We got to commit 100% to football at Virginia Tech. We have to understand that, the foundation that was laid by guys like Bruce Smith and, Frank Beamer and Kevin Jones and Michael Vick and all of these numerous names that I can, go on and on, Cam Chancellor, Jimmy Williams. Yep. I mean, it's just so many. Antonio Freeman, Todd Washington, Bruce Arians. I mean, it's so many great Hokies, man, that this program means so much to. And I never thought I wanted to coach college football until I kind of saw the state of our, of our program. And you got to win Virginia, man. There's too many high-level athletes leaving the state of Virginia. Part of the reason we were, a dominant team, it was because guys wanted to stay in state. They wanted to represent Virginia. They wanted to represent that 757, that Richmond, the DMV area where all of these Power 4 schools are coming in here taking all these 5-star talent. And it's just because the kids aren't relating to the coaches, man. And so you got to get a coach in there who's from where these kids are from, who's been where they've been, where they're trying to get to, where they aspire to get to. And then you got to build a staff, man, a staff that, I spoke about those Virginia Tech coaches, man, a staff that just cares about the development of these young men. Yes. That a lot of these kids come from backgrounds that they don't have fathers in their lives, that they, struggle, in various situations. They're getting, hit with, they're getting financial things now, they're getting money. And so it's just so many different things now that the college athlete has to deal with. And then you throw social media on top of that and trying to just, be a normal kid in a society that wants you to not be normal. So, it's a whole lot of things, you know what I mean, that can help make this program better. But it's no doubt in my mind that me, along with a lot of other people, man, we can absolutely turn this Virginia Tech program around.
Well, I think the atmosphere has totally changed, and you got to have people that understand that. And you
No
see
doubt.
all over the country, you got a lot of former players going back to their schools and helping out. So hopefully they give you an opportunity, brother.
Oh, no doubt, man. Hey, B Mitch, you got to understand, man, when you from the Bird, there's something special about that place, man. Nobody picks to go to school in the middle of the mountains, man, unless you've been there and you really experienced it, man. It is something else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. D'Angelo, appreciate the time. Going to be honored as the legend of the game on Sunday and maybe rocking a headset for the Maroon and Orange next year. We'd love to see it.
Oh, man. we shall see, man. I appreciate it. I'll see y'all at the game
Go
Sunday.
break 80.
Oh, no doubt.
79.
Yeah, hit him well today. Appreciate it, D-Hall.
I appreciate y'all.
All right, bro.
That's D'Angelo Hall, joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. I love that, B. Mitch. How do you fix Virginia Tech football? Hire me. I love that. We got an update on Jaden Daniels, and we'll give that to you next, as well as talking about the keys to the game going into Sunday. You want to hop in, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Per Adam Schefter, Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has not been spotted at practice today, signaling that it is unlikely he will be recovered from his knee sprain in time to start Sunday's game versus the Raiders. Marcus Mariota is in line to start versus his former team. Again, this is a report from Adam Schefter that Jaden Daniels is not spotted at practice today. In an update on another DC great, Alex Ovechkin did not join his teammates on Friday for the second on-ice day of training camp at MedStar. Per the team, Ovechkin sat out with a lower body injury. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the DC area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today.
When I walk
Appreciate
in the club.
D'Angelo Hall for hopping on with us on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. You heard it in the update there from Savannah that Jaden Daniels was not at practice, or at least at the open portion to the media.
When the media was out there.
Yeah, so we'll get the official report coming out in just a little
You
bit.
think as soon as they roll out there, he going to sprint out there?
Here comes 5, and maybe... Well, it'll be interesting to see exactly how much do you think. Earlier this week, Dan Quinn said he needed to see him practice for him to get on the field on Sunday. How much do you think you need to see of that? Is it a big deal? Like if he doesn't get he's limited today, that he can go on Sunday? Or is it you want to see him get a decent bit of work?
Well, I saw a post from JP earlier which talked about Friday practice. The amount of stuff they do really on the Friday is nothing compared to what you do on Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
So if Friday,
take us through the normal practice week.
like
in terms of
normally
what you're
in
doing.
a practice week, our big days were Wednesday, Thursday, and that's when you install like everything. And then Friday was more or less the walkthrough stuff, the 2-minute things of that nature, much lighter. We got off early, and it's the same way. They've changed up the way how the week is, but it's the same.
Yeah.
Friday's not that difficult because you're close to the week. They're not gonna work them too much. You're trying to make sure you're going through everything where you're getting maybe your third downs and your 2-minute stuff in. But the physicality has been done already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you say we're going to watch a guy and he gets practice on Friday, what do you really need to see?
Yeah, my thing too, last year, Jaden would missed a significant portion of practice, I think for the Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he practiced at all that week, and then got on the field. Didn't look quite as sharp. Frankly, if you remember that game, the Hail Mary is obviously what stands out, but it was actually a frustrating game overall because Washington felt like they dominated the game but weren't putting up enough points to dominate on the scoreboard. But I think with the way Jaden does some of his preparation with the mental side, going through and doing the VR and some of that extra stuff, I don't need him to get the physical reps as much as I would a normal second-year guy. The only reason that would worry me a little bit is it seems like they were out of sync in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And so him not getting any actual reps, there's no chance that they're suddenly going to be in sync if they weren't getting reps.
And I think also it's injury that can be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a knee. And how he moves, can he protect himself while he's out there? So I would understand them wanting to see him move like that.
But I don't think this
Because,
news...
when you get in the game, that adrenaline starts to rush. Some pain you don't feel.
Yeah.
It's like you go through it.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're not hurt.
Yeah. So if he can get out on the field with them, that's what they want to see. But if it's anything hindering, I don't think they'll push him.
Yeah, and I don't think that this news today is all that surprising. What do you think the percentage chance that he suits up on Sunday is?
50-50.
So you still think it's 50-50?
I go 50-50.
Okay.
I think the thing about it is what I hear so many people try to compare their situations and other situations to professional athletes. they ain't the same.
Yeah.
We watch professional athletes get a ACL surgery, and they playing within months, 6, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. A regular person get ACL surgery, they still walking crooked 2 years from now.
I'm still
a regular person
I'm still feeling mine. I had that in 2020.
Playing some, football on the weekend and may have a sprain or whatever. They still limping a month and a half, 2 months from now. An athlete could be running full speed that next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a different pain threshold situation, and it's a different mindset. You know what I'm saying?
And they get all the treatment possible.
They get everything
round
possible.
The clock.
Hell, they got some stuff out there that help things heal quicker.
Yeah.
The hyperbaric chambers, the cryotherapy, all that stuff enhances healing. The average person don't have all that.
Yeah.
And damn sure don't have it 2-3 times a day.
Well, that's the thing. Is sometimes we forget, you know how you go to your 9 to 5? Well, they go in and their job is to try to get healthy if they're injured, right? That's their job. They're trying to rehab. They're attacking that as if it is their job because it is their job to get on the field on Sunday.
Their job is to go out there and make sure they're healthy, but their tool is their body.
Mm-hmm.
So constantly everything you do is about making sure you're healthy enough to get it done.
Yeah, see, I don't think I would go 50-50. I think I would go 80-20 Mariota, but I think they can get it done. I'm not all that worried about that. I want to get into the keys to the game if you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. We were talking about the confidence level with Mariota. I think obviously Mariota going out there being efficient, if he's going to ultimately be the starter, is going to be a big part of this. But to me, we can talk about offense because so much of that is going to be the focus, whether Jaden plays or not.
Mm-hmm.
This, to me, needs to be a defensive game, whether Jaden suits up or not. This is a game where, realistically, coming into this one, everyone's talking about getting the Commanders at the right time for the Raiders, right? Facing a team that's out of sync, facing a team that's potentially without their star quarterback. But I almost feel like on the flip side, you're catching the Raiders at the right time in terms of their offensive line hasn't been clicking to the point that Ashton Jeanty hasn't gotten going. I think by week 12, week 14, by the end of the year, Ashton Jeanty is going to look like the stud that was drafted in the top 10, right? He's going to look like that dude. He hasn't looked like that just yet. I don't know that it's necessarily Jeanty as much as the offensive line hasn't gotten clicking. And two, their most dynamic weapon in the passing game, Brock Bowers, I don't know what his health is. You watched him last week. He's wearing a big, bulky brace on that knee. He wasn't moving quite as sharply and as fast as he normally does. So those are their two major weapons, and neither one, Bowers isn't 100%, and Jeanty hasn't really gotten started yet this year. I think the defense has to find a way to hold that team in that non-explosive offense, and I think you find a way to win this one regardless of what the quarterback
is. The biggest investments this year were in the trenches, and the trenches need to win. As Fred Smoot say, they need to win the trench warfare.
I mean, you won week 1, you lost week 2. Pretty simple.
So now, in the trenches, Kinlaw, Tunsil, those guys, the drafting of Connolly, Goldman, all that stuff right there, they have to win that battle. They win that battle, the rest of the stuff falls in place.
Yeah. Nikki actually pointed this out. She just tweeted this, Nikki Javala on Twitter. She tweeted a video, October 25th of 24, live shot of Jeff Driscoll and Sam Hartman coming down to practice. That was the Friday before the Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
No Jaden Daniels that day. And we obviously remember him suiting up and playing in the Bears game. Not saying he's going to play, and we'll get a practice report officially a little bit later, but that's going to be something we'll monitor. If we get any updates, we'll let you know. I think Dan Quinn's going to talk to the media just a little bit. Maybe he'll give something. If I know anything about Dan Quinn, if we've learned anything,
absolutely nothing.
He'll tell you that he is still questionable, and
it's nothing.
It's day to day or whatever he's going to say. He's not going to definitively probably tell you whether he's in or out for Sunday,
and he shouldn't.
What are the X factor? What are the keys to the game on Sunday against the Raiders? 800-636-1067. What are the X factors for Mariota if he has to step in? What are the X factors for Jaden if he ultimately plays? 800-636-1067. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B Mitch here. And JP and I talk about Paul Henry's window installation all the time. He went over to JP's house, and JP had this little outdoor part, and Paul told him how to put some windows in it. JP wanted to spend a lot of money. Paul said, nah, you don't have to put that type of window in there. You can put a cheaper one in there, still work out for you perfectly. He did that, and everything worked out for him. He came over to my house, and he's done basically every window in my house, my detached garage. He came back, he did all the doors, also helped me with garage doors, did my pergola for me. Listen, when you keep bringing people back to do different things, you do it because you trust them. You believe in them, and you know that they're going to do it right. Paul did everything right the first time, and I haven't had to call them back to do any repairs or things like that. And they're going to, when they come in, they finish the job quickly. They may finish quicker than they tell you they're going to do it, and still, you don't have to worry about anything faltering. So if you're looking for windows and doors at your house, reach out to our friend Paul right now. You'll get 10% off each window with the 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. So contact Paul Hinges Window Installation today and tell him B Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHingesWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
It's a Friday on B Mitch and Finley, a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Keys to the game for the Commanders going into Sunday's game against the Raiders. What do you think it's going to take for them to win? B Mitch, what are some of your keys?
I said it. Win the trenches. I'm going to stick with that. I know people start, you got to do this amount of yards. No. Win the trenches. If you win in the trenches, you can run the football. If you win in the trenches, you can throw the football. If you win in the trenches, you can get turnovers. You win in the trenches, you get sacks. We have to win the trenches. The big guys have to come out there and make sure that they win and do their thing.
Completely agree on that. For me, defensively, I'd love to see them hold them under 20 points, somewhere around 14 to 17. If less than that, even better. But you got to hold them under 20. And then offensively, like you said, dominate the trenches. No turnovers. Just no turnovers. I'd like to see the run game to get established a little bit more. But I think if they play a clean football game on offense, let the defense kind of handle this one a little bit, I think that they can come out with a victory regardless of who's under center, whether it's Mariota or whether it's going to be Jaden. 800-636-1067. What are some of your keys to the game? We're going to get the Raiders' perspective coming up in just a couple of minutes at noon, talking to Hondo Carpenter. Right now, talking to you guys, though. Let's get out to Toothpick. Pick, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's good, Toby? What's good, B Mitch? How you doing, man?
Good, man. What's going on?
Not too much. Listen, one of the things that we talked about last week was that the offensive and defense coordinators need to be on their game or in their bags, and neither one of them weren't. So one of my keys to the game for sure is we're in week 3. We haven't had a turnover, so we need multiple turnovers, and then we have to find Terry. Right? We gotta concentrate on getting Terry involved in the game plan. It seems like whenever we get hot, whenever we're doing our thing, it always involves Terry. And I'm not talking about here for a first down. I'm talking about making the other team think about where is Terry and how do we shut him down. That's what we got to do. Get Terry involved, get turnovers, we win the game.
All right, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, week 3 last year was Terry's and Jaden's kind of coming out party in Cincinnati, so hopefully they can repeat some of that, even if it's Mariota. Bonesy in Southeast. Bones, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Toby? My main man, B Mitch.
What's up,
Shout
brother?
out to Jeff. Hey, man, I watched that game last night, man. I just want Cliff, man, to call them plays, man, like Buffalo was calling plays, man. I need our stuff, man, to start working like that, man. Because, man, the last 2 games, man, we look really stagnant on offense, man. And I need this defense, man, to bring some aggression, man. You know, okay, we going into the 3rd game of the season. We got to get out of preseason mode and start playing in regular season mode. So I need everybody to start playing real aggressive, man, as of Sunday. Thanks for taking my call, man. Love you guys, man. Peace, man.
I
appreciate it. Brother. Yeah, I agree with that. They need to be more aggressive and kind of push the envelope. Like we were talking about earlier, it feels like when they're at their best, they're out there trying to dictate on offense and defense, and they're the one driving things. They didn't feel like they did that in Green Bay on Thursday. Let's get out to Chuck in South Jersey. Chuck, what's up?
What's going on, guys? First-time caller to y'all's show.
Appreciate it.
Always a big fan since I was a kid in the 90s. JP, appreciate what you do. Keys to the game for the Raiders, man. It starts in the trenches, like B. Mitch said. You know, Crosby, as we could see, the Connerly so far has been detrimental to the offense's production, so you got to give him more help. And you also got to run the ball. We didn't run the ball enough by far last week. I think it showed. So hopefully Bill steps up and, you know, between Rodriguez and McNichols, whoever plays. Other than that, the linebacker play, just coverage for the linebackers before it hits, you know, the corners of the safeties. That second level was weak last week. You know, focus on the trenches. Keep him, you know, Gino, I mean, he's mobile, but he's not the most mobile guy in the world. I watched that game last week that they had, Monday night, I guess it was. They got beat up pretty decently. I think we have a chance here, Mariota or Daniels. You know, I would love Jaden to play, but if he's not healthy, let's not repeat history here. But yeah, you know, trenches, keep Crosby in check, push the ball like Toothpick just said, or whoever the other caller was. Yep. And I think you give yourself a good chance.
All right, brother.
Appreciate the phone call. Now, one thing that's interesting, he talked about being able to get some pressure and stuff. Last week, one of their top linemen for the Raiders, Jackson Powers Johnson, did not play, and I think it was obvious seeing the difference in the run game from week 1 to week 2. I'm not sure if he's going to play. I think he was a full participant yesterday, so I think he's coming back from a concussion, so I would assume that he's probably going to be good to go. So you're going to face a little bit better of an offensive line. Still no excuse, like you said. You got to win in the trenches.
Yeah, you got to win
if you're Washington.
Oh yeah.
Kevin's in D.C. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Hey guys, what's up, B Mitch?
What's up, brother?
I was just talking to a guy at the gas station. Everybody's in panic mode after week 2. One thing we didn't realize when week 1 after the Giants game, JD was on the injury report with a wrist. If you notice, he wasn't throwing the ball deep. It has something to do with his wrist. We all know Cliff Kingsbury get brain farts. Don't panic, guys. We're going to be okay.
All right, man.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'd like to see them try to open the game plan up a little bit, get the ball down the field, but I don't know if you're going with your backup quarterback if that's the week to do it. KB is in Tyson's. KB, what's the key to the game?
Well, hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, for me, when I was watching them against the Packers, I noticed that they kept Jaden back in the shotgun or whatever you want to call it these days off the yo. And the linebackers, they went at the line of scrimmage. They were sitting back in the throwing lanes. That's why they couldn't complete anything. They got to put Jaden under center so that play action will be more effective when they run the ball. And then if they do play action, they get the linebackers to come up so they can throw it over their head. That's all I got.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think if you look back at
they do everything from the shotgun.
What Green Bay was doing last week, too, is they did a really good job disguising coverages, and it reminded me a little bit of the first time that Jaden had to face Fangio's defense and the ability to disguise some of that stuff. And also, I was asked by Scott Abraham, I was on with him yesterday, and he was asking me, B. Mitch, did they give away a formula to stop Washington? I said, yeah. Get pressure with 4 and play great coverage, which is also the formula to stop every other offense in the NFL.
Yeah, but they may not. The other teams don't have the same.
Exactly right.
The people that they have.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Green Bay might be the best defense in the league.
Yeah.
Deacon, what's the key to the game?
Gentlemen, the key to the game is carry. And also, whenever the key defensive man comes in, whatever direction he comes from, throw the ball in that direction because there's nobody there in the place where he came from. Also, definitely we got to win in the trenches, baby. Brian, you ain't said nothing but the TI is, the truth.
Thank you, man.
You got to clear the trenches, baby. You got to have I need a man to unplug the hole so that I can let my man run through, whichever it was, C-Rod or the rookie or even the other guy. Whoever is going to run, they've got to have a hole. So somebody got to unblock that hole, unplug that hole so these boys can run. Run and get that ball to carry.
Appreciate it, Deacon.
He's the one.
Appreciate it,
All right,
man.
brother.
Real quick, Jaden and PA. You got 30 seconds. Jaden, what do you got? What's the key?
Yeah, hey, how's it going? I think key's pretty obvious. I think it's just line of scrimmage. But also, a quick question before you guys go. I think we anointed Adam Peters a little quick. Who were his hits besides Daniels in the last 2 drafts? I don't think our team's that talented. And our trades for our stars were for third contract guys like Tunsil and Lattimore.
You actually who after the last 2 drafts? They got
there's a lot of them.
They got
honestly.
Jaden. They got Sarah still.
There's some
they
misses.
got Amos. There's some misses, but the top guys haven't been misses.
Yeah, I mean, one, he hit on the most important with Jaden.
Yeah.
Sandler still's really, really good. He struggled in week 2. Amos might be their best corner already as a second rounder, but still, jury's out on Connerly. I mean, he's immediately looking at Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey. I will say this about Sinnott. If Bates can't go, big opportunity for him on Sunday.
Yeah.
Big opportunity for him to step up on Sunday. Coming up next, Hondo Carpenter from SI going to join us, going to get the thoughts on Vegas' side. What do they think coming into this matchup? What do they think their chances are if potentially Jaden Daniels doesn't play? We'll talk to Hondo Carpenter next. You're going to be Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Jaden Daniels wasn't on the field for the media access portion of today's practice. While it is still possible that Daniels could make an appearance later in the session, his absence early on isn't really a great sign. In any case, the Commanders' final injury report will come out today, and it's going to provide a bit of clarity with regard to Daniels' status for Sunday's game against the Raiders. All week long, we've heard that that is what they're waiting for. We would get an update from Dan Quinn after practice today. If Jaden Daniels is unavailable, Marcus Mariota is in line to get the start in his place. And moving over to the hockey world, but staying in D.C., per the Capitals, Alex Ovechkin sat out for the second on-ice day of training camp with a lower body injury. While he briefly participated in the first day of camp, Ovi ended up leaving the ice soon after the start of his skate. Head coach Spencer Carberry told reporters later that day that he was not worried about Ovechkin's health. And when asked Ovi if this was going to be his final season, he said that he hasn't made a decision yet and that no conversations has happened between him and the Capitals regarding whether or not he will play out one more year after this season. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon on B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka, Maryland-made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Tulsa King.
It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our guest, Hondo Carpenter, covers the Raiders. Hondo, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, it's always a privilege to be on with you. I'm looking forward to being up in your neck of the woods, and thank you for having me. I always tell everybody yours is one of the most intelligent sports radio shows in the country, and it's a relief to be on with people who actually understand the game. Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. What's been happening, Honda? What's going on with your team, man, with the Raiders? What's the issues going on right now?
You know, the thing is I've said this all along. I think they're a 9-win team. I don't think they're a playoff team unless another team goes through incredible, injuries like they did last year. Like, I think they could steal one in D.C. this weekend that I never had them winning with a healthy Jaden Daniels. So, I mean, if they got some help, I think they could get over 9 wins. But I think they're a 9-win team with a top 15 to 10 quarterback in Geno Smith. And in week 1, he was the second-best quarterback in the NFL statistically. He looked phenomenal. In week 2, he threw 3 interceptions. And that's kind of what you expect on a quarterback in the 10 to 15 range. They have a tremendous defense. One of the best defenses in the NFL. They've got what I believe is one of the best defensive coordinators who should be a head coach in Patrick Graham. They've got a great offensive coordinator in Chip Kelly and a very young offense. I think they're a good football team. I've got them probably 16 in the NFL, 16th best team, and they're playing like that.
You mentioned Chip Kelly. What are some of the things you've seen that he's brought over after winning the national championship at Ohio State, and maybe some of the differences that you've seen from his time in Philly before to now what he's bringing to the Raiders?
Well, first of all, and this is my personal opinion, but, I think Chip Kelly got really humbled. And my dad used to teach his sons, everybody gets humbled. It's what you do after it happens that defines you. And Chip had a ton of success and believed in himself quite highly.
Yeah.
But after he failed in the NFL, and then you look at what happened at UCLA, he was humbled. and now he's not like he used to be. There isn't an arrogant bone in his body. And I'll tell you a few things I like about him now. If you made this roster, he's got plays in the playbook for you. So literally everybody on game day has a package. He spreads the ball to everybody, which is pretty phenomenal in today's modern NFL. I love his creativity. For every formation, they've got 4 or 5 plays. So you may be game planning on something he did in week 1, and you see it in week 2, and your defense calls out what it is, and it's a completely different play run out of the same formation. I love that. The other thing I love is, and this goes back to, him being humbled, is he's really taken his time in teaching now. Now it's not blaming every other guy if something doesn't work, and clearly it's not his fault. It's my fault. I got to call plays that these guys are ready to execute. And I have been so impressed with Chip. And I'm going to make a big prediction, and you guys, I know, have a long memory, so please save this tape. I believe what he's going to do in Vegas is going to earn him another job. Prior to Vegas, I don't think any NFL team would ever touch him. I don't think an NFL team today would touch him. But just if he continues on the road that he is here, I believe that this is going to get him another shot at a head coaching job.
Talking with Hondo Carpenter, covers the Raiders for SI. A couple of guys that are a little banged up I want to get some updates on. We'll start with the main guy in the passing game, Brock Bowers. He played last week, but what percentage level is he going to be playing at? It didn't necessarily look the same in week 2 as he did in week 1. Is he feeling better this week, and he's going to be more the Brock Bowers we saw in week 1, or more of what we saw in week 2 where it wasn't maybe as explosive?
I think he'll be closer to week 1 than week 2, but I don't think he'll be either or. Okay. He's not going to be a static week 1 or a static week 2. I think he's going to be more like week 1. And, last week he was 75% and still had a great game. But he didn't look like Superman. And I think this week he's not going to be Superman, but be more like Batman. And, again, that guy, he is so impressive. And here's the amazing thing, guys. Let's just assume he was the lumber manager at Home Depot. This is the guy that you want your daughter to marry. He is just one of the nicest kids in the world. So incredibly humble. There isn't an arrogant bone in his body. In fact, I was talking to him in the locker room about being the best player at his position. He's like, whoa. Let's tap the brakes. There's a lot of good ones. He goes, I have to watch my film, and I sure don't look like that to me. That's just the kind of kid he is. He's just, he's in Vegas. He's not at the casinos. His girlfriend doesn't live here. She's in school at another SEC school, not Georgia. He's not out at the casinos. He's just in the building, lifting, running, and watching film. He is a gym rat and just one of the nicest kids in the world. And I tell everybody, I understand people have teams they root for, and they should. But if you just root for good people, that's a kid you can get your kid a jersey of and be glad your kid likes them.
Good stuff. Hey, go ahead.
The other guy I wanted to ask you real quick is Jackson Powers Johnson. Is he going to suit up, and how much of an impact does he have in their run game and pass game on the offensive line?
Yes, I do believe he's going to play. I believe that. But I don't think the Raiders' woes last week had anything to do with him not being there. So to me, anybody that tells you that, they're looking for excuses. Him and Alex Kappa battled throughout camp for the starting job. He won it because Kappa went down. I'm not saying he wouldn't have won it, but the last basically 10 days of camp, Kappa was injured. So and at that time, it was neck and neck. So I do think he'll play. I think he'll be back. But I think it's negligible, 6 to 1, half dozen to the other on which one of them plays.
What's been happening with the running game and Genty? I mean, we know what he's capable of, but last week they seemed to bottle him up.
Okay, I want to stop here, and this will make a good promo, so make sure your producer's running the show. But I have had over 160 requests this week to do interviews. And the reason that I always take your show is because I call it intelligent sports radio. I was on a national show this morning that said to me, why can't Ashton Genty run the ball? And then in Uncle Hondo's Reckless Pursuit of Truth tour, I had to basically set out to strip them down before I could build them back up.
Uh-huh.
And what I love about your show is, hey, why isn't it not what's wrong with him? You're smart enough to know the guy can run the ball, so what's the problem? So kudos to you. And this is why if you're listening to any other sports radio show in your market, you're just literally a moron. So that being said, the issue is teams are stacking the box.
Uh-huh.
And so when you got 8 men in the box, I don't care if you're Earl Campbell, Franco Harris, or Jesus Christ. You're not going to run the football.
Yeah.
And teams have made the decision, we're not going to let Ashton Genty beat us. And so they haven't. And that's literally been the issue. Are there some things the Raiders could have done different? Absolutely. But when I say different, maybe 25 to 30 yards more a game, still under 100, because teams are selling out to stop the run. They know that Chip wants to run the football. And that works in week 1 when Geno throws for 362. And if he would have been accurate in week 2, they would have beaten the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers only scored 20 points.
Yeah.
And that it was Geno's was the reason they lost in week 2. It wasn't the ability to not run the football. So, it's absolutely nothing to panic about.
Talking with Hondo Carpenter, covers the Raiders for SI here on B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. Defensively, what do you make of this Raiders defense? And it feels like you look at some of the names on this defense that maybe Washington could take advantage with their receivers against the DBs. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, the defense is the strongest part of the team. They're elite. And so the corners are certainly probably the weakest spot. But go back and look at how they played. Caillou Blue is a super young defensive back who's played extremely well. Eric Stokes, go back to his rookie year at Green Bay. He played at an all-pro level, then got injured, took a couple years to recover, and now he's back playing very well. But that front four, and without Jaden Daniels, Katie barred the door now. Because with Jaden, they would have kept those corners more in trying to keep them in the pocket. That's why maybe you haven't seen, you've seen 4 sacks from the Raiders, which is fine. But, 2 for Max, 2 for Jonah Lalu. Oh, I forgot Tyree had 1, so there's 5. But, they're going to, if it's Marcus, they're going hunting. They're coming to the DMV to go hunting. And they should show up in camo like the old Miami Hurricanes. But, they're going to come after him. But it's going to be, Jeremy Chin has been a phenomenal addition, a great addition to the Raiders. What a great leader. What a great young man he is. Just a high-quality human being and a great player. The Raiders are going to be fine. I will tell you this. If the Raiders lose on Sunday, and I think they will, okay, I want to make that point clear. I think it's hard to go across the country the way they do, although nobody's had more success than Pete Carroll. But I now think it's a winnable game, and I didn't think it was a winnable game when Jaden was, and if Jaden doesn't play, I think it's a 50-50 game. But I think if they were to lose this game, it's not going to be because of the defense. I really don't think Washington will get over 20 points.
Is that the script for their win then? Maybe get the run game going a little bit and make it a little bit of a dogfight, and whoever gets to 20 or 17 wins this thing?
Well, here's what I would say to you respectfully, is I don't think they care if it's a running or passing game. If you look at it, they have tremendous weapons receiving the football. They've got 2 number 1 tight ends in Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. Mayer was the number 1 tight end in the 23 draft. Brock was the number 1 tight end in the 24 draft. They got Jacoby Myers, who's the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL, didn't drop a pass in 24. The guy is simply amazing. So if you want to flood the box, great. They'll throw the ball, and if Geno is acting like Geno, which he is 75% of the time, they'll win. And if he's not, they're going to lose. But I think the script is in the NFL, you want your defense to hold teams to 20 or less points, which they've done in the first 2 games, and you want your offense to get to 21. I think this will be the first one where the Raiders get to 21, as long as Geno is the 75% Geno that he is most of the time, and I think he will be. And then it's just a matter of, the defense holding them to under 20. Now, if Jaden's there, I think it's hard to hold them under 20. But I'm going to share something with you guys that I think you'll find very enlightening. I love Jaden Daniels. I like the kid. I like the way he plays. I like the way he thinks. I love every single thing about Jaden Daniels. But when he was coming out, the people, the NFL executives who I trust, were very leery of him. And here's why. They all loved him for the exact reasons I just told you. But where they were nervous of him was the fact this kid, he plays like he's Jack Lambert or Wilbur Marshall. And he doesn't understand with that body frame, he's going to take a beating. But he doesn't care. He doesn't think about his body. This is a kid that would play in a leather helmet. And if he wasn't, a highly paid NFL starting quarterback, be playing in a beer league with Ron Popeil. Remember that guy from that movie about the guy who played in the strike year for the Philadelphia Eagles? That's Jaden freaking Daniels. He's the guy you love. But, man, he better learn to protect his body, because everybody said to me, all the people I respect, I don't know if that kid knows how to slide. I don't know if he knows how to protect his body. He is toughness personified. But the problem is he's little. And so if Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, I think that guy's on his way to Canton. But I'm going to tell you what, I just don't think that's part of his mindset. And I love the guy for it. If you're a football fan, you got to have a little statue with a half bathtub in your yard of him, where you're saying, thank you, Lord, for guys like him that aren't thinking about the next paycheck. Just give me the ball.
Hey, we think our lucky stars every day that Jaden Daniels is wearing burgundy and gold. So
I love that kid. I just love that kid. I love his heart. He is all guts. This is a guy that may be the size of a Shih Tzu, but he plays like a rhinoceros. I just love his toughness. I love his old school football. I don't care what team you root for. If you don't have a Jaden Daniels jersey, I'm going to question your football IQ. That guy loves the game, and I love me some Jaden Daniels.
Well, Hondo, appreciate the time. Always great as always. Real quick, official prediction?
Assuming Jaden doesn't play 21-20 silver and black, if Jaden plays, then I think it's a 27-21 Commanders.
All right, appreciate it, Hondo, and I'll see you over at Northwest Stadium.
All right, bye, guys. Have a great
All right, buddy. Take care, brother.
Entertaining as always, Hondo Carpenter joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. I mean, look, the Raiders sound confident coming in here. So, again, like we talked about to start the show, you saw last night, it's any given Sunday, and you saw with a Bills team that was supposed to blow out the Dolphins came in, gave them everything they could handle.
You got
don't
that right.
Don't expect the Raiders come in here and just fall over and let Washington have their way.
They're not going to do that.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We'll take a look around the NFL coming up next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian here. And if you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. That's Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
We have some breaking news. Jaden Daniels will not play on Sunday. That is per Dan Quinn. He was limited in practice today. Dan Quinn, speaking to the media, said that they're going to be smart, not just fast. The fact that he was able to throw all days, he was getting his running in there, but he's not, quote, there just yet. So Jaden Daniels will not play on Sunday. That means Marcus Mariota will be getting the start on Sunday against the Raiders. Jaden Daniels will be out with a knee injury. This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back, B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. You just heard from Savannah. Jaden Daniels going to be out on Sunday. We'll hear what Dan Quinn had to say in just a second. I don't know that anything here is shocking about this. If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. I think we all kind of assumed, but at least he was able to get on the practice field today in a limited fashion. Maybe makes you feel better about next week.
Yeah, that does. But I just think it's them being cautious.
Yeah.
As some people were saying earlier, you don't want to rush him back. But my thing was if he was able to go, he goes. But if he's not, you hold him back. If it was a playoff game and he goes, he'll be playing.
Yeah.
I believe that. So, but I think at this point, they're being smart. And I see nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, they're hoping to make a long run, and this thing is playing into potentially late January, hopefully into February.
Yep.
Week 3, I don't think there's any real reason to push things, although you don't want to overlook an opponent, but I think now's the time when you can at least give him some rest and hopefully get him back soon. Here was Dan Quinn just a couple of minutes ago. He's just addressing the media right now. Here's him talking about Jaden Daniels.
I'm not going to go through the entire injury report, but give updates when I can. Jaden was limited today on the field. We decided to start Marcus and said at the beginning we were going to be very diligent on his return to play and make sure we didn't miss any steps. So we're going to be smart, not just fast. And player wants to do everything all the time. That's who he is as a competitor, which I love. But that's how we'll roll. So
it'd be interesting to see. So Mariota's going to start.
Uh-huh.
Is Jaden just going to serve as that third quarterback and be inactive? I would assume that's what you're going to do, just to make sure that in case something happens to Mariota, you're not going to throw him in there just for the.
Like my dad told my coach when I was supposed to be held out of a game, don't let him dress out.
Yeah.
He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "If he dress out, he's gonna end up on the field."
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, don't dress him out.
Yeah.
You got to go with Josh back. It's the backup, and if you want a third guy, have somebody else there, or
Sam Hartman, I think could be.
Hartman, just have a third. The third quarterback be a player that played quarterback.
Luke McCaffrey.
There you go. Bam. Done.
800-636-1067. We found out the news just a couple of minutes ago from Dan Quinn. Jaden Daniels is going to be out on Sunday. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. How confident are you the team can still get the win on Sunday against the Raiders with Mariota starting? You just heard from Hondo Carpenter from the Raiders side that he's pretty confident coming in here if Jaden's not playing, which now we know he's not, that they can get the victory. What say you? We talked about this a little bit earlier, B. Mitch. I feel pretty confident that he can go in there, and to me, the big thing is play a clean game on Sunday. And if he plays a clean game and the defense does their job, I think you still walk out with a win.
Well, the question comes to the point: how does he play a clean game? A clean game, and he plays a clean game if he gets protection, he has support, running game, and then have a defense that's going to play stingy. Just like I said, Jaden needed help. Marcus is going to need help. Everybody got to come to play. This is not just on the quarterback. The one thing about all professional sports, The one that's all about team is your defense. I mean, is a football. You could have an offense that's down. If your defense does nothing, you're gonna lose. You could have and vice versa. So you need everybody to come out and play. So this is for everybody on the squad. Whatever you have to sacrifice tonight, tomorrow night, do it to be ready on Sunday.
Well, so I think it's interesting. You mentioned they got to get the run game going. They're going to be without Eckler, obviously, coming now with a torn Achilles. Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt Bill, everybody fell in love with him in the preseason. Mm-hmm. You've seen flashes in his first couple of games, but he only got 4 carries in week 2. McNichols going to have to step into a bigger role. Chris Rodriguez seemingly going to be that third back, and it'd be interesting to see exactly what role he has. But I want to see that run game get going, and I want to see them get that established early. And to me, there's questions about whether Bill can hold up in pass protection and some of those things. But if you're running the football, which I think both of us are talking about, they need to establish, he's your best true runner of the football right now. I think they got to get him 12 to 15 carries just to try to get that run game going.
Yeah, but the thing about it, you don't know if he can pass protect unless he pass protects. If you just automatically assume he can't pass protect and you only put him in the game and run the game, you're now giving the defense a key on what you're doing. You still got to put him in on pass plays too. And McNichols has proven he's capable in both of them, running the ball and coming out the backfield. So, I just think that they let Brian go and kept the people that they kept. You must have had confidence in them. Show us.
So I think one thing, too, that is going to be big here, I don't think we got an update on John Bates. He did not practice from what everyone saw today.
He said it would be a long shot with John, so I kind of automatically assumed John wasn't going to play.
So I kind of assume both those guys are out. So this is a big opportunity for, one, Ben Sinnott. I think it's a bigger one for Ben Sinnott than maybe Luke McCaffrey because Noah Brown likely going to be out as well. But if John Bates is going to be out, your second tight end is going to be Ben Sinnott. He's going to have to step into a bigger role. And you talk about ability to block. We're talking about winning in the trenches. That extra guy that's going to have to help when Max Crosby's in the game on the right side there, taking on Josh Connerly. You're going to need Ben Sinnott to step up, and maybe this is an opportunity for him.
It could be Ben or it could be Yankoff.
It could be Yankoff. And one thing that's interesting about both those guys, B. Mitch, that I think could help them in this game plan, I don't think either one of those guys are the route runner that Zach Ertz is. Zach Ertz is he's a veteran. He understands kind of the leverage and where to get and sitting down in those zones. I don't know that either of those guys have that. But if you want somebody that can just run a quick crossing route, cross the middle, short, get the football in their hands, turn something that's a 3-yard pass into a 15-yard gain, that's what Sinnott and Yankoff are really, really good at. And so I'm intrigued to see when you put them in the game plan and stuff to make it a little easier on Mariota, can you maybe get the football to those guys underneath and let them create after the catch?
Yeah, I think they're going to run the same offense. I don't think they're going to change the offense up too much. And if Zach can be the guy doing it all the time, one of these guys got to step up. Listen, I know a lot of people are in love with certain players, but if the players aren't performing and making the plays so where they're going to put them in the game consistently, we can't force them there. So the people that are going to get, if you get a chance, we're going to find out who stands up. Everybody gets an opportunity. You hate to get it because of injuries and things of that nature, but everybody gets opportunity. And when you get it, your job is to make the coach forget about who gave you the opportunity and start thinking about you. So now it's fully in their hands. We're going to find out what both of those guys are made of now.
And then I think, too, this is now up to the big guys on this offense. Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel. We talk about Zach Ertz. The big names in the passing game are going to have to step up. We talked about getting the run going. They need that. But in a third down situation where they need it, this is where Terry's got to win. This is where Deebo's got to win. This is where Ertz has got to win and be open and help out your quarterback. Jaden's not going to be out there. They already weren't in sync, and like we talked about,
but you win that on first and second down. It has to be if it's third and long, 8 or longer, you got problems.
Yeah.
If it's third and short, you can manipulate it. So they got to win on first and second down to enable all of that stuff to happen. Where that defensive player don't know what's going on now. If it's 3rd and 2, hell, I still may be able to get you on a deep route. But the defensive back will be thinking it might be a running play. He may get caught looking in the backfield. This game is going to come down to the way it's called on offense. not just the individual players going out there making stuff happen.
That's true. Cliff is probably the most important person, right?
Yeah.
The guy that's coming up with the game plan. Make sure you get your guys involved and don't put too much on Marcus's plate. And when he has to make a play, you hope he can make that play.
True.
800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels officially going to be out on Sunday against the Raiders. What's your reaction? How confident are you in Mariota? Let's get out to Ben in Silver Spring. Ben, what's up?
What I find so refreshing about this team is compare and contrast to RG3, who I loved RG3. But the team is taking care of Jaden. And with RG3, it just seemed like, I want to play, I want to play, I want to play. And they let the youngster go out and play. Where now you have a manager that says, slow down, Cal, slow down. You got a career ahead of you. And that's what I like about this. Of course, we have to sit him down, and we got a good guy in Mariota. It's like you said. Let's see if the team steps up and supports him.
100%. Appreciate it, Ben. Let's get out to Nick in Norfolk. Nick, what's up? Nick,
you're up, brother.
You there? Throw Nick back. Hey, Nick, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Can you hear me?
I got you. What's up, Nick?
All right, gotcha. So I'm just going to take maybe a bigger picture view of this. I think it's a smart thing to obviously sit Jaden, but we know going back to training camp, there were reports that the offense wasn't quite clicking. Terry wasn't there. They didn't play in preseason. Now Jaden missing, valuable practice and game time. Do you guys think that might set the offense back a little bit? Because they weren't looking sharp before, and if he's going to miss time, does this maybe set that offense back?
I don't have time to think about that right now. I don't think about this game this weekend. What's going to happen coming out this thing? They're going to make adjustments. But right now, the worry is what's going to happen this weekend. In 2 days, Marcus Mariota is going to be the quarterback. How can they get it moving now?
Yeah.
And I think the ultimate thing is, listen, man, you miss some time, this, that, and the other. Yes, it could set you back. But there are also people that bounce back from it. You know what I mean? They can go out there and still get the job done and keep moving. So I just think that it's a combination of everybody not being there together all the time playing. And as this moves throughout the season, they're going to start to click.
Yeah, and I think it could affect things going forward. But at the same point, if he can get back out on the practice field next week and he's ready to go, I'm encouraged by the fact that he was at least able to be limited today. Even though limited might not be anything crazy, maybe he went out there and threw 5 passes.
I told you today is Friday.
Who knows exactly what he did today, but the fact that he at least did something today makes me feel a little bit better about next week, and hopefully it's a 1-week injury. But he's going to be out this week, and this is where everybody else has to step up. Dan Quinn didn't say that there was anything specific on Jaden that wasn't quite there, whether it was the agility or anything. He just said he wasn't there overall, so be interesting to see if he can get back on the field next week. But not going to be on the field this week. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Jaden Daniels ruled out. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Continue to react to that. What is your confidence that this team can still win with Marcus Mariota under center? We'll continue to take your phone calls. B Mitch and Finley next. B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP. As you heard just a couple of minutes ago, Jaden Daniels officially ruled out. Not going to play with the knee injury on Sunday. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Reacting to that news, also coming up at 1 o'clock. Ask B Mitch anything, so get your questions ready for B Mitch. Right now, though, we're continuing to react to Marcus Mariota being named the starter for Week 3. Again, I feel better. The fact that he was at least able to get in a limited practice. Looking ahead to next week, it seems like the team wasn't overly worried, because otherwise I don't think there ever would have been a question whether he could suit up this week. But I think this is the smart play, B Mitch.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that he's ready for the long haul, and not even just for the long haul of this season, but for the long haul of his career.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're protecting the guy from himself.
Totally. And you got to do that, Some young guys are gung-ho. And you're happy about some guys being that way. You know what I mean? I think his teammates know he wants to be out there with them, and that gives them a lot of respect for him too. So I'm confident, dog.
How much do you think it plays in that seemingly with the offense struggling the first 2 weeks? Does that play in, or is it just truly about his health with the struggles and?
I think it's more about his health than it is about the offense struggling.
Because, he's had to run a little bit more than maybe you'd like in the first couple of weeks.
But let's just say, hopefully, this makes everybody understand you got to do your job at a higher level.
Yes.
I mean, I said it the other day where I watch a lot of stuff, man. And when you see how things were going, it's like I know he played great last year. But like the first 2 weeks was like, hey, go make it happen. No, he needs help.
Yes.
So maybe, just maybe, it's drawing up better. Maybe, just maybe, other people come with a different mindset. I got to do my part.
Yeah.
Sometimes having a guy as good as Jaden makes other people lazy.
100%. Maybe this is a little bit of a wake-up call. Like, hey, everybody else got to pick things up.
Totally.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's get out to Eric in Gaithersburg. Eric, what's up?
Good afternoon, gents. I'm completely convinced that Mariota's got more than enough talent and football IQ to win the game. What I am worried about is just the thing you were just talking about, whether the rest of the team is playing at the level that they play to, and is it maybe some of it that they thought that they were, because they had that success last year, that they could just kind of ride on that, or because they made the changes that they made, that they thought that they were better than what they were. Something's got to spark these guys to play at a better level than what they've been playing. And I think most importantly is that the coaching, we got to call a better game than what we called last week, or we're not going to have success.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to say real quick is B Mitch for the Hall of Fame, 100%, and B Mitch for president, because you know where you stand with B Mitch, and the country be a whole lot better off.
All right, brother. Appreciate
Take care, guys.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, 100% B Mitch to the Hall of Fame. B Mitch for president might be interesting, but I don't know if that's in your future, Brian Mitchell.
You never know, man.
Let's get out to Greg in Upper Marlboro. Greg, what's up?
Hey, Toby. Hey, B Mitch. How you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call. And before I even say all that, I just want to preface it by saying B Mitch for the Hall of Fame. Definitely B Mitch for president, because if Stephen A. Smith is out here talking about being president potentially, and the way B Mitch took him to task, I definitely will vote for B Mitch all day. I just want to say I feel very confident with Marcus Mariota going in there to start. It's the Raiders, no offense, but I think we can handle them. I think, honestly, you could have put Sam Hartman back there, and I still would feel very confident. But, you saw last season, there really wasn't that much of a drop-off when Mariota played. Just like the last caller said, my main thing is it's got to be a team collective effort. I think we have to really stop him in all phases. We got to stop the run game. Gino can kill you with the pass game, so I think our secondary needs to be on alert. But ultimately, I feel good. I really like our backup quarterback situation. I think, Toby, you alluded to it earlier. Marcus Mariota could have gone to several places and potentially been a starting quarterback this season. So to have him as a backup here and to give Jaden more of an opportunity to rest, I feel really, really good with our prospects. And I think that we'll win, HTTC. I'll get off the phone now. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, Greg. Yeah, I'm confident that Mariota can get it done, and he played so well when he filled in last year. Again, just kind of a refresher on some of the stats that he put up last year when he had to fill in. in the regular season in the games that he had to play extensively. Against Carolina, remember, Jaden went out after the first drive.
Yep.
18 to 23, 205, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 11 for 34 on the ground. And then Dallas, he played the second half, 15 to 18, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 5 for 56 and a touchdown on the ground. He's going to be able to fill in just fine. And to think the nice part about this, too, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, obviously Marcus isn't Jaden, but you don't necessarily have to throw out Jaden's game plan. You can run a lot of the same stuff.
Marcus can run, too, now. Marcus is an athlete.
He loves running.
He may not be Jaden, but he's an athlete. Yeah.
Let's get out to Mike in Maryland. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I totally agree with the previous callers. Mariota, I have a lot of faith in him to go forward. He pulled us out of a couple games last year. My question is what will it take to coach Jaden up to be the kind of quarterback that protects himself like a Russ Wilson, right? Just kind of come down. And obviously he's a competitor. He wants to get every single inch. But just to kind of look towards the future, right? Look towards the long part of the game and just get down, right? And protect yourself. I don't know how do they coach that up?
But see, that's the thing about it. He didn't get hurt
Appreciate it, Mike.
by not getting down. The guy that came from behind with that hip drop tackle that they tell you that they tell the players they couldn't use. Okay? Another time he got twisted up in the pocket. So, I mean, he's not going to ever become a stiff and not move.
Yeah.
You know, if he had been running and tried to run through somebody, I would understand that kind of mindset. But it wasn't that.
The other part about it, too, is I don't know that that's something that you can fully coach out. It's something that you're going to learn as time goes on. Look at the way that Lamar Jackson protects himself now compared to the first couple of years he was in the league, right? You just learn this. You learn the speed of guys. You learn where you can get down. In a couple of those situations, it looked like maybe a missed assignment or just a football play that unfortunately results in some sort of an injury, but that's part of playing football. I agree that you'd like to see him protect himself better, but he's not taking the big hits. Now, he got flipped the one time in Green Bay, and I think that one was maybe a missed assignment or something where someone
the player came in and went for his legs. Hell, you're going to leave the ground when people dive with your leg. You're going to protect your leg.
Yeah.
I would give him something that'll help him out tremendously. And he start running the ball now, when you're going at a player, dive at their knee.
Yeah.
What's the first thing a guy does?
They're going to jump over.
They're going to protect their knee.
Yeah.
So they go at you go at theirs first.
Yeah.
You change the ball game.
Yeah, and I think he'll learn, too, that some of it is it worth to pick up the extra 2 to 3 yards, or is it worth being available? Yeah. And you're definitely going to choose the availability part.
Well, I thought he got that hip drop thing got him the other day. That's what I think happened. I don't think it was him trying to do extra.
Let's get to Paul in D.C. Paul, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Doing good, man. How you feeling?
B Mitch, you my guy, man. I agree with you 100%. Here's the thing. The identity of Joe Gibbs' teams was always run the ball, stop the run, protect the quarterback. Even when we had Ivan Gertz, downtown Charlie Brown, Ockman, and the posse. Even in the Super Bowl with Doug Williams, who got MVP, Timmy Smith, people forget he ran for 206 yards. So here's my question to you, B Mitch, since it's Ask B Mitch anything. What's our identity?
Appreciate it, Paul.
We haven't established one this year yet. You know, last year we tried to establish a run, but we were able to get you. Our identity was we were going to be risky. We were going to be aggressive. This year, I don't think we've established an identity, but the running game can help. I think if we establish a true running game, that will help out things tremendously moving forward.
Yeah, I think this team wants to control the game in every aspect. They want to control the clock by running the football. They want to control the tempo and intensity by forcing the issue on offense and defense. I think that's how they want to do things, and they just haven't really been able to do that in the first 2 weeks. Maybe more so against the Giants, but definitely not against Green Bay. All right, 1 o'clock on a Friday. You know what time that is. Ask B Mitch Anything comes up next. You want to hop in? 800-636-1067. Ask B Mitch Anything comes up next. You're on B Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels is out for the team's game against the Raiders on Sunday. Coach Dan Quinn announced that earlier today. Daniels was held out of practice throughout the week, but was limited today during practice, working his way back from a sprained knee. That means veteran Marcus Mariota will log his first career start with the Commanders and his first start since 2022 when he was a member of the Falcons. Some more injury updates around the league. Packers coach Matt LaFleur said that tight end Tucker Kraft probably won't practice today after sustaining a knee injury during practice yesterday, but they are going to give him up until game time on Sunday. Tucker Kraft reportedly avoided a serious injury, but the injury was, quote, just a tweak. But it's still unclear if he's going to be able to play this week. Kraft is coming off a great game. He had 8 catches, 140 yards, and 2 touchdowns over the first 2 weeks of the regular season. A real breakout guy, so the Packers definitely want to have him in the lineup. But he has to feel comfortable and needs to be cleared. And either way, Matt LaFleur said that the IR is not likely for him, which is some good news. And one more game-time decision. Brian Daboll's of the Giants left tackle Andrew Thomas is a game-time decision as they host the Chiefs on Sunday night. Thomas is working his way back from a foot injury, but no answer for him just yet. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance, Honda has got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on a Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Final hour, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. I want to remind you, make sure to go check out the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. The question, B. Mitch, is how confident are you the Commanders can win with Marcus Mariota at quarterback? Very confident, kind of confident, a little worried. We're going to be 1-2.
I'm going to go with very.
Okay. I would say, I would say very confident as well. Make sure you go vote on that at
We got
Mitch
very
and
and kinda. We got 81% with that.
Yeah, I think most people would be fairly confident. So that's not a bad spot to be at. Right now, though, it's 1 o'clock on a Friday. You know what that means? It's time for Ask B Mitch Anything, and it's sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. If you're watching on the 106.7 YouTube stream, B. Mitch is rocking a nice Collars & Co. shirt today.
Yeah.
Looks nice, B. Mitch.
I like it. I hate flimsy collars.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing in the world.
Nice, good collar
Walk
for
up,
it.
your collar all hanging out like it's in the car trying to act like it's in the 70s.
Really nice, really nice. It's time for Ask B Mitch. Anything you want to hop in, Ask B Mitch a question, 800-636-1067. Let's start with, let's go to Joel in Maryland. Joel, what's up?
What's up, Joel?
B. Mitch, it is an honor to speak to a future Hall of Famer. And remember, bro, I want to ride with you when you go out. I know we gotta have a party bus, so I'm not sitting in there looking all stupid like, who this dude? So, party bus, and we can have people in there so we can all be enjoying this moment, all right?
All right.
Now, here's my questions. I'm going to take you back to when you went in and played quarterback for the Redskins and they called you in to the game. How mentally prepared were you for that moment? Because I don't know if you were getting snaps during practice. And my follow-up question is, the backup for Mariota, let's all pray that we don't need him. But in the event that we do, will he go through what you went through during that time?
Appreciate it, Joel.
I think they will have a quarterback as a backup to Mariota. So, no, he's not going to go through what I went through. But I had a game plan. I had my own game plan going into that game to the Eagles. People forget that Mark Rippon was already hurt. Stan Humphries was playing and Jeff Rutledge. Both of those guys got hurt. That's why I had to go into the game. If Mark had been healthy, I would have never gone in the game. You know what I mean? So they gave me a game plan that week, and the omen, I guess, is when you gave me a game plan, it happened. Because guess who gave me a game plan later on in my career? The Giants. My last game of my career, guess what I played? Quarterback. Both the quarterbacks got hurt. So,
hey, at least you were ready.
Yeah,
right?
I was ready for it. But, I think the guys, if they go in today, they will be they'll be ready and be prepared.
Let's get out to Benjamin in Fairfax. Benjamin, Ask B Mitch anything.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Appreciate it.
Just like the Oscars and Emmys, where they the nominees and award winners have to kind of do this whole campaign and glad handing and all that stuff behind the scenes in any of those award seasons. Are you aware of if the Hall of Fame and their selection committees have any of those types of process where unless you advocate for yourself or do X, Y, and Z, you don't get that real consideration?
I don't know. I don't have a clue.
Appreciate it, Benjamin. Yeah, we'll start a full campaign.
You shouldn't have to do that because it's about what they say. It's about how you play, right?
Yeah, it should be just about your play on the field, which is pretty obvious. You should be in the Hall of Fame. Let's get out to GA in
Not very good at the
Springfield.
glad-handed thing, though.
GA, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my
brother?
call. So my question is this, Mitch. What year did Darryl Green join the Redskins?
That was 81, I think.
81. So
yeah.
here's the next question to that question. So if that was in 81, they played the Raiders in the Super Bowl, correct, in 84?
He joined the team in 83.
83? So they played the Raiders in 83. What year did they play the Raiders? Because my question is, Darryl ran down a bunch of running backs and wide receivers. When Marcus Allen made that U-turn, where was Darryl?
Let's see. 1983 was, I believe, the year they did lose in the Super Bowl to the Raiders.
Okay.
That's
and
a good
he
question.
was on the team?
Yeah.
So what? I recall the game, but Darryl ran down a bunch of players.
Yeah.
Where was he at when Marcus made that U-turn and took it to the house? That's my question.
I don't know that one.
We'll have to ask Darryl Green that.
Yeah, we got to find out.
Appreciate you guys, man.
All right, man.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, GA.
Good question, ain't it?
Oh, yeah.
Let's get out to...
I know Eric don't like to hear about it because Eric got walked down.
Let's get out to Ian, or is it Ian or Ian in Landover? What's up, man?
Nothing. How are you?
How you doing,
B
man?
Mitch.
What's up?
My guy. We spoke the other day. You said you was gonna buy me lunch if I put on the propaganda, and the Dolphins didn't come through. It's all good. But what we gonna do?
So you lost?
What we gonna do this weekend against the Raiders is we're gonna run the ball and we're gonna play defense as natural.
We're gonna have to.
We're gonna come up to cover 2 and we're gonna face them. Man to man.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, brother.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. It's Ask B Mitch anything. Let's get out to Jupe. You say the DMWV? Is that what this is?
Man, Jupe tripping.
Yeah. Jupe, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? B Mitch, the legendary Toki.
What's
How
up,
y'all
man?
fellas feeling?
Chilling,
great, man.
Ain't much. Hey, look, my question, B Mitch, is to that Packers game. First of all, they cheated, dog. They had like 15 players on the field. You can't tell me otherwise. Because every time we caught the ball, it seemed like the whole squad and the bench was tackling our guys.
It seemed like that.
But my question is, do you think that maybe Cliff and Gang kind of just fell into that? Before I get to my question, my best analogy is like Kobe, right? I heard many accounts where players was like, I was so amazed, but I got caught just standing there watching. Do you think maybe Cliff kind of fell into that, I know Timothy can make magic happen, and that's why the play calling got so, trashy, as that I should say. That's what I got.
That's what I was saying earlier, that I felt like people got complacent knowing Jaden's capabilities.
Right.
And I think that's everybody. It wasn't just one person. It's everybody.
Appreciate it, Jupe.
So everybody got to come in here ready to play.
100%. Get out to Zeke in Southeast. Zeke, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, B Mitch?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
All right. Hey, to answer the guy's question, when Marcus Allen made that U-turn, remember now, Marcus Allen is an All-Pro, too. Daryl just couldn't catch that brother. He was bad because I watched
he
that
can't
game
catch
and I was
everybody.
like, "Oh my god!" Right?
I mean,
look, he can catch.
it's like people
most.
they tripping because he didn't catch everybody. What the hell?
Right. He can catch most, but Marcus Allen was his dude, man. I used to love him. But anyway, one of the things that if we run the ball, going back to the poll question, I'm a little concerned because it seems like Cliff is pass happy. We only ran the ball 12 times in that whole game, man. That's unacceptable. I don't care where we are. We cannot run the ball only 12 times the whole game. That way your defense is just back on their heels. They know you're going to pass. They're not even worried about the run game.
Hey,
okay,
Zeke,
that's number one.
You got a question
Yeah.
for B Mitch?
Yeah, here it is right now. B Mitch, out of all the people you played in golf, right? Who has your number? I know you're good, but who has your number where you said, man, I can't get past this guy?
Nobody.
Who would that person be?
I knew that
come
was gonna
on,
be his
B.
answer.
Nobody has my number
Come
to where
on,
I don't
B.
think I can beat him. No.
Zeke,
You know, I mean, no. The question is that have been beating you, that beaten you a certain time, and you said that ain't gonna happen again. Somebody has to have beaten you.
Somebody beat me. I came back and I beat them, so we good.
Zeke, I'm hoping that answer in a couple years is Toby. I'm hoping
Zeke,
that
it won't be Toby.
Let's get out to Steve in northern Baltimore. Steve, what's up?
Hey, how y'all guys doing, man?
We're good, man.
Question for AB. I've been trying to find that gear. Remember a couple of weeks ago somebody said that DQ don't wear Commander's gear, but I sent y'all a picture of him with the burgundy hoodie on.
Okay.
But I can't find that hoodie on the Commander's website. Do you know where DQ get his shirts and his hoodies and stuff
Nah,
from?
man. I know they give him a lot of stuff over there, but I couldn't tell you where they get it from.
Come on, man. You got the inside hookup, right?
Nah. If I had the inside hook, I would be buying stuff myself.
Man, them some nice gear, dude. They don't have it. The coaches and the players wear nice gear that you can't find online. I don't think that's right, man. I want what they got.
I'm like you. If they sporting it, I want it.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Right.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Thank you.
800-636-1067. I've been thinking about this. This is what I want to ask you, B. Mitch.
Yeah.
Who's the most intimidating player you ever played, just in terms of physically imposing?
Reggie White.
Yeah.
And I say that because he was smiling, praying for people, but you know he's going to try to break your damn neck when you get on the football field. You know? And
He got to beat you up and then pray for you
6'6",
afterwards.
315 ran a 4.640. You watch that man he would do that club move.
Yes.
An offensive lineman, 300-plus pounds, will leave the ground. They would go airborne. Jumpy Gellers was another guy who would hit, lock his arm, and lift. He called it the forklift, and just walk offensive lineman to the quarterback. I got in a fight with him.
Did you win?
He had stitches, I didn't.
We'll count that as a win, then. We'll count that as a win. 800-636.
I'm a little crazy. They told me I'm a little crazy.
Well, I knew that. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. It's Ask B Mitch Anything. Let's get out to Ben in Bethesda. Ben, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Brian? Hey, I'm going to switch back to fashion, but not hoodie. I respect you got a good style yourself, so I was going to see how many suits you got in your closet, including tuxedos, and what's the most you ever paid for a suit. All right, let's go, Commanders. We got to wrap Marcus. All right, later, bro.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, Ben.
How many suits I have in my closet? I used to have about 75. I don't wear suits anymore very often. So I probably would say I'm about 40, 35, 40. And what was the other question you said?
What's the most you ever spent on a suit?
Oh, the most I ever spent on a suit? $3,500. That's it.
You usually like what do you like, a gray, black?
I used to, when I was playing, I wore every color.
I like that.
Because we had a fashion show, basically. You know? Started in Washington, went to Philly. Guys suited up. See, like today, these guys walk in like they're going to a damn to a damn basketball thing. We came in dressed up. When it got cold, we had overcoats to match everything.
Is that what you would do if you're coaching a team? You're wearing suits and everything to the stadium?
Suit, shoes, styling it, dog.
I like it.
And we had a contest, and then people would judge, and you got the money at that week or not.
I like that.
You know what I'm saying? I won a lot. Let you know that. But I didn't have to. I used to get a lot of my stuff free. Because when I was in Philly for sure, I got it free.
Well, that's the benefit of being B Mitch.
Yeah. Yeah, you wear this stuff. Hey, man, come on.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Gary in Woodbridge. Gary, what's your question for B Mitch?
Hey, B Mitch. Sometimes defenses put a spy on a running quarterback.
Uh-huh.
Is it possible that the offense could put a spy on number 1, Micah?
It's possible.
Appreciate it, Gary.
But they put him all over the field, so you better. I don't know if that'll help too much though, because
I mean, you could probably just leave a running back in protection and just kind of keep an eye, but
yeah, but
you probably want to chip
eventually
or double.
he gonna run one of those up and unders, and the running back gonna trip down the offensive line, and something gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean,
because I watched the other day, it was more than one person trying to block him.
Also, if he gets ahead of steam, ain't no running back stopping him. He's just gonna run right through him.
Yeah,
right. I mean,
but you know what? Slice him up.
That dude is different.
He may not get to the quarterback though.
Ask B Mitch anything, 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Elijah in D.C. Elijah, what's up?
What's going on, man?
What up, man?
I'm curious. How do you think what would a fullback do for Washington so far as with blocking scheme and also having a body between Jaden and the line sometimes? So I feel like that fullback position is kind of diminished. How Baltimore, how they continue to use the fullback and why they use him, understanding the type of quarterback that they have, understanding anything can happen back there, and you need to have somebody that has some type of athletic help him out. That's not necessarily an offensive lineman all the time. So I'm trying to figure out: do you think that could improve them from a run blocking standpoint and to get some more options underneath for 5?
It's possible that it can help, but some running backs don't feel very comfortable with a fullback in front of them. Some of them do. But the thing of it is, the same thing that fullback does, a tight end can do, a running back can do. So that running back should be in between the D line and the.
Well, the tough part is too, if they're not going to go under center.
Yeah,
you're not going to run the I formation.
Yeah,
that's not a part of the offense.
The thing of it, like the majority of offenses do not go under center.
And a lot of teams have that blocking tight end, which John Bates fills that role for Washington.
Totally.
Let's get out to Delta Don. What's up, man? What's your question for B Mitch?
It's dump truck Don, man.
Well, okay, dump truck Don. What's your question for B Mitch?
See, y'all don't know me? Yeah, B Mitch. Mr. Mitchell, besides collecting all-purpose yards, what do you like to collect? Because some people like me are in the hats, watches, and shoes and stuff. What do you collect? What is your collection?
My collection would be I was a watch collector, and I would guess I'm collecting golf clubs now because every time a new driver come out, I got to get it.
What brand watch do you like the most?
I used to like Breitlings.
Okay, Breitling. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I like the Breitlings more than I do other stuff.
My dad
because
collects
Breitlings was a little different, and it could be huge too. But everybody had Rolex. I had a Rolex. I had some tags, but I actually loved the Breitlings. I had so many damn Breitlings, it was ridiculous.
Real quick, this one could be a little bit crazy, but we got to get this one in.
It's from somebody named Landfill?
No, this one's from Commandante Tequila.
Oh my Lord.
What's your question, Commandante?
Okay. I have a question for White Brian for B Mitch. Every time we see the Cowboys play the Giants, my son has a question. My son Alex. All right, here he is.
I don't know.
Alex, what is it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, here we go.
Say again, Alex.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Commander. I appreciate it, man. I knew it was going to be a wild ride.
Landfill.
Wanted to give him a chance.
What the hell was that?
I don't know what was going on there, but that's going to wrap it up for Ask B Mitch Anything, which is brought to you by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Look like B Mitch if you'd like to go check out Collars & Co. Coming up next, we'll get into Sunday's game, give our predictions for what you're going to see. Not Jaden Daniels on the field. Marcus Mariota going to be under center. How confident are we they can get the win? We'll give you our predictions for the game next here on The Fan.
Jaden Daniels has been ruled out for Sunday's matchup against the Raiders due to a knee injury. Veteran Marcus Mariota will get the start in place of Daniels, who was not on the practice field during the open viewing portion of Friday's practice. But Dan Quinn did say that Jaden Daniels was able to throw every day so far this week, and he did some running today, though it was more linear, no cutting involved. Quinn called the progress encouraging, but he said that he's just not all the way there yet. Quinn has said multiple times throughout the week that they understand how important Jaden Daniels is to this organization, and they don't want to rush him back, so he will not play on Sunday. Marcus Mariota getting the start. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka, Maryland made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. If you're watching on the stream, White Brian threw up a hilarious graphic in the break there. Said the 2025 Defensive Player of the Year says we'll be right back. You know what the picture was of?
Ooh.
Noah Igbenogany. Put in there a little war eagle. By the way, last night we were texting about this. White Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. The Miami Dolphins have a corner named Storm Duck.
Yeah.
I believe he's from Auburn, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't.
I remember him coming out of what's called.
Wasn't there some dude, some corner from Auburn that had a weird name? Where's Storm Duck from?
I thought, who's Storm? That's a weird name, though. That name was weird when I first heard it. Storm Duck.
Storm Duck, you think? Going to get into, he went to North Carolina and Louisville. So, no, Storm Duck did not go to Auburn. But there's someone else. I'll have to figure out.
Auburn takes somebody like that, though. They like weird names.
Hey, if he's good, I don't really care what your name is.
They like Brian. I mean, hell.
Going to get into our predictions for the game coming up on Sunday in just a little bit. But we'd be remiss if we didn't get to Jeff Walker's song for Week 3. So, without further ado, I know it's the moment that everyone's been waiting for. Here's Jeff Too Funny's song for Week 3.
So my sole inspiration for this week is the fact that we're playing the Oakland Raiders. They're from the Bay. They're from Cali. So I had to hop in my Cali/Kendrick Lamar bag. And this is it. Week 3 versus Oakland. Yeah, we took a L last week. That don't stop us from repping our squad, though. Win, lose, or draw. I'm a true commander. Yeah, my team beat us. C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. 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 Win, lose, or draw, I'm a true commander soldier. Took a nail last week, but the season ain't over. The Raiders selling in, we gon' push the boat over. Them black and gray boys can't survive in Landover. When Austin went down, man, the silence seemed loud. That's okay, Jacory Krosky Merritt make us proud. Next man up, when one go down. Cliff, can you make a damn adjustment this time? Now on the Joe, man, you gotta just do it. Send a blitz on a random 18, no look stupid. Offensive line, watch that movement. Can't go back when the O is moving. C-O-M-M, unicate. Gotta be sharp if you wanna be great. Lock it now, make a play. Let's go out and win this thing. Be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. My team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. My team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. My team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. Hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Say hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Now let's go out here and get this W. Put some more marks in the winner's column. Send these Raiders back out on the ship they came in. Knuckle Up Records.
I
like the song. Jeff, they're from Las Vegas now. They got a brand new,
definitely from Vegas.
They got a brand new stadium and everything.
They're definitely from Vegas. They're not Oakland at all anymore. But I can hear the Kendrick in there.
Yeah, it was smooth. I liked it. Jeff just said they will always be from Oakland to me, but yep, I'm an idiot. We agree. We agree. 100%.
I like the song, but we gotta take a lot of points off for not knowing what city the team plays in.
Are the Chargers when they play? Do they play the Chargers later this year? A couple of weeks actually. Are they always in San Diego?
Yeah.
I actually thought the song was good though, so credit to Jeff. I thought that was really, really good. Maybe we'll have to play that a little bit later, or I think you can pick that up somewhere, or check it back on the stream or whatnot. But predictions for Washington against Vegas, not Oakland. Washington against Vegas coming up on Sunday. What do we got for predictions? We'll go around the room. Mariota going to get the start. We know that he was really solid in relief last year. Is he going to be able to do the same this year? B. Mitch, what do you think?
3 touchdowns and a field goal, 24-20.
24-20 Washington?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking this one's going to be a little low scoring. I'm going to go... I think they cover. I'm going to go 20-13 Washington. I think the defense is going to show up in this one. They need them. I think the defense shows up and gets the win. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in, give your predictions. Landfill, what do you got? What's your prediction for this Sunday with Mariota at quarterback?
I'm also kind of thinking low scoring. I think that there will be a lot of running the ball. You remember, was it Bill Callahan after Jay Gruden got fired when he was the interim coach and those games they were just ridiculously quick games? I think this could be a quick game. Because I think there could be a lot of running the ball. I'm going to go Commanders 17-10.
17-10. All right. So we all got wins. White Brian, I know you're a Giants fan.
Oh, he gonna hate on this.
What do you got for Sunday? What's your prediction?
Yeah, I think the Marcus Mariota revenge game factor isn't being talked about enough. I'm going Commanders 21, Vegas 17.
Okay. I like it. So we all got wins. It is a Marcus Mariota revenge game. Now, ironically, B. Mitch, if Mariota has to start back-to-back games, if Jaden's not able to get back out on the field in week 4, it would be against the two teams that Marcus Mariota last played for, Vegas and Atlanta. And the Atlanta one would be interesting because a Mariota revenge game against Vegas, I don't think is that big of a deal.
Atlanta, yeah.
Atlanta, when he just...
It was documented with the quarterback show.
It was so funny, just up and left. And that's why I was a little worried when he came here. I was like, is that the guy you want around? And he's been a great guy. He's been great to help out with Jaden. But yeah, that'll be funny. But I think, again, we were going through some of the keys to this game. If you can win in the trenches up front, like you've talked about on both sides of the football, and that's going to be a tough matchup. We haven't really talked a ton about Connerly today. Do you think at some point they have to go to Wiley, or is it something that if you can help him enough? Look, he's
going to get better as the year goes on. He's not going to be perfect. And the people that expect him to be perfect that early, nah. He was a very good player in college. He's going against grown-ass men now.
Yeah, and he
has to learn a little something.
He struggled in week 2. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
There were some struggles in week 1, but I actually thought he played okay in week 1. So I think it'd be a little bit hasty to pull him out. I don't know that Wiley's a big-time upgrade like some people are talking about. Not to say that he's bad, and he probably is better at the moment just because of the veteran presence and he kind of understands. And going up against a guy like Max Crosby. But the thing is, B. Mitch, I mean, this is the National Football League.
Yeah.
You face good players every week, so you can't just pick and choose your spots. Because if you're trying to pick and choose your spots where you don't face good rushers on the edge, then he's not going to play.
Yeah, totally. Like, the thing about Wiley was he had problems last year at the tackle position. He's played much better this year at the guard position, but he had problems at the tackle position too. And he has experience. So, let's give him a little time.
Sounds like no John Bates or Noah Brown. Each of those guys, let's start with John Bates. How big of a loss do you think it is not having him, assuming he's not going to be able to suit up?
That's a huge loss because John is the guy who basically helps your run game go. John also helps you in the pass game where he can block and help out. So that's going to be a huge loss.
Bates, they seem to love to, obviously as a blocker, and I think I didn't appreciate Bates enough. Going back and watching some of these games, I didn't appreciate him enough. You watch him now, I think everyone kind of understands what he is. He is a spectacular blocking tight end.
Hell yeah.
But one thing that they always did a good job of last couple of years, especially last year, was that fourth quarter when he's been blocking all game, that's when he'd do the little fake block and slip out, and he's open on 3rd and 6 across the middle and pick those things up. They're going to miss some of that.
Yeah.
Big opportunity for Sinnott to step up in that role. How about Noah Brown? This is a big opportunity for some of these other guys. I would assume that Chris Moore, he just got
the physical aspect of Noah is going to be missed because Noah beats up cornerbacks.
Yeah.
So
and he's big in the part of the reason that I like bringing him back, although he is injury prone. Part of the reason I liked it is they love to throw the stuff underneath, the screens, the bubbles, different stuff like that. And he's great at getting out on the edge and blocking some of those corners to set up some of those screenplays. But you've got opportunities now. Jalen Lane's going to have to play more. Luke McCaffrey, Chris Moore.
Guy, V-Tech.
Big fan of Lane. And we haven't seen him get featured too much on the offensive side. We've seen him obviously in special teams, and I think you can immediately see the impact he can make as a punt returner. That's obvious.
He has some good plays in the game against Green Bay.
Very much so. And I think that was one of the few bright spots, frankly, against Green Bay was his ability as a punt returner. But which of those guys do you think steps up? Obviously, Terry and Debo have to play well. Do you think it's a Chris Moore kind of filling a little more?
I think Moore gets the first opportunity because of his experience, veteran experience. But I still think Jalen is going to constantly get more and more every week.
Yeah.
He proves it to him in practice he can play, and I believe he'll get more opportunities.
Yeah, I think the one thing is Jalen Lane is more of a slot guy. He can play outside. He's still kind of learning some of those things. But, again, big opportunities for some of the guys they drafted last year with Sinnott kind of filling in for Bates. And I would assume Luke McCaffrey is going to maybe get a little bit more run. And everyone talks about the separation and all these things. Luke McCaffrey always grades well with separation score for whatever reason. Maybe it's time he can step up into a big spot. The other interesting part about this, we talked about getting that run game established. How do you think this run game plays out? Do you think that Krosky-Merritt, obviously last week he had 4 carries. He's going to have more than that.
I think Krosky-Merritt is going to be the initial guy. Then I think McNichols will back up because of his capability of running and catching the ball in the backfield. I think Chris Rodriguez gets some plays.
I'd love to see him get some work.
Yeah.
And, in those short yardage spots down at the goal line.
Like, for me, if the guy goes in the game and he's if Krosky-Merritt is balling, keep giving it to Krosky-Merritt. You know what I mean? If Rodriguez come in, he starts to do it, then you go with him. Whoever is working, that's what I want to see working.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I liked about their backfield. Now, obviously, losing Eckler kind of hurts them, but I kind of liked the fact that going into the year, it wasn't, okay, you got to feed this guy. He's got to get his 15 touches. It's, all right, if Krosky-Merritt's got to go in this game, keep feeding him.
Yeah,
if McNichols got it going, I think that's how it's going to be in this game is whoever's got everything rolling, that's who you can roll with. It'll be interesting to see how exactly it is, but like we talked about, it's going to be up front. It's up to the guys up front. Josh Connerly is someone that we focused on, but Brandon Coleman didn't have his best game. But this group is still gelling.
I don't think anybody had their best game in that game.
No one did. But this whole group is still gelling, and I think this is a big opportunity for them. Max Crosby, like we talked about with some of the guys from Vegas over the last couple of days, it's not like you can just look past the other guys. Tyree Wilson's a former first-round pick. You look at some of the other dudes up there, they've got some guys. So this front 5 of their offensive line going up against their front 4, that's going to be a big-time matchup. If Washington wins both lines of scrimmage, they're 1-0 this year. If they lose the line of scrimmage, they're 0-1. So that's going to be a massive part of this one. We'll wrap things up next.
Win in the trenches, baby.
Yes, sir. We'll wrap things up next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. So go to FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app. Check out the Boosting with the Boys offer and get in on the action. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Final couple minutes of the week here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Want to talk about this tush-push thing here in just a second, but also want to remind you that Grant and Danny are out and about today for their Friday field trips. They're out in Reston today at Craft House, Reston Town Center. So if you're out and about, get off work a little bit early. They'll be out there 2 to 6:30. So go check out Grant and Danny out in Reston today at Craft House. Should be a good time out there. But before we get to Heard It Here First to wrap up the week, B. Mitch, did you see this news about the tush push that the NFL basically sent out a memo
that they
around the league
better?
to watch the...
What the hell took them so long?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, come on, everybody else saw it. Why are they just seeing it?
Do you think that the play should be banned, period?
I think if the play as it is, yes, because it's too many wrong things going. If they line up and they stay on the side and all that type of stuff, no. But if they keep allowing them to line up in the neutral zone and offside,
and
moving, then yes, you got to ban that. If the referees aren't capable of refereeing it, then just get rid of it.
I forget what game it was. I wish I could remember. I don't know if it was a Chargers game. It was someone with a big quarterback, so I think it was the Chargers game. They were backed up, and they were going to run the tush push just to give themselves a little bit of room at their own goal line.
Uh-huh.
And they lined up, and you watched the ref walk in and tell the offensive line to scoot back.
Yeah.
They told the guards and tackles, move back. Why don't they ever do that to Philly?
Because they are idiots.
See, I think that all assisting of ball carriers, I'm curious your thoughts, I think all assisting of ball carriers should be gone.
Well, it was at one point. It was illegal.
I don't know why
now
it ever changed.
All of a sudden, but like the thing of it is, they don't really push Jalen. They lift him and push him across the pile.
Yeah.
Which that's totally, I think that should be illegal.
I just don't get it. And my least favorite thing that we have to do.
But the fact that they're addressing it and looking at it closely means, like, they say they're going to address it, they're going to come back at it again. They're going to get rid of it eventually.
Yeah, 100%. But the thing that I think is interesting about it is my favorite bit that broadcasters do when they're calling games, B. Mitch, is when a running back runs it up the middle, gets stuffed, and then the pile starts moving, and it's all the linemen. But they go, oh, man, look at the running back push the pile. That running back might not even on the ground.
Running back ain't pushing
the
nobody.
running back's not doing
His
anything.
Feet not even touching the ground.
It's all the offensive linemen.
I have learned that most broadcasters are full of crap. They talk about stuff that's not on the game. I'm being honest with you. They see stuff that is not on the game.
Yeah.
Like that. Running back pushing the ball. His feet aren't touching the ground.
Yeah, he's
so if
stood up, literally.
If he could stand up in the midair and push the ball, I want him on my team.
Yeah, that dude's got superpowers, literally. I don't know how he's doing it. Yeah, I'm interested to see, though, if they start litigating this and being a little more strict on the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Will that hurt their effectiveness? I think Philly's still going to be the most effective team at it. But
They'll be a team at it, but if they start getting penalties on it, they're gonna stop doing it. Because if they get a penalty on 3rd and 1 or 2, and now they got 3rd and 7, they're not gonna run it.
Yeah, and I think darn near, they ran it 7 times against the Chiefs. I think that watching that Chiefs game, I think at the end of the year, that's it for this.
Everybody pissed off at the Chiefs and Pat Mahomes. You should be happy because they're the only reason that the league looking at it.
That and I like Frankie Louvu jumping over the pile.
They didn't. They still voted it as legal. I
don't get it. And they need, how many votes do they need? Like 24? They got 21 or something.
They got right there, 22, 23.
I don't get it. I don't even know how it's still in the game. But hopefully, if it's officiated correctly, hopefully it's not nearly as effective, and Philly doesn't get away with their whatever they do, because it's not
false starts.
Yeah,
all the time.
It's not a fair play when they're lining up off sides and false starting. Let's wrap up the week with Heard It Here First.
Gather around.
White Brian, what do we got? Who won?
We don't know.
Landfill won the week.
You going to take a victory parade, Landfill?
Landfill, what you going to do with your victory?
I'm going to hang out.
And take a nap?
I'll definitely take a nap.
You know what his strategy was this week, B. Mitch?
What?
Fading the Nationals.
Wow, that's very hard to do.
What are you going to do when the national season is over?
That's a skilled way of doing it.
I'll have to start actually thinking about my picks.
I don't even know if I hit last night. Did the Yankees beat the Orioles?
You took Rice and they covered.
Oh, I took Rice because I said they beat your Raging Cajuns.
I don't like you now, Toby.
Fight him, B. Fight
now,
him.
CK, I don't want Toby working with me no more. He's trying to crash on my... You can't crack on nobody's football team.
Well, that's true.
Your team sucks.
That's a good point. $3 tickets.
Hey, hire D'Angelo Hall.
Yeah, then it won't suck. Then I got to cheer for him.
Yeah, hire D Hall. Maybe we can get this thing figured out. Appreciate everybody that listened to the program today. Appreciate D'Angelo Hall for joining us. You'll see him on Sunday. He's the legend of the game. Appreciate him joining us at 11 o'clock. He told us, hire me. That'll fix Virginia Tech football.
I believe they'll get it done.
Appreciate Hondo Carpenter for joining us at noon. Real confident. He said if Mariota starts that the Raiders will win, so we'll see if that comes to pass. None of us think that, though. Mariota going to start for the Commanders on Sunday. We all predicted a win. Coming up next, Grant and Danny live out in Reston at Craft House. Make sure you keep it tuned to the Fan or go join them out at Craft House in Reston.
What if I go throw popcorn at them? Or
Maybe
peanuts?
we will. Maybe we will.
I go out there and throw peanuts at them while they talking.
It won't be distracting at all. For B Mitch, I'm Toby. Thanks for listening. Grant and Danny up next.
Or just take White Brian, throw him at him.
Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will miss a game for the first time in his young NFL career. Daniels, who sprained his knee during a Thursday night loss to the Packers in Week 2, will not play against the Raiders this week. His backup, Marcus Mariota, will get the start instead. Daniels didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. On Friday, he was a limited participant in practice. He did throw and run a little bit today. Fortunately for the Commanders, Daniels' knee issue isn't expected to keep him out long term, but it will keep him out this week against the Raiders. More injury updates around the league. Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow had a successful surgery today, less than a week removed from his turf toe injury. Head coach Zach Taylor confirmed that to reporters today. Taylor said that Burrow is now in recovery, but he did not give an accurate timeline of when we can expect Burrow back. Adam Schefter, though, reported earlier this week that Burrow's procedure will sideline him for a minimum of 3 months. And those are not the only starters out this week. We got 2 more quarterbacks out. That's Justin Fields ruled out this week with a concussion, and J.J. McCarthy also out this week with a high ankle sprain. Moving over to the Nationals, 7:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. Tune in to listen live as the Nationals travel to Queens to take on the Mets. The Nationals were just swept by the Braves in 4 games, but now they have a chance to turn it around tonight and play spoiler against New York. Andrew Alvarez is on the mound for Washington, which is great news. He's been playing great his last time out against the Pirates. Alvarez tossed 6 shutout innings with 5 strikeouts. We'll see what he has in store today. Make sure you tune in right here on The Fan to listen live. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live out in Reston at Craft House in the Reston Town Center. We will be here from 2 to 6:30 today. So as you get out of the office, as you wrap up the work week, as you head on back out west into Virginia, if you're working your way through traffic from D.C., come on out to Reston Town Center and Craft House. We'll be here all show long on The Fan. We are giving away tickets today to see Adam Sandler when he comes to town this fall. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 6 o'clock. Every hour on the hour, you will have a chance to win tickets to see Adam Sandler right here on The Fan. Should be a great show today from Reston and the Reston Town Center. But, Danny, the big news of the day strikes a couple hours before we go on the air. No more subterfuge. No more mystery. Jaden Daniels out Sunday against the Raiders for the first time since Washington drafted him. He will not play in a game the Commanders are strapping up the pads for.
So it's a bummer, obviously, that he's not right, but we'll miss him this weekend, but hopefully Mariota, the reason you pay him, the reason you bring him back is for situations just like this. But honestly, given the circumstances, again, I'm not thrilled that he's injured. That's not fun. But I'm thrilled with the decision-making. I'm thrilled with the process, right? Instead of this weird idea that maybe he could talk you into it, etc. Dan Quinn referenced it kind of throughout. This player at this position is too important. Not for a week, not for 2 weeks, not even for a season, for the long term. I love long-term thinking. Coaches in general, that's why a coach and general manager should never be the same person. Coaches in general are trying to figure out what's the next play. When do I burn the next time out? When do I, what formation, what substitution, minute to minute, moment to moment, day to day. General managers and executives have the obligation to think longer term. And when everybody's on the same page, sometimes we could really help us this weekend if we can come up with a certain package of plays. The temptation is there. They removed that. They made sure that they're taking care of this player. I think it's the right thing to do. I'm thrilled with the decision.
So Dan Quinn said all of the right things, and we'll play the Dan Quinn audio on the decision to sit Jaden Daniels and to play Marcus Mariota in just a couple of moments. But I stopped short of celebrating the taking caution here because I don't know that that's actually what happened. I've seen everybody celebrating that. I've seen people saying, good job by the coaching staff that they didn't push Jaden Daniels. How sure are we that he's anywhere close to being able to play?
That's fair, too. Yeah.
I mean, he was asked after he said he wasn't playing by Nikki Javala of The Athletic. basically, was this really close? Are you having to hold him back? And he bulled right through it. He didn't answer the question. He didn't practice a single ounce yesterday. He didn't practice at all on Wednesday. He was listed limited today, and Dan Quinn said that he ran around and did a few things. But if you remember, he said that on Monday.
Yeah.
He said, or maybe it was Wednesday, I guess, but the first practice day, he said, he didn't practice, but he ran around and he threw the football. So all he said he did today was the same thing that he said he did Wednesday when he couldn't practice at all. For me, I've always been interested in next week. Now, the team made it very clear and left open the possibility he could play, so you have to just take them at their word. But everything that I'd heard the entire time was it was extremely unlikely that he was going to be able to play this weekend. My guess is they just kept the element of possibility open. Mm-hmm. They kept the charade seems nefarious, but they kept the Raiders guessing.
The subterfuge, whatever,
basically.
Yeah.
That's, to me, what happened here. Now, I guess it's possible they could push back and say, oh, you don't know what you don't know. He really had a chance to play. I think early on this week they knew he wasn't playing. And Marcus Mariota has known for days, it's my job on Sunday. I got to go get this football team a win in a revenge game, oh, by the way, against one of the other 5 teams in the NFL that I've played for in my career at this point. But I agree that if, in fact, Daniels was pushing hard and charging to play and was trying to kind of bull his way back onto the field because he's the face of the franchise and he thinks he can gut through it and still give you the best chance to win. If they protected him from himself, job well done. That's the job. That's exactly what they should have done in week 3 of a marathon. But I'm still in wait-and-see mode here to see. Let's fast forward to next Wednesday. I mean, is he practicing in full? Is he Jaden Daniels again? I'm curious.
We might know more about this week. I think that's all an astute assessment by you. To me, this is, though, I'm just sort of basing it off what I thought I knew, but I was making some assumptions. So I think you're right. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like this is a thoughtful group, whereas in years past, I don't know that was the case. It would have been like, what do you think, buddy? All right, let's go with our gut, or something like that. And maybe he would have tried it out there with a big brace on or something cumbersome or whatever. And they were behind, he's cleared. He's cleared, man. Talk to the guy instead of this, whatever it is they did. So I don't begrudge you not, being forthcoming on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or even yesterday. But, appreciate that today this is definitive. It's over. No Jaden Daniels this weekend. And I'll be fascinated, I'm with you, on what it looks like early next week when they do get back on the practice field for a normal week of kind of the routine as opposed to what happened this past week.
More on Daniels in a minute, but let's talk Mariota for a second as he takes center stage here under the bright lights as he gets ready to lead this team in a pretty important week 3 game to try to get to 2-1 to start the season. For Marcus Mariota, he is the other Heisman Trophy winning number 2 overall pick in that quarterback room. People forget that while he was never Daniels, he didn't have a 50 touchdown season in the SEC. He never had the rookie year that was the greatest of all time that Jaden's already had on the precipice of being considered a top 5 QB in the league and elite. Mariota, at one point in time, was the belle of the ball. I mean, he was taken by the Titans 1 pick after Jameis Winston goes 1 to the Bucs to be the face of the franchise. Now it's been a 10-year career for him, 74 career starts, spends the first 5 seasons of his NFL career in Tennessee with the Titans. There was a 3-year stretch in Tennessee when Derrick Henry was running the ball well and they could play some defense, where they went 24-19 in games he started. Mm-hmm. A well above 500 playoff caliber team. He ends up getting benched in his final year of his contract. Ryan Tannehill comes in and takes flight there, if you remember, as a really good fit with, at the time, Arthur Smith, who's gone on to be a head coach and is now calling plays for Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. But after that, Mariota leaves, and he's since been a backup for the rest of his career. 2 years in Vegas, then he gets a chance to start for part of a season in Atlanta, spent a year with the Eagles, last year here in Washington, and so now this is team number 5. But I view Marcus Mariota as kind of the perfect number 2 quarterback. Like the comp for me, do you like this? I think he's Tyrod Taylor. He is a guy that can beat you with his feet. He is a guy that can make all the throws. He is not going to lead teams to a lot of points that aren't schemed up. Like they hung 40 with him on the field against Carolina last year, and he played beautifully within Cliff Kingsbury's offense. But he's not going to be Jaden Daniels and go off schedule and off script and kind of create and manufacture a bunch of offense. But it's low interceptions. His interception total in his career is minuscule. He will not really beat you with bad decisions. He's going to hold on to the ball Not going to make a lot of plays, but not going to make them for the other team either. It's a Tyrod Taylor starter kit here. And for a week at a time, it's exactly what teams should look for from a backup quarterback.
Yeah, to me, my quintessential backup quarterback I always think of is Doug Flutie, right? I don't want him starting for 17 weeks, but little backyard football, little run around, little bit of a play make, using some speed. I think there's only been a couple spots where they actually really utilized the fact that he was such a good runner. I always thought it was underutilized in Tennessee. They tried to, do a square peg round hole thing and try to make him a prolific passer, which is not his game. Using a little bit of everything is his game. So I thought it was a really good fit as a guy that's, as you said, that's not Jaden Daniels, but, you're not asking him to. Now, if you got to start for 17 weeks, it's a different story. But in a smaller sample in a game like this, where if you line up and play and everybody just sort of goes one-on-one, you push everybody, you're probably better than the Raiders at this point. I mean, probably. You're better than the Raiders are. So, I don't love it if they're playing Philadelphia tomorrow or on Sunday, rather. I don't love it if they were playing Buffalo or Baltimore or one of the teams that's a Super Bowl contender. That's on us on the schedule. This is one of those, hey, don't beat us, and we got a great chance to win the football game this week. So you're right. To me, he's the quintessential backup quarterback, which sounds diminishing, but I don't think it is.
Last start for him came way back in 2022 with the Falcons. In fact, Washington fans may remember. So in 2022, he came here, and Atlanta almost beat, I don't even know what their name was that year. I don't think it was Commanders. Might have been football team.
That could have been a football team.
But they almost beat Washington.
Deron Payne's pinky.
That's exactly what happened. Goal line play to win the football game, and Deron Payne, in what was his play like you want money year, batted a ball down basically at the line of scrimmage that saved the day, or else a Mariota-led Atlanta team would have come here and beat Washington. But it was the next week after that, week 13 of that season in 22, that Mariota last started in the NFL. Basically 13 starts for him over 5 years. Now, people will point to last season. He was exceptional the 2 times he played. Mm-hmm. He lit up the Carolina Panthers, was fantastic. That was the game where Jaden actually broke the rib. And then he played again and was very, very effective against the Dallas Cowboys. This was Week 18, Game 17, very end of the season. You'll remember Washington had wrapped up the playoffs. Daniels at halftime was sat just to keep him healthy. The offense was doing nothing. Mariota came in and was a spark plug and led them back to beat the Cowboys. Last-minute touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin. So the 2 times we've seen him in this offense, he has actually been excellent. My concern is this, though. While I think he's going to play okay, he did nothing in the preseason.
Yep.
He barely got to practice in training camp.
This has been my point.
He had the Achilles issue, so he was the time on the grass for a backup is already next to 0, but for him, it's lower than that. He's been practicing. They feel good enough about the Achilles. They weren't dressing 3 quarterbacks in the first couple games. But I think it's very reasonable to expect some rust from a guy who just hasn't gotten a lot of time to practice. If that's been a story for Jaden Daniels, who's gotten nothing but practice reps, then it's got to be a story for Mariota as well, who also didn't play in games, basically took August off, but then he wasn't even getting the 11-on-11 work that JD5 was.
This is my point. So I was basically saying I did not believe before the year that they would get off to a good start offensively because of the phenomenon you're talking about. Then you add in the fact that Mariota didn't do anything. Then you add in the fact that he's a backup quarterback, so whatever reps they were getting, I mean, I think, what was it Michael Phillips told us that Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin combined for 2 on-the-field practices before the season started? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Montana and Rice in your prime. You need more than that. You need 7, 10, 20, who knows what the actual number is. So, yeah, no surprise to me. They've been off to kind of a sluggish start, and I think their best football's ahead of them once they all kind of get in rhythm and really start getting going this year. But then you add in that rust factor for Mariota. So, to me, this is one of those, maybe if this is a Week 10 situation, everybody's been at it for a while, I might open up to all the different pages of that playbook, and I might show you the full Monty, so to speak. This, to me, feels like, hey, man, let's do what you do really well right now. That's RPO. That's some read option looks. Use your legs, but stay safe, please, for goodness sakes. I don't want to see, just want to see Sam Hartman on the sideline being handsome. Maybe not in the game, Sam Hartman. But you know what I mean? Like, to me, this is
Josh Johnson.
Well, Josh Johnson, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Hartman will be on the practice squad.
I'm saying I want to keep this we're just not going to beat ourselves. And it's not, it may not be the sexiest game plan. I think this needs to be more of a war of attrition kind of game where you're going to hopefully let the Raiders screw up.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. The bad news, I guess, would be there's possible rust, right? So we got that out of the way. Here's the good news, I think, for Marcus Mariota. This is the most susceptible defense that they have played yet. The Giants game, where they were a play here and a play there away from like 500 yards and 30 points, it wasn't pretty, but the numbers were okay. They scored 20 plus and 400 plus yards or whatever, and they left a few things on the field. You go into that game going, this defensive front's going to eat you for lunch. Didn't really happen. The O-line held up well. The Packers have the number one defense in the NFL. But if you look at the Raiders, they gave up a 60-yard touchdown where Quentin Johnston got behind everybody on Monday Night Football. In looking at everything with Logan Paulson this week over on the Take Command pod that we do, it's pretty clear that their linebackers struggle in zone coverage, kind of getting to depth. And so there's some space in that middle of the field area if Mariota on some pop passes can hit some of those in-breakers, those deep overs to Deebo Samuel, dig routes to Terry McLaurin. I think there's going to be some air in that area of the field. And they are susceptible to quarterbacks running the football. And I really do believe if Jaden Daniels had played, you almost had to avoid any kind of calls into the headset where you're telling him to run. Because you know he's already going to scramble more than you want him to anyway from the standpoint of taking shots when his knee is not right. So with Mariota out there, I'll bet you Cliff Kingsbury dials up read option to your point.
I think so.
I think he's going to run 7, 8, 9 times maybe. It wouldn't surprise me. It's certainly going to be 5 or 6 in this game. I would take the over.
Like I would RPO them to death.
Yeah, why not? I would go right at Max Crosby and get your extra big tackle, whether that's Trent Scott or your tight end if that's Sinnott or Yankoff this week or whoever it's going to be, and you park them next to Josh Connerly and try to slow him down that way. But I actually like the matchup. If he's not rusty, if he is able to just look like himself, they should be able to move the football this week against this Raiders team. Let's get to the audio, though, of Dan Quinn making the announcement today. He came out. I thought right away he would just sit down and say it. He gave you the captains first, and then he went through some other things.
He quinned it up, didn't he?
Talked about the stadium coming to RFK. I guess it's the first time he's spoken since that happened, maybe. But eventually he got to the elephant in the room, which was that Jaden Daniels, for the first time, will not play.
I'm not going to go through the entire injury report, but give updates when I can. Jaden was limited today on the field. We decided to start Marcus and said at the beginning we were going to be very diligent on his return to play and make sure we didn't miss any steps. So we're going to be smart, not just fast, and player wants to do everything all the time. That's who he is as a competitor, which I love, but that's how we'll roll.
Smart, not fast is the way to go.
Yep.
And that's what they're doing here. Again, is this a he's ready and they're holding him out as precaution? Or is this a he's not ready? I don't think we know the answer. It seems like a lot of people are assuming it's the first one, not the second one. I'm going to wait till midway through next week, and I think we'll get more intel on that. But it really doesn't matter. He's not going to play in the game. Cliff Kingsbury spoke yesterday, and because we knew at that time it was very likely that Daniels might not play, he did talk about Marcus Mariota running this offense and what he likes about the veteran quarterback at that time in the event that he had to play, and we now know he will.
Yeah, last year, just being around him for a year, when we signed him back, we felt like we have 2 starters in the building, which is rare in this league. So anytime he was asked to play or practice or even on scout team, he's been phenomenal. So he treats it like a pro, as a leader on the team, despite not being the starter, which is hard to do, and can't say enough good things about him. So if he has to go, I'm sure he'll be ready.
Cliff Kingsbury yesterday in Ashburn. Danny, next I want to explain why I think Washington should still win this game without Jaden Daniels, with Mariota. And I want people, if they want to tell me why I'm wrong, but this to me doesn't change. Confidence may not be the right word. I mean, obviously, you look at the betting line's going to change. The vigor with which I feel they'll win the game is not going to be as high when your MVP caliber quarterback is not available. But I still look at this game as, if we're filing games into like should win or not should win, this is a should win game.
It's in the should.
And I want to make that case next, and maybe we can play a little Tell Me Why I'm Wrong. We will do that live from Reston at Reston Town Center, where we're at the Craft House in Reston today on Grant and Danny. We're giving away tickets to see Adam Sandler at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, all show long, right here on The Fan.
Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels is out with a knee injury in Week 3 versus the Raiders. Dan Quinn announced today, quote, "We're just not going to do this the fast way. We're going to do this thing the smart way." Mariota earns his first start since Week 13 of 2022, and the odds have shifted since the news. The Commanders opened as a 6.5-point favorite and are now favored by just 2.5. Last night, the Bills outlasted the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football, 31-21, putting Miami on the 0-3 ropes. Though the Dolphins showed some flashes, head coach Mike McDaniel said, quote, "There are no moral victories as long as I'm the head coach of the Miami Dolphins." The Nationals had an off day yesterday and are back in action at Citi Field against the Mets tonight. First pitch is set for 7:10 on the Fan. And in the NWSL, the Washington Spirit finished in a 2-2 tie versus Angel City FC out in L.A. last night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Were you able to watch him run it all? Did you see him test that knee? And what was the final? What did it come down to for you?
Yeah, just not being there all the way yet, John, honestly, like being able to do everything. So there's also a side that it was an excellent week because the progress and encouragement to go. So the fact that he was able to throw, all days and get running in today, we're just not there all the way yet, John. So it wasn't just one specific, test that I was looking for.
Certainly sounds encouraging in the big picture and as it pertains to next week and the weeks ahead for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. But for this weekend, it's a no-go. Marcus Mariota will get the start. He will run Washington's offense. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're at Reston Town Center today. We're live until 6:30. Come on out to Craft House in Reston and hang with us for our Friday field trip series as you get out of the office. Come have a drink and some food and talk ball with us as we get you set for a gigantic football weekend. College slate tomorrow, NFL on Sunday. Should be a great couple of days. Danny, the story, it's Marcus Mariota time for this offense. First start in 3 years. So I made the case going to break.
Yep.
I still file this, even without Jaden Daniels, as a should win. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of opponents they'd be playing where I would go, all right, now you're going to lose the game. If you're playing Philly or Detroit or Green Bay or Kansas City or some power this weekend, you need Daniels to have a shot. This is not to downplay or mitigate the quality of your quarterback. But there are also teams you could play or matchups you could have in the not who you're playing but when you play them mantra that I live with, where I would say you can still win this game without the 5-car on the track. And this is one of those. And it's the case I've been making that people are probably tired of all week long, which is there are certain sneaky scheduled wins that sometimes you don't notice when the schedule first comes out. And this is one of those, in my opinion. When you talk about rest, when you talk about the Raiders flying cross-country from a Monday night game at home, well, in California, I should say, to now hitting the road and coming out to Landover, Maryland, 3,000 miles away. They didn't just play the Monday night game. They played a later Monday night game than they normally do in a staggered early, late doubleheader that's abnormal. Washington didn't play Sunday or Monday. They played Thursday. So you're talking about 10 days rest versus 6 days rest. Doesn't get much bigger than that in this league. They try to avoid this scenario. And while Washington's got injury problems, John Bates, Noah Brown, some others, they're licking their wounds a little bit. The guys that are going to play are going to be so rested compared to the Raiders that I think it will make the difference. Mariota is not going to beat them. And I think those two things combined make me think in a close game, it's not going to be a blowout. They're not going to beat them 42-13 or something. But I do think they will win a game by 4 or 5 points at home.
So I am picking them to win, talking about Washington, okay? But I'm going to do the exercise here. I'm going to do a little devil's advocate type situation. I'm going to try to make the case. Name a position that Washington cannot cover. Name a position that Washington cannot cover.
Well, I guess you're saying tight end.
Tight end, they've got one of the best most dynamic tight ends in this sport. Now, he's hobbled, but bear with me.
How confident are we that they can't cover tight ends?
Very.
They did a pretty good job against the Giants.
I am very confident.
They've only played 2 games.
Yeah, I'm very confident. That Tucker Kraft has no one's ever been more open than that guy. So casually, so effortlessly, so easily. And Brock Bowers can't be covered by anybody, let alone a group that's I think is going to struggle covering tight ends this year. I'm not going to tell you that Jacoby Myers is a world beater, that some of their other receivers are worth anything other than the contracts that their names are printed on. But to me, this is a little bit of a playmaking quarterback, not running around like Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying that he is, but Geno Smith can move around just enough to get away from some of the trouble. Ashton Jeanty is dynamic, and all it's going to take is a couple of weeks, and they figured out, here's how we can get him the ball work and do a lot of damage. Right? We're not going to try to be a batter and ram inside up against Javon Kinlaw, Deron Payne, and company. The Raiders will be able to move the football because Brock Bowers is excellent, Jeanty's really, really good, and Max Crosby is a havoc-wreaking hurricane menace on the outside, and he's going to go up against either a journeyman offensive tackle or a rookie offensive tackle that has been exposed early on. The Raiders' defense, to me, is not that bad. And here is my final point. Again, I'm picking Washington to win, but I'm just arguing the best I can against my pal Grant Harrison-Paulson. Washington's not that good right now. This is not the team that's going to be really good, I think, as the season progresses 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks from now. We haven't gotten a great homework assignment turned in just yet. It's some excuses. Yeah, they were close against the Giants, and they were a little sloppy, and they missed a couple things. They weren't very good at all. The Giants stink. They were throttled against Green Bay and didn't look that competitive. And the score sort of belied how much they were drubbed in that game. We haven't had a great sample yet. And assuming that it's just going to happen when you've got a backup quarterback with all the rust in the universe who hasn't started a game in 3 years and a team that's beat up, you already referenced a couple of the injuries, this is not easy street. This could be a competitive game. This could be close. And do you trust Washington's field goal kicker? That's my final case. Again, I'm picking them to win, but I did my best.
Yeah, so nobody's saying it's easy street. I don't think you ever play a backup in the NFL and expect to blow a team out. Mac Jones started for San Francisco this past week. They had to earn it every blade of grass and every step of the way against the awful New Orleans Saints, who might pick first overall. The Bengals go to Jake Browning this week against the Vikings, and they're an underdog against a team with their own backup quarterback on the field, Carson Wentz. So no delusions of grandeur here. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be complicated. I guess my point is, I'm not sure that if I could pick any opponent in the league this week to play, I'd pick anybody else. Now, we'll see. Come Monday, I could tell you, okay, well, it didn't work out the way I thought. But I think the difference, if someone's arguing what you just laid out, whether that's you, it doesn't sound like it is, or someone who is arguing that devil's advocate side, I would just tell you our biggest disagreement is how big of a disadvantage you think the rest thing is. I'm a subscriber to the Sharp Analytics model of rest days being one of the great indicators of performance and predictive analysis in football. I think that a team that hasn't played since Thursday is basically coming off of a bye week.
A mini bye, yeah.
I mean, look up the numbers on teams' records and the difference in win percentage for teams post-bye versus the rest of their season. I mean, it's gargantuan. So you got a coaching staff that we all think's pretty good around these parts, yeah? They've had effectively 2 weeks to get ready for this thing. Now, it's not quite that, but it's the closest it is other than the one time where you actually get the bye, whereas the other staff has gotten to the tape and gotten to start working on you on Tuesday, basically. The players came into the building still battered and bruised and not really able to walk up steps after the collisions of the game still on Wednesday. And they're getting on a flight to fly cross country for 5 hours on either tonight, I'm guessing, or maybe even Saturday morning. But I just look at that and say, what a gift. What a great opportunity. And when the schedule came out, you circle that one and you go, man, the NFL doesn't like this, but they allowed it, and we'll take advantage of it. Would I be more confident that they take advantage of it with Jaden Daniels at quarterback? Sure. But I think Marcus Mariota will be good enough, will protect the ball enough, will not make any of the really damaging plays to allow them to excel. There's a few things I do want to see in this game, though, for the Commanders to have a better chance to shine. The first is they got to get more out of and give more involvement to, opportunities to, Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt. To have only carried the football 4 times at Lambeau, coming off of the Week 1 game that he had, where he had 82 yards, which was top 5 in the league, where he was number 2 in the NFL in rushing yards over expected per attempt, where you can't, in any analytical way, say he wasn't one of the 4 or 5 best running backs in the sport. In his debut as a 7th-round pick, you fast forward a few days later, they go to Lambeau, and he's doubled up in carries by Austin Eckler, and he's out-snapped by Jeremy McNichols. Crumble that plan up, throw it away, and try again. Like, they need to involve this guy who has made them better when he has been on the field. I think they will. I think you're going to see a lot of first and second down work for him post Austin Eckler here, now dealing with the Achilles out for the year, sadly. But that would be where I would start if I'm Kingsbury.
I'm with you.
I don't have Daniels. I'm going to go heavy read option. I'm making guys like Crosby read things to slow them down. It's going to be a lot of JCM early in the football game.
Yeah, I'm going to have Mariota keep it a couple times. Even if it doesn't result in a lot, you got to slide and get out of harm's way, etc., just to present the look. Right?
He did that, remember, in Landover. If you go back, I'd have to pull up the game log, but I want to say it was 2 of the first 4 or 5 plays with the Falcons. He had read option plays against the Commanders in D.C.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Now that you mentioned it, I do.
The only reason I remember it is because they talked about it after the game, we gave up some stuff on the ground because we were thinking too much about him. It's kind of exactly what you were just talking about.
And that's my idea. Not necessarily for big plays, but to make sure everyone knows you got to respect it. It's like thinking back to all the years as a kid growing up with you play against a triple option team. Every once in a while you got to hit to the fullback. Not because you think it's going to pop for 20 yards, but because you got to make sure they respect that part of it, right? So even though everybody knows that you either want to keep it or pitch it to this guy or pitch it to that guy or hand it to the next person, every once in a while you got to give it to that fullback on that dive just to keep you honest. Now you spread it out. This is a different time, of course. We're not talking wishbone. We are talking, though, about the ability for a quarterback to run and make some plays and do some damage here. I don't think it's a 60-yard highlight, RG3 is going to outrace everybody kind of thing against the Vikings. I do think, though, it's a few 4 or 5 yard gains here and there, just those little jabs in the gut, just to make sure that you've got to cover every blade of grass and you can't start cheating on stuff, knowing that I don't have the dynamic skill set of the normal starter here, especially when you talk about some of the downfield stuff. And I don't think it's really going to be there for Mariota. And I don't think they wanted to do it, to be frank with you, because that's now – this isn't Rex Grossman as a backup coming in and slinging it. This is a guy I want short to intermediate. I want early. I want on time. I don't want him, doing a lot of, a deep third of the field shots here and there. It's just not really what his game is to me.
It's your point when you're kind of presenting the counter argument, too, of where things could go sideways. So we talked already about possible rust, just how long it's been since he's taken a snap, and the lack of practices this summer, and non-August for him based on that Achilles. So that could be an issue. Hopefully it isn't. But the other part is, I was on with the Junkies for a few minutes this morning telling them we're out here at Craft House Reston and that we'd be at the Reston Town Center and people should come by and see the show. And when I was talking to them, we were talking about Mariota, and they were saying he played so good last season. Look at that Panthers game, look at the Cowboys game. Why would anyone think he couldn't go out there and just run this offense? And there's truth to that. The only thing I would say is when he was dropped into those situations last year, this thing was humming. And even early on against Carolina, you basically, what's the analogy? So I'm on a boat with my dad every now and then, and he's like, hey, take the wheel for a second. And, he'll go putz around in the back and find something, and I just...
He's doing something with the jib.
I'm not supposed to crash it. He's like, go toward that tree out there, and it's 117 miles away, and I kind of see this little tree, and I just do this, and I hope no boats come near us. I can't do anything.
Grant Mariota.
That, to me, was last year. The boat is going, the 150 horsepower with the full hull. We got the big wake behind us. I just kind of sit down and everything's already going. This is not that. The boat's not started yet. They have not really gotten to a point offensively where you just plug and play Mariota yet. They were waiting on Daniels. They still needed, whether it was this week, next week, whenever, for him to create the spark and the explosion. And so it's not really just get in where you fit in, everyone else will make you look good like it was at one point last year.
Yeah, and everyone knows you're coming in.
Right.
I was talking about this with the backup, where it's you planned all week for something that's totally different, and now you've got a slightly different option there, which always gives you the advantage. Now everybody knows.
And by the way, I have no problem with how they handled it. I like when teams don't really divulge information publicly.
Sure.
There's no chance that the Raiders didn't bank on Marcus Mariota most of this week.
Yeah, it's different when you're starting in the game plan for you.
I mean,
come on.
That. The betting line told you days ago what was going to happen when it moved substantially. But the Raiders have absolutely been preparing for Mariota. But you're right, that's very different. Just it's the equivalent of calling a guy out of the bullpen, max effort, 98 miles an hour, or letting him start the game where he's adding and subtracting and painting it 93 to 95. I mean, this is going to be a different assignment for him for sure. I want to hear from you guys next at 800-636-1067. I've filed this still as a should-win game for Washington. Do you agree with me, yes or no? Danny, are you co-signing should win?
Yes.
800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny, Adam Sandler tickets in 20 minutes. We're at the Craft House in Reston at the Reston Town Center, live on our Field Trip Friday on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel's got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys. It's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP at FanDuel.com. To download the app, check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. In 13 minutes, somebody's winning Adam Sandler tickets just because they listen to us on Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan. The Falcons once had Marcus Mariota. They're next on the schedule.
That's right.
This week, he's playing the Raiders. Might he have to play Atlanta next week, or will Jaden Daniels be back? Something we'll opine about next hour. But, Danny, all eyes on Sunday for the moment, and Vegas coming to town. We're both still in lockstep here that Washington wins. This one feels like it got a little bit tighter, though.
It absolutely did. I mean, your get-out-of-jail-free card last year was Jaden Daniels. And in games they were not the better team, they were, right? Just simply because, hey, we can't run the ball, or nothing's really working defensively. So we played ball control without being able to run it with a rookie quarterback doing stuff that is 400 level, 500 level type course work. And he was outstanding, and you don't have him. You don't have that security blanket now. So you're turning to Mariota for the first time as a starter in 3 years.
So here's the question for you guys on the listener lines right now, 800-636-1067. We're out here in Reston. If you're in the Reston Town Center area, we're going to be here till 6:30, so come on by over the next 4 hours to get out of the office. These have been a lot of fun, these Friday field trips, close of business. Things really start picking up and booming, and it's just a good time to hang out with Commanders and DC football fans. But we want to know, tell me why I'm wrong. I think this is a should-win game with or without Jaden Daniels. You can't use the excuse, well, we didn't have the 5-car. You got the rest advantage. It's a very winnable game. You're still favored according to the odds. Go get it. Let's see. Is the rest of this roster being built up in a way that is competitive? It can't just be all built around a house of cards of one guy that just waves a potion, a wand over everything and makes you good. Let's go to Albert in Fort Lauderdale on Grant and Danny. How are you, Albert?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Buddy.
Long-time season ticket holder living down here in South Florida. Anywho, yeah, I agree. This is a should win, but this is a must win. If this team wants to be considered in the playoff conversation, you have to be able to go in and beat this team, this Raiders team, who I watched Monday night. They looked awful. You have to go in and be able to beat them with your backup quarterback. And listen, Mariota, where he's certainly not the dynamic runner that Daniels is, but he's certainly capable of running the RPO offense and running it well. We saw it last year in a couple different games. So they should win this game. I know you guys have it by 3 or 4 points. Honestly, I'd be disappointed if they didn't beat this team by over a touchdown. They should be able to dominate this team. They have enough positional players that I believe will match up great against the Raiders. And I think Mariota, I don't know the health of his Achilles, but if he's healthy, he should be able to run this offense. And
here's the good news on that. Thanks for the call, Albert, and thanks for listening to the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are, coast to coast. So you can listen to us down in Florida with that app. They did not dress a third quarterback in either of the first 2 games. Mm-hmm. To me, that tells you he's 100% healthy, and they know that. I don't think you would have had a guy one play away from playing with an Achilles you're really worried about, and then not had a third quarterback up. So I'm assuming it's just a non-concern for them based on their actions. Let's go to Justin, who's in Dahlgren. That's in King George County.
George County, Virginia. He's using the telephone down there.
That's where I went to elementary school at Potomac down there on the river. What's up, Justin? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Yes, sir, King George. Full disclosure, I am a transplant. I'm in the military. I'm actually from Ohio. I'm a Browns fan, but I am a adopted Washington fan. Got Ohio State players on the team. I root for you guys. This feels to me like a pick'em. I mean, like kind of what the reasons you gave, they're still trying to figure stuff out in Washington, right? They're still trying to figure out what they do best, the running game and getting pressure on the defensive line. I mean, they're still trying to figure all that stuff out. So to me, this feels like a 3-point game. And when you're talking about that, this kicking game, this kicking team doesn't inspire a bunch of confidence in me. So for those reasons, it feels like a kind of a pick 'em. Yeah, I mean, maybe, as a homer, you feel like you should win, but I don't know. Any given Sunday. And then my other question would be, I'm trying to figure out Zach Ertz or Kyle Pitts. Are we thinking with Mariota? You think Zach Ertz is going to be a big factor? Maybe even pick up Rodriguez off the waiver wire. I want to get your thoughts on that.
Appreciate you. Thank you for your service as well. I don't think it's a huge dynamic day for anybody in this offense, with the only potential being Krosky Merritt. having a big day, gets fed a little bit. And maybe he gashes a couple, maybe catches a couple passes, et cetera. I think this is a little bit more workmanlike. I guess Deebo Samuel could have a nice one as well, but I just don't see anything prolific through the air here. Am I crazy about that? Because I just think Ertz is a lower ceiling guy in that regard.
Is Mariota going to be sharp? Is he going to be accurate? I think there's a lot of air against this defense. You've seen it through 2 weeks now. They've stopped the run pretty well. They have not defended the pass well at all. And I do think the middle of the field has been susceptible against them. I like Ertz in this matchup. So far this season, Ertz has a touchdown in both games. He's been targeted 13 times, which I believe is a team high. And he also mentioned Pitts, and anytime I've got Pitts versus Ertz, I'm probably going to roll with Ertz, especially before they get these wide receivers going. So I would start him. I think it's, backup quarterback, checking the ball down. Again, Mariota is not a guy that is going to force the ball into small windows or take chances. Ertz is one of the guys that's a real separator. I could see him having a 5-6 catch game, and he's going to get targets in the red zone. You know that. Will's in Stafford on Grant and Danny. Will, tell me why I'm wrong. I think they should win without Daniels.
Hey, guys. I'm about 55-45. There's some things that worry me. Offensive line, hopefully Biotish takes that neck brace off and turns his head to the right after he snaps the ball and doesn't let a free blitzer go, without looking at him. Tight ends have made their careers against us for 20 to 25 years. If you close your eyes and think about tight ends, you see L.J. Smith, Jeremy Shockey, Jason Witten, just torching us, things like that. Dante Thornton Jr., former Tennessee Vol, by the way, go Vols. He's a burner. He's tall. He runs straight lines like Jalen Hyatt, but he's a good receiver. Jacoby Myers is no pushover. Our kicking game is very questionable. You get nervous every time Matt Gay lines up. There's a lot of reasons to be kind of concerned. It's hopefully we pull it out, man. We'll see how it goes. Thanks.
The Raiders' outside wide receivers are blazingly fast. Trey Tucker, former third-round pick, and then Dante Thornton. I don't think either's like a particularly great receiver, but they both straight line, have
they're
speed,
slow, yeah.
They can present problems. And Jacoby Myers is their kind of third in Jacoby, right? He's like their war daddy. He's their Ertz, everything underneath. Now, their best weapon is Brock Bowers. We talk about Max Crosby on defense. The game wrecker on offense for them is their tight end, Brock Bowers, who they funnel things through.
And if you saw him on Monday, that wasn't him.
It was
he
not.
He played in the game. It was his name on the back of the jersey, but he was not himself. If you get that version, it's a lot less scary than the real thing.
Totally.
And the real thing is an impossible matchup for anybody.
Third highest catch total by a tight end in league history over a single season. Last year as a rookie for Bowers coming out of college at Georgia as a top-of-the-board pick at tight end. And this is how legit he is. Nobody had a problem with it.
Yeah.
Normally you draft a tight end that high and people go, are we sure?
Like, whoa.
Especially when you have a bunch of needs.
Yeah,
everyone was like, of course you should
great
do
pick
that.
there. Yeah, makes
Why
sense.
not? The video that came out, I don't know if you saw the video of him at practice yesterday. He looked a lot more agile than he did in the game. Now, how that works, I don't know. It's only been a few days, and maybe it was just a nice clip, favorable to him or something. But to me, it looked like he was moving a lot better than he did against the Chargers, where you're right. He was kind of a shell of himself. Still effective, still got open, still made some big chain-moving catches for them. Next on Grant and Danny. First of all, as soon as we return, we're giving away the first of 4 pairs of tickets today to go see Adam Sandler. We're doing that at 3, 4, 5, and 6 o'clock at the top of every single hour on this Football Friday. We're out at the Reston Town Center at Kraft House in Reston on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan.
Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Quarterback Jaden Daniels has been ruled out for Sunday's game versus the Raiders with a knee injury. Dan Quinn announced in his press conference today. Quinn called his progress encouraging, but was just not all the way there yet. Marcus Mariota earns his first start since Week 13 of 2022. That's when he was suiting up for the Eagles. The odds of Sunday's game have shifted since the news. The Commanders opened as 6.5-point favorites and are now favored by just 2.5. Last night, the Bills defeated the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football 31-21, putting the Miami Dolphins on the 0-3 ropes. The Dolphins showed some flashes on offense, but head coach Mike McDaniel said, quote, "There are no moral victories as long as I'm the head coach of the Miami Dolphins." In baseball, 3,000-plus strikeouts later, Dodgers legend Clayton Kershaw is calling it quits on a Hall of Fame career. Clayton is an 11-time All-Star, a 3-time Cy Young Award winner, and says he's, quote, at peace with where his career is at. The Nationals had an off day yesterday and are back in action up at Citi Field against the Mets. First pitch is set for 7:10 on the Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. And for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Welcome back to Reston at the Craft House, Reston Town Center today. A Friday field trip. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Come on out, say what's up, kick it with us, have something to eat and drink, and talk some ball as the locals get ready to host the Raiders. The Raiders. I will say the logo. That dude with the helmet, who has swords sticking out of his back and like the skull and crossbones look. Iconic, legendary, epic. Maybe the best in the league, maybe. Like when someone walks in with just like a black Raiders hat with the silver emblem, it's always fire to me. Old Raiders starter jacket, such a good look.
That was the thing back in the day. Like you had to be a badass to wear that Raiders starter jacket. Like you had to be sure that you were going to win any fight that you were in, if you were willing to be a little bit bandwagon, because that was the original one.
Yeah.
Right? That like it was like Ice Cube and Eazy-E and those guys were wearing back in the day. Just, I had a Spurs starter jacket, so like at first glance it looked like I was doing the Raiders bit.
To be in the club, yeah.
But it was like, no, I'm not bandwagon, but it looks adjacent to it.
Well,
It's nice.
I'll also tell you this, and I don't know if it's the same in Vegas. I've been to Allegiant Stadium. I've been to Commanders, Raiders games. But at the time, I think it was Washington football. I don't know. But I think that the most intimidated, nervous, worried I've ever been around opposing fans was walking into the Raiders.
The guy who looks like the Road Warrior
Stadium.
And all those different, with the battle gear on.
But it's the old Raiders Stadium. This is, with the one the A's play in, like the Coliseum or whatever. But just like walking through all those dudes who are barking at you and they're all face painted. I mean, I literally was nervous. I was like, where do I go? What do I do?
I just don't mean any harm. I like football.
Right, exactly. I've been in Philly. I've been at the Link. I'm walking through. You get chirped a little bit. I felt zero of the anxiety I had walking into a Raiders game. We told you, though, we'd give away Adam Sandler tickets to kick off the 3 o'clock hour, so let's do that. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see Sandler. It's the You're My Best Friend Tour, Saturday, September 27th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. So this is next weekend, and we're giving these tickets away throughout the show. So if you don't win them right now, you got a chance at 4, 5, and 6 today. You just got to be listening to Grant and Danny. So on Fridays, typically, Danny, I will tell you that I try not to do an audio vault because there's just so much NFL to cover and so much to get to. And when I dropped it into the rundown last night, I thought, we're going to have enough going on. We're going to get the Daniels news. We won't have time for the audio vault. We'll just move on. I just think it's too good. I think the audio is so great. We'll keep it moving. I won't let it dominate anything. We'll get right back to the Commanders in the NFL.
Okay.
But I just think this is as good an audio vault as Darius and I have ever put together.
It's a very strong audio vault. I want to hear the creepy Crypt Keeper voice and the like opening of the vault, and then like the guy's going to tell me like tall, scary tales from the campfire. Like I want that.
If you're new to the program, the audio vault, all of the best audio of the week that we could find for you in the sports landscape. Let's do it.
There it is.
All right, so I want to start at the college level with Brian Kelly, the head coach at LSU in Baton Rouge.
Uh-huh.
Go Tigers. LSU football, really, really good right now. They got a chance, my guy, to climb to the top of the rankings here. They are now ranked third, coming off of a win over Florida. So they started their season by beating Clemson 17-10 in what we thought was a test. Looks less so now.
A little less.
Then they played Louisiana Tech. It was 23-7. They played Florida unranked this past week, won 20-10. They have not been great on offense. They're not moving the ball, scoring the points people expected.
Which is so weird, by the way, because it's usually they'll score 60 and give up 65.
They're better defensively, and their offense has kind of regressed some with Garrett Nussmeier at quarterback, who's a pro prospect and a legit QB. I bring up LSU, and I start the audio vault with Brian Kelly because this is a bit of a theme today. You're going to hear from him and Dabo. These college coaches that make all this money and kind of run their programs in their image and pick and choose who's at press conferences and stuff, they get away with a lot at the mic.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they just cannot be questioned. They can't even deal with the idea that someone wants to know what's going on with the program. Listen to Brian Kelly after they beat Florida 20-10 last weekend.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right, how about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
So he went too far, especially there at the end when he's like lecturing the entire room. There's some of that sentiment that I don't hate. So you get some Herm Edwards in there, by the way.
Yes.
Where he's like,
what a sprinkling.
You play to win the game. He's like,
hello?
That was full. He didn't go full Herm Edwards. He went three-quarters Herm Edwards, right? But I'll also acknowledge that should not have been the first question of the press conference. That's probably true. When you're in a media corps, not to say you're working together, but like there's a touch and feel session here where you're going like, all right, why don't you talk about the win? Why don't you talk about Garrett's performance? Whatever it is, and you kind of feel it out, and then you go, okay, they won 20-10. It's time to ask him, hey, congrats on being 3-0. You don't even need to say that. You could just be a bulldog and be like, hey, Brian, I know you guys won, but the offense is still not great. If that was the seventh question, does he get as angry? Probably not. So there's something there. But this guy, man, he is just a lot, isn't he? He is a bulldog, and he's so upset. You're spoiled, he said. He called the questions ridiculous. I just thought that audio was incredible.
He said they're out of line. It's not.
Out of line is completely incorrect and probably an irresponsible phrase.
Well, by the way, so I think you did a good point laying it out. The first question, as negative sounding as it could possibly be, by the way, after an SEC win.
But these coaches, they feel like in these rooms, you're supposed to be rooting for us.
But this is where I'm going.
That's the problem at the college level.
Go back to Urban Meyer bullying people out of the room at Florida or whatever else. Because these guys are both, now this is the old way, but they were both head coach, sort of senior mentor, GM deciding who gets scholarships and this, that, and the other. I know the world's changed with NIL and stuff, but they have God complexes because they don't report to anybody other than the AD who they make 10 times as much as.
Right.
And if you fire them, they are on Easy Street with tens of millions of dollars to put their feet up and drink pina coladas. They cannot believe in these like tier 3 mid-sized towns that everybody isn't sit there going, well, I'm so impressed y'all won today. What's that feel like? What was the post-game spread like? What'd you say to the team afterwards? Because we're just so blessed to have you.
That's basically the tone.
That's what he wants.
He's like,
and that's what
we won. Celebrate us. We're 17-1 at night.
That's what we do.
How good we are.
Answer the question.
I will say really quickly that while it's not as common in the NFL, there are coaches that don't really understand. Like Mike Shanahan once called me into the principal's office at the park. And I sit down waiting for him to come in, like in a very dramatic way. They like bring me in and they sit me down at his desk, and he's not in there yet. And then he walks
summoned,
in.
by the way, which is my favorite.
He walks in and he's like, "I need you to help me with something." And he like sits down and he's talking about, I heard you on the radio the other day. He's like, you were talking about the play we were running at practice or something. He's like, I need you to not do that. And I'm like, but you did it in public. Like there were fans there, Mike. And he's like, yeah, but don't you want us to win football games? And I'm like, sure, that'd be great. He's like, but he thought, like, we're all in this together, which is funny because you're not helping me very much. You're not giving me, if we're all in this together, let me know who you're going to start on Sunday. That didn't go both ways, by the way.
Yeah, well, if we're in this together, where's that paycheck?
Right, exactly.
Where's that one? You know what I mean?
That's the other thing.
You want me in with you, by all means.
I'll say whatever you want.
Put a comma and some zeros in there.
You just help my kids get to college.
I mean, on your team,
and I
sure.
will absolutely sing your praise.
You know what they were not doing was running this play. I tell you that.
Right. That's funny. So let's stay in college for a second.
All right.
Another of the silly geese at the collegiate level, occasionally at the podium. Dabo Swinney of Clemson. Dabo wants to remind everyone, even though it has been just a debacle for Clemson to this point, how much he's won. He's DJ Khaled, apparently.
Yes.
All he does is win. So Clemson is 1-2. Their season is effectively cooked in terms of the national championship picture right now. They were expected coming in to be a top 5 team. We had college guests on.
They started 4th in the country.
Like, look out for them. They'll win the national title. And they're 1-2. This was Dabo this week.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking, is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last, always has been, always will be. And I would just say if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and we're one, you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. Like you're freaking all in. And hey, listen, I mean, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm gonna go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all gonna have to deal with me for a while.
There's a lot there.
I love it.
So
I love just cutting a promo.
Just like with Brian Kelly, there's actually some truth to what he's saying, I think. Like, they win a lot. Expectations have gotten really high. He turned Clemson into this thing where it's national championship or bust. But where you lose me is like the veiled threats, where you're like, where you're talking to, and also you talk to everyone. It's exactly what we just talked about. He's talking to media members, and he's like, you're not with us. If you're not with us right now at our low point, you can't be with us. No one's with you unless they work for Clemson.com. They write for newspapers, man. Like, he doesn't understand that part. And I get in college the lines are blurred a little bit because you do have a lot of reporters that are in there in like their Clemson hat that have covered the team for 37 years or whatever.
Yeah, but none of those guys are rubbing that rock pregame. You know what I mean?
Tired of winning. He acted like also, if Clemson's tired of winning, like when he leaves, there's no way anyone else could ever win there. If you want to keep winning, you keep me. But if you're tired of winning, kick me out. I'll go win somewhere else. And you can say goodbye to all your winning. You don't think anyone else?
What?
Maybe. All right, let's go to the NFL. John Parker Romo. You ever heard of this guy?
No, who's that?
This is the new kicker of the Atlanta Falcons who replaced Younghoe.
Oh, I got rid of my guy, Younghoe.
Hit a game-winning kick on Sunday Night Football this past week. He had not met any of his teammates. They brought him in during the day. He didn't know who anyone was, so he's doing this post-game interview with NBC, and Melissa Stark's like, she shouldn't have put him on the spot, but it was kind of hilarious, so good for her. And she's like, do you even know these guys? He's like, yeah, I know Bijan Robinson. Yeah, because you had him on fantasy, bro.
Right.
You know him because
I had the second pick.
you know him because you watched the NFL on Sunday. She's like, she literally goes like, who's that guy? He's like, I don't really know. She's like, oh, that's the guy. That's your defensive end, man. They're meeting on television.
And I know you're learning your teammates' names. You know their names, right?
I know Bijan.
This is Leonard Floyd over here. You guys want it? Nice to meet you. Back to you guys.
They shake hands on national television. Dude just won him a football game.
I love that,
That's
actually.
the amazing thing about the kicking position. So many jobs on the line. Every one of these games control the emotions of a town for a week. The entire building is resting on this leg of this dude who 1 day ago was not a part of this. You know, we talk about us and we and brotherhood and this and that. Like, if Matt Gay pulls a hammy at practice today, there's some dude flying in from some other place that might decide on Sunday if the other 89 people in the building that are doing the football stuff get to be happy or not for 7 days. I mean, it is wild when you think about that position.
And yeah, it is. And it's the, you know, I always say there are 52 guys, or it may be 51 when you start counting the punters, who are these beyond world class, the 1/1,000,000th of 1% elite 99.9% barred, like biggest, fastest, strongest, most, you know, toughest human beings that have ever lived on this planet. And then there's this one guy that like looks like the ball boy who trots out there with like an old school face bar on his mask, and he's like, okay, it comes down to you. You know, the guy that can't run the 4.4, the guy that can't throw it 50 yards or can't make a tackle, that guy who strains things just by like being around. Okay, win it for us or lose it for us. Unreal.
Kickers are people too. ESPN pregame. Adam Schefter says Shedeur Sanders told the Ravens not to draft him in the 5th round. The Ravens, mind you, you've been sitting around for 5 rounds. They're about to take him, and he goes, no, please don't. He doesn't want to sit behind Lamar Jackson. He's a starter, you see. Round 5, he's telling teams not to take him because he didn't like the situation. He'd have to sit behind a starter. This was Schefter with that report.
The Baltimore Ravens, were planning to select Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round with the 141st overall selection. But when he found out, he got word back to the Ravens that he preferred not to go to a place where he would be competing and backing up Lamar Jackson. He wanted to be in a place that he could play. And so when the Ravens got that message, they pivoted, went a different direction with the 141st overall selection. And 3 picks later, the Cleveland Browns selected Shedeur Sanders, who will be in Baltimore today.
So that was a big storyline because those teams were playing this past weekend. Alex Smith of ESPN's Monday Night Football, a countdown crew and pregame show, could not believe what he heard. This is a former 1-1, number 1 overall pick, played in the league, championship level player who had some great seasons. Alex Smith was like, you got to be kidding me. Listen to this.
I think this is insane. Right? Like, if this is true, I think this is crazy. Right? At this point, you're in the 5th round. I understand you had higher hopes, but you've dropped to the 5th round, and you're thinking about being a starting quarterback the next year. I think this is incredibly short-sighted. Like, if you're in this situation, you want to go to an organization that is going to develop you, right? Here you have the Baltimore Ravens, the model of stability in the NFL. This regime's been together for how many decades now? And actually has a track record to develop quarterbacks. Joe Flacco, Lamar, right? Instead, you choose the Cleveland Browns because you think you have a chance to start the next year. And mind you, the Cleveland Browns, who are on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to stability, right? This is the same organization that walked away from Baker Mayfield as the number 1 pick in the draft. What's he gone on to do? Oh, he's only led the NFL in touchdown passes since joining the Bucs, right? How many there's been 700 starting quarterbacks in the last 20 years for the Cleveland Browns. Like, this makes 0 sense. You want to go to a good organization where you can develop.
I'll jump in here. Alex Smith just spitting fire.
Yeah.
And by the way, verbal retweet every word that he said. And you wonder about the judgment that some teams didn't love.
Well, okay.
Has any quarterback ever in the 5th round been like, nah, I'm a starter, I can't go there, you got an MVP?
Well, but even beyond that, I mean, again, at this point in the 5th round, it's, what is that expression about beggars and choosers? Something comes up. But the second point, though, is you're very aware that Cleveland already took someone 2 rounds before. Where's that text? Where's that phone call to be like, there's another person. You took 2 rounds ahead of me. There's
Right.
17 other players that are already there. That I'll rather just do that. Maybe you think you're better than that guy. You go beat him out. But at this point, you're going. There's a disconnect there, I think is the word that comes to mind.
All right, last one in the audio vault, all football today on a Football Friday. So Brent Pry obviously fired Virginia Tech.
Yep.
They were not the only team to fire a coach. UCLA this week fired Deshaun Foster. Well, it reminded me of Deshaun Foster's introductory press conference. This might be the first time this has ever happened. Twice we'll play this on the audio vault, because when it originally happened, it was one of the most amazing things I'd ever heard. You probably won't remember this. But in his introductory presser, he had one of the strangest opening commentaries in history, and it's like, wait, how did we get to a point where it was so bad that they fired him a couple games into this season? Well, this was the first time he ever stepped up to the mic in front of the media.
You know, I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. We
Welcome aboard.
Here's some information.
Let's go win football games.
We're located in Los Angeles, California. There's another school that's also in Los Angeles, California. University of Southern California.
Narrator voice. It did not work out. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Let's get you ready for the weekend next. No Jaden Daniels for the Commanders. Marcus Mariota getting the nod for Washington. How will the offensive plan change? That's next on G&D. Hey guys, it's Grant for FanDuel, the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. NFL Sunday is coming your way. You get your crew, your couch, your snacks, and then you get the slate of games. FanDuel is coming in with a little something extra this time around. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now they're making it even better. Because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. All customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. Gotta love that. 50% profit boost, any NFL bet, all customers. However you play, FanDuel's got your back. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Gotta be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels is out with a knee injury in Week 3 versus the Raiders. Dan Quinn announced today. Quinn called his progress encouraging, but that he was, quote, just not all the way there yet. Marcus Mariota gets the nod, earns his first start since Week 13 of 2022. The odds have shifted since the news. The Commanders opened as 6.5-point favorites and are now favored by just 2.5. Bucs rookie Emeka Egbuka is questionable for Sunday's game versus the Jets, dealing with a knee injury. The league's 19th overall pick is tied for a league-leading 3 touchdowns through 2 games, so fantasy owners beware. The Nationals had an off day yesterday. They're back in action at Citi Field against the Mets tonight. First pitch is set for 7:10 on the Fan. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Report, but give updates when I can. Jaden was limited today on the field. We decided to start Marcus and said at the beginning we were going to be very diligent on his return to play and make sure we didn't miss any steps. So we're going to be smart, not just fast. And player wants to do everything all the time. That's who he is as a competitor, which I love. But that's how we'll roll.
Thanks to Kevin for the update. That's Dan Quinn making the announcement today of a change for Washington at quarterback based on Jaden Daniels' health. Unavailable. Marcus Mariota going to get the nod, the backup elevated, because Daniels' knee not allowing him to take the field. That's not the only change to the lineup, though.
No, sir.
There is an offensive line tweak coming via Fox Sports and Jordan Schultz. The Commanders will be starting Andrew Wiley at right guard. Nick Allegretti, who's been the starter at guard over the last couple of weeks, will be sat, according to the report. So what's funny is, here we were talking throughout the week about, might Andrew Wiley play? Jay Gruden said he would start him this week. But we were talking about right tackle. We were talking about the fact that Josh Connerly, the rookie, who eventually is going to be a really, really good player, as a first-round pick, has struggled with Brian Burns week 1 and Micah Parsons substantially in week 2. And now you got to deal with Max Crosby. And so the logic there is, okay, now, third straight matchup, brutal opposition in terms of playing one of the better edges in the league. Let's help him out. Let's get him off his feet. Let's just let him watch for a week and get him a respite. Well, they're going to play Wiley. It's just at right guard. Yeah. So maybe they think that will help Connerly if they get some elevation from play next to him, especially without John Bates likely this weekend. You need everything around Connerly to help insulate him a little more.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know here. So, in other words, what I mean is, what's the plan to, does Ben Sinnott line up a lot next to Josh Connerly? Is it Trent Scott? Is it somebody else? Are they going to use potentially Allegretti in that role as an extra tackle or something? You wouldn't think so. But the point is, I thought there might be a switch there or something else done to sort of reassure that position or shore up that position, maybe is the better term. But yeah, so to me, when the preseason started and we were sort of looking at lineups and prognosticating the 53 and so on, in terms of who I thought would be the starter, I actually thought it was going to be Wiley that would be the natural starter at right guard because he's done that at a much higher level. And
for a Chiefs team that won a Super Bowl.
For a Chiefs team that won a Super Bowl. And I thought he would be the dude, and it was, no, it's Allegretti. Allegretti's got it. Moved from left guard to right guard. Where I'm kind of going, okay, he wasn't that awesome at left guard, but I guess right's better? No, TBD, we'll see. So this is something I thought would already have happened before now, but, again, they have their offseason, they have their preseason, they have all their times to do some eval. So I wonder what the thought process is here in terms of strengths, weaknesses, maybe matchup related, maybe it just, this was a matter of time, who knows?
So I thought maybe when I first saw that this was in the works, possibly Brandon Coleman wasn't going to go at left guard because he's missed practice time this week. Mm-hmm. He's got a shoulder injury, I think it is, and maybe they were going to kick Allegretti over to his traditional left guard spot, and then Wiley replaces him at right guard, and that's actually why he's getting into the lineup. But it doesn't sound like that's the case. It sounds like Coleman's in line, presumably to play, and that this is just a swap, that you're kind of benching Allegretti for Wiley. Why then wouldn't Wiley have started the season? It's a really good question. I don't have a good answer. My guess is, if you remember, the swing tackle they brought in, George Fant, got here days before cutdown. maybe they wanted to get him up to speed with the playbook. Maybe they wanted to make sure, they're super sure, that he could play both sides and do all the things they needed in this offense. And it took a week or two, and now they feel like, okay, we're good.
Yep.
Whereas otherwise, Wiley's a backup, not playing, and he could have gone in the game, depending on where the injury was. Allegretti has center flexibility, so he's a backup now at both guards and center. Wiley starting means you lose that, but you've still got Fant and Trent Scott. And I personally think they're going to maybe have to go bigger up front this week without Bates. So like you do a lot of 3-tackle formations where the third tackle is your tight end, but it's really just an offensive lineman. And then it's one less route being run, a lot more run-heavy look stuff. But I think that could be a possibility as well. But if you were one of the people we heard from this week, and there were many of them, that were frustrated with how the line played against the Packers and how many shots Jaden Daniels took, you got a change. I don't know that it was the one that people predicted, but you got one here. On the season, if you're curious, according to PFF, Josh Connolly has allowed a team-high 11 pressures through 2 games, 9 of those in Week 2. Nick Allegretti and Brandon Coleman have both allowed 6 pressures, and Laramie Tunsil and Tyler Biotish have allowed 4 pressures to this point. So that's kind of the breakdown of the starting offensive line. In terms of hits on Jaden Daniels, clean collisions of the quarterback in the pocket, PFF has assigned 4 of Washington's 5 linemen other than Biotish with 1 kind of clean hit that they've allowed. That's non-sacks. The sack count is 4 against Connerly, which may be unfair because I think Daniels held the ball on at least 1 of those. And then sacks have been assigned to Tunsil and Allegretti as well.
The line, I think, ultimately will be a strength. This is something that we talked about in the preseason. When? That I don't know the answer to, right? On paper, you go, I spent a first-rounder. I sent away a bunch of draft picks for a new left tackle. I kicked a guy that was pretty good at left tackle into left guard, and my center returning is pretty solid. You should be a really good offensive line. It has not happened yet. I think it will, and the when question, obviously is what is kind of the $1 million one. It hinges to me on Connerly is when he gets up to speed and when you kind of go, okay, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Like, regardless of who's on the schedule, you go, yeah, it's a tough matchup. Well, it's tough for anybody. When you feel comfortable with the rookie over there at right tackle, we don't have to go, because you and I are sitting there going, okay, is it Trent Scott out there? Are they lining 2 tight ends up? Or do they get a fullback off waivers and put him there? Like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? When that's not the case, I think that's when this offensive line might be a plus, not just something that's in progress.
Well, I also wonder, so the fear all week has been Connerly against Crosby, and they'll have some kind of plan to help him, I would guess. You have to do a better job insulating him than you did against the Packers. I thought, and that means play calling. That means being ahead of the sticks.
That's all of it, yeah.
That's just like the offensive operation has to help him in a way that it didn't in Week 2, clearly. If they can get back to that, he's going to look a lot better, obviously. But what if he comes out and actually just responds and kind of looks like the first-round pick and that they're right for betting on him and basically handles his business against Crosby? And Crosby doesn't have a game where he takes over or anything. I think we have a very different conversation about him going forward, and it's almost like you could put one of the concerns or fears to bed. You can forget about one of the things ailing this team right now. It just takes one game like that against a player like Crosby early in your career.
Totally. And it's both a performance, technique, ability stuff, but it's also a confidence builder, right? You do it against Max Crosby. That's in the elite group of 2 or 3 or 4, 5 most disruptive players, best pass rushers we got in this game. So now you feel good. You go, okay, bring on the next challenger, right? There's nobody that I can't block at this stage. So you hope that certainly happens at some point. And you feel for the guy. I mean, you think back to a slightly different example because he was a 3rd rounder. But remember Morgan Moses. When we first saw him, everyone was going, nope, can't do it. That guy cannot play right tackle in this league. You can't have him out there. That's a mistake. And slowly but surely, he sort of grew into the role, got his feet underneath them, got in their lifting program, strength program, development, etc. And it was an hour into their first practice when their new right tackle, Brandon Scherf, was kicked into guard because twofold. One, he wasn't a tackle, and the other was that Morgan Moses looked plenty good enough. And now you have a pretty good that side of the line when you didn't know that. That was one of those variables. So that's a 3rd rounder, slightly different, but you get my point. Sometimes we're so used to these guys growing up in these pass-happy systems that we just assume you walk on campus for the first minute as a pro, and you're going to be that Pro Bowl left tackle, you're Jonathan Ogden, and that's not always realistic.
Speaking of things that we're used to, and it leads to us assuming things, the other thing worth noting here is Crosby's been very quiet through 2 games. He does have a sack, but PFF has assigned him basically 5 times where he's gotten close enough to the quarterback to be called a pressure on like 82 pass rushes to this point, which is nothing like the level he starts at almost every single season and plays at over the duration of these years. So I look at that and I go, he's got 2 tackles in 2 games. Not that that's what he get paid to do, but it's been a very, very slow start by his standards. Now, do I think he's going to end up with 16 sacks and be a Pro Bowler and be in the running for the Defensive Player of the Year award? I do, because I think he's that kind of guy. He's only 28 years old, prime of his career, healthy. No reason to assume a drop-off. And maybe, as I'm saying this, the fear is, well, sounds like he's due.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But I'd like to catch him now at the beginning of the year before he gets going rather than the last 2 games he's got 15 pressures and 3.5 sacks or something, and he's coming in on a complete heater. Find a way, watch the tape, see what other teams have done, and keep him down as best as possible. Grant and Danny live from Reston. We're at the Craft House today. We are at Reston Town Center. As you get out of the office and get back out here west in Virginia from D.C. and the DMV, come on by and say hello. We're going to be here until 6:30 on this Football Friday. Remember, 20 minutes from right now, another pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler, who's coming to the district next weekend. We've got those tickets at 4, 5, and 6 for the remainder of the program today on The Fan.
Selling a home can be stressful, especially when things don't go as planned. Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here for Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They've created systems to handle every one of those challenges, and the results are amazing. Here's what their client Kimberly had to say. Quote, our situation was anything but typical. We were out of the country when the house was listed, and Reynolds Power Home Team sold our home for $100,000 over asking, all cash, and made the process seamless with their amazing support team. End quote. Stories like this happen all the time with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team. They know the local market inside and out. They have access to thousands, and that's thousands of pre-qualified buyers, and use cutting-edge marketing strategies that put more eyes on your home. Whether you're relocating or just want top dollar, they know how to get the job done, and if your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call them. Do what my family did. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
A Beltway Blitz will come your way in 15 minutes. Teams in town you care the most about. We will get the latest on the Virginia Tech Hokies, who will be debuting a interim head coach this weekend. Bill Roth joins us on the Blitz in 15. We'll also talk Nats and Commanders with Bobby Blanco and Ben Standing. At that time, all jammed into one segment. The show is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. And today we're out and about on the road on a Friday field trip, Craft House Reston. We are at the Reston Town Center. So as you get out of the office, come on by. Easy parking, garage right next to us. A great opportunity to get ready for the Commanders and the Raiders and look ahead to a possible 2-1 start if Marcus Mariota, playing for Jaden Daniels, can deliver the goods.
So I've been thinking about this, Grant, and I think I feel pretty strongly about this. I think 2-1 is better than 1-2. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you thought about that? Like, wouldn't you rather be 2-1 than 1-2?
Anybody got a calculator?
Think about it. Like, for a second. Okay, imagine. Okay, ready? I'll give you two columns. The team that you care about, they're 1-2. You'll be okay, right? That's fine. That's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Or 2-1. Which one are you picking?
I think I'm going to want the 2 wins.
2-1.
Yeah.
See? Doesn't that feel nicer?
We got Adam Sandler tickets we're giving away at the top of every hour. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock today. You can win those tickets right here on Grant and Danny. Looking at the NFL slate for this weekend. So it kicked off last night. Thursday night football, the Bills beat the Dolphins. They did not cover. It ended up being a lot tighter than people thought. That was an 11.5-point spread. Finished 31-21, but it really wasn't that close. In fact, Miami was getting the ball back in a 21-all game with a chance to take the lead when they roughed the punter. One of their captains, one of their better players, one of their top D linemen, Sealer, kind of lands under the punter, can't come down. Punter does a great job making sure everybody knows he couldn't land on the ground and he got tripped up. Bills get the ball back on an auto first down and finish a drive to go score. 9 plays, 65 yards. They take a 28-21 lead. Tua Tagovailoa throws a bad pick, and the Bills get a field goal and win 31-21. By the way, it's not all Tua's fault. Quarterbacks almost always get too much of the blame when things are going badly and too much of the credit when things are going well. But it is hard to watch the Dolphins and how limited he is, how everything's got to go just so, and not be amazed by his cap numbers. I mean, this year he's $39 million against the cap, which is perfectly fine. But the next 3 years after this, he's owed $56, $53, and $66 million of cap space. Tua Tagovailoa. You bet on the wrong QB, it goes in the wrong direction, and it's happening right now in Miami.
Indeed. I mean, there's still some moments where you go, man, that was pretty good, right?
He's super accurate. He can make every throw.
He's accurate, and he scooted around once on a really nice scramble. I remember going, I always forget, he's a little bit quicker, a little bit faster than I think. But, yeah, it's still, as you said, it's got to be 72 and sunny. There can't be a breeze. The sun has to be in the right place. You know, it's just too much of a high wire act, and everything's got to be so perfect for him to be effective. It's just not enough plays on his own being made, it feels like.
Here's 3 games you should watch this weekend in the NFL. Rams, Eagles, both 2-0. This game will be in Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field. If the Rams can knock off the Eagles, the conversation's going to swing toward them being a legitimate contender in the NFC. Remember, they took the Eagles to the brink in the playoffs last year. If Philly beats the Rams, meanwhile, now we're talking about an Eagles team that survived a scare from the Cowboys. Opening night where anything can happen, right? Then you beat the Chiefs on the road, quality win. Now you've handled the Rams, albeit cross-country, 1 o'clock start, a quality win as well. Like from a college resume standpoint, nobody's is going to be better than Philadelphia's at 3-0, even though there's no style points. I don't know if Mike, the call last night, and Al Michaels was suggesting, like everyone said, that the Eagles are not fun to watch. That was what was taken out of a comment he made where he said basically the Bills are both good and fun to watch. Mm-hmm. Not all good teams are. And a lot of people took that as shade against the Eagles for the tush push and the fact that it's kind of gross to watch 100 passing yards from Jalen Hurts and not involving A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith much. All they do is win, though. Yep. I mean, and this goes back the entire Nick Sirianni run. They don't really care how ugly it is. And trust me, it's ugly.
Well, I think you look over, I can't remember if it's the last 17 games, 18 games, but I saw a graphic earlier where their one loss was to Washington in the final seconds when Jalen Hurts was injured and Kenny Pickett still had them score 33
Is that their only loss in that stretch?
Yeah.
I guess that's true because Basically, the second half of last year, they did this thing that they're doing right now.
That's right.
Wow. Again, and let's face it, they were up 14-0, I think, when Hurts got hurt in that game. So the reason the Commanders beat them at home last year was because Jalen Hurts said, I can't do this right now, or they pulled him into the blue tent and told him he couldn't do it, and Kenny Pickett finished the game.
And even with that, by the way, Devontae Smith, who is really good and sure-handed, dropped a slant where there was no one within 10 yards of him, which would have been a first down. They would have gone on to win the game. He didn't. Again, we saw the magic where Jaden Daniels hit Jamison Crowder, of all people, in the back of the end zone for a game-winning tutty with moments left in the game, but it was delightful.
Second game you should watch this weekend outside of the Commanders and the Raiders also involves the AFC West. Broncos, Chargers. L.A. trying to get to 3-0. Justin Herbert, I know it's early. I know you're not going to like what I'm about to say out there. Playing at an MVP level.
Here we go.
He looks like the real deal. Only guy playing at a higher level than him maybe early this season is Josh Allen, because he's got 3 games on the resume, having already gotten back in the clubhouse after his third round. But the Broncos are 1-1, need a win badly, or you fall 2.5 games behind the Chargers in the division.
All of a sudden, see, I've always been a Herbert admirer. And I had to make a bunch of excuses as to why they couldn't get over the hump, or they would always charge her, or they'd find a way to lose, or, whether it was injured receivers or the coaching staff that didn't really seem up to snuff, et cetera. Then when he gets Jim Harbaugh, they convert him into a caretaker, right? To hand it off to J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, et cetera. I didn't know this would be allowed under Jim Harbaugh to morph his offense into what's happening right now, where they sling it. They got receivers are playing at a level that I didn't think Keenan Allen was going to be this good, or Quentin Johnson, who people kind of left for dead. You knew about Ladd McConkey working underneath, but they're a prolific offense to go with a really, really good defense. Like, that defense is way better than I thought. They're tough.
Finally, third game you should watch this weekend is your Monday Night Football tilt to end Week 3. The Detroit Lions in Baltimore to take on the Ravens. In fact, I wonder if anybody's going to go to that just to get a little extra football in. Why not, man? That's damn good football under the lights in prime time. Standalone games, you're not missing other NFL games. I'll bet you somebody in the listening audience who's a Commanders fan is doing that with some buddies.
That's a good one to go grab a casual ticket to.
Tailgate in Charm City and check out the Lions and the Bills. 8:15 kickoff on Monday. Baltimore is the number 1 ranked offense in the NFL right now. 6.5 yards per play. They're number 2 running the ball. They're number 5 passing the ball. The question's going to be that defense. They rank 23 right now. 19th against the pass, 15th against the run. They're about to get tested. The Lions scored 50 against the Bears this past weekend.
One of these two teams, both very good in my view, is going to be 1-2. That's, the beauty of some of these early season matchups where both had a hiccup. I mean, you look at Detroit, they got dominated.
Remind me again, you had a point about 1-2 at the beginning of the segment that was pretty transcendent.
You'd rather be 2-1?
Okay.
You'd rather be 2-1. And I stand by that. Not every host will take a stand like that.
All the time you've had to think about that?
Yeah, great. Listen, a lot of radio hosts, a lot of comedians, a lot of people, you're supposed to be able to tell truth to power. It's one of those things where I go, you know what? I'm going to take a stand on this. And if you don't like it, that's fine. I'll respect your opinion not to like it. But 2-1 is better than 1-2.
What'd you say about comedians and truth to power?
Nothing.
Okay.
2-1 is better than 1-2, man. That's all I said.
Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. Adam Sandler tickets. We're giving them away all show long. We got another pair. Top of the hour as soon as we return ahead of the Blitz right at 4 o'clock on the Fan.
And it's brought to you by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades with Vodka. The Commanders are going to be without starting quarterback Jaden Daniels in Week 3 versus the Raiders. He's sidelined with a knee injury. Head coach Dan Quinn called his progress, quote, encouraging, but he's just not all the way there yet. Marcus Mariota gets the nod and earns his first start since Week 13 of 2022. Along with that change, Andrew Wiley gets the nod over Nick Allegretti at right guard for the Commanders. That's according to Jordan Schultz. Bucs rookie Emeka Egbuka is questionable for Sunday's game versus the Jets, dealing with a knee injury. The league's 19th overall pick is tied for a league-leading 3 touchdowns through 2 games. So fantasy owners, be cautious. Head coach Zach Taylor for the Bengals said this afternoon quarterback Joe Burrow had a successful surgery to repair turf toe, and there is no timetable on his return. In baseball, 3,000-plus strikeouts later, Dodgers legend Clayton Kershaw is calling it quits on a Hall of Fame career. Kershaw is an 11-time All-Star, a 3-time Cy Young Award winner, and says he's, quote, at peace with where his career is at. The Nationals had an off day yesterday, back in action up north at Citi Field against the Mets. First pitch set for 7:10 on the Fan. Fall is here and football is back. Nothing goes better with game day than Surfside, iced teas and lemonades with vodka. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Thanks for the update, Kevin. Welcome back, Grant and Danny in Reston. We're at the Craft House Reston at the Reston Town Center. We'll be here until 6:30, 2.5 hours this evening as you guys get out of the office to have a little late Friday afternoon pep rally ahead of Commanders Raiders. No Jaden Daniels, Marcus Mariota at the controls on Sunday. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. It's the You're My Best Friend Tour, Saturday, September 27th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. We've got a chance for you to win tickets to Adam Sandler today at 5 as well, and at 6 o'clock for the final time this week. So each of the next couple of hours on the show, you'll have a penultimate and then a final chance to win these tickets.
We wonder, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morai can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's kick off the Beltway Blitz. Nats, Commanders coming up. We start on the college gridiron. I love the pipes of Bill Roth, and he joins us now, generally via the crystal clear Comrex unit. Bill, welcome to the Beltway Blitz. Let's talk State of the Union here for the Hokies. It has been quite a week in Blacksburg.
It has been. You know, the Hokies are 0-3. The fans are looking for a win. The team is looking for some consistency, and the administration now looking for a new head coach. So that's where we are after 3 weeks, and that's the way things are in college football in 2025. So hopefully tomorrow, Tech plays Wofford. Also 0-3, the Hokies can get their first win, and the Hokie Nation can feel a little bit better about itself.
So Brent Pryce, by all accounts, an exceptional human being. You know him better than I did. He came on our show a couple times. I actually rooted for him because I just thought he was awesome to talk to. But it's gotten ugly, and kind of the status quo was clearly unacceptable, whether that was his fault or somebody else's. You can't get worked by Old Dominion. You can't get blown out by 60 without a point over a 2-game span carrying over there. How did it get so bad, do you think?
I think there's probably a lot of different reasons for that. Obviously, you know, they had 30 new players this year after losing so many really good players last year, and it never came together for them. They're dead last in the ACC so far in defense. They're only a little bit better, 14th offensively. Kyron Drones hasn't been as consistent as they had hoped. Sam Siefkes, the new defensive coordinator, is trying to figure things out with a bunch of new guys. And the interim head coach is Phil Montgomery, who had been the offensive coordinator. He's the former head coach at Tulsa. The key now, you know, not only do you want to win a few football games, but the NCAA transfer portal rules are different now. this fall. And so you have 30 days now to put your name in the portal. So not only are they trying to win a football game here tomorrow, and then conference play starts next week, but keep the team together. Because a kid, you haven't played 4 games yet, they're allowed to redshirt and transfer and not lose a year of eligibility. So Virginia Tech and on the West Coast, UCLA, kind of in the same situation where you've only played 3 games, and the interim coaches, they've got double duty. Keep your team together and get ready for games.
Bill, what will be different with Phil Montgomery as the head coach?
Well, hopefully they'll be a little bit more consistent. You know, they played 3 good quarters against South Carolina in week 1, and they played decent in the first half against Vanderbilt. They had a 10-point lead. So they've shown some signs. That sounds like coaching cliche, play 4 quarters. But for an 0-3 team, they've played some good football, just not enough to win a game yet.
This is a matchup, though, that it feels like if you're going to try to start anew here, let's do it against the Terriers. They come in 0-3.
Yeah, and the one thing that's really unique about this is they've not played a conference game yet. So they have Wofford tomorrow, and then they'll have 8 ACC games. So the story of this season didn't start out very well. Chapter 1 was bad. But they hope that they can turn it around starting tomorrow. And I'm excited to see how they play. By the way, a couple of things for tonight. I know that we're talking about tomorrow's game, which you can hear on the Fan, but 2 things. The Hokies have their Hall of Fame induction tonight, and Kendall Fuller is going into the Hokies Hall of Fame tonight.
Oh, wow.
A Baltimore guy who was drafted by Washington and won a Super Bowl with Kansas City. But the other guy going in, you guys, I don't know if you know him or not, Kevin Barker played baseball here at Tech. Kevin then played big league ball with the Brewers. Today he is one of the afternoon sports talk show hosts on the Fan in Toronto. So he is essentially the Grant and Danny of Toronto, is going into the Virginia Tech Hall of Fame, thus becoming the first afternoon sports talk show host ever inducted into the Virginia Tech Sports Hall of Fame.
Kevin Barker.
How about Kevin Barker?
I like that.
When was he at Tech, Bill?
He was there in the final year of the Chuck Hartman era, so right at the end of the Big East era and then going into ACC play, so 22, 3, and 4.
Yeah, so I wonder if I probably missed him by like a year or 2 when Tech was in our conference back in the day. Big picture question here, Bill, for Virginia Tech. I still think of them as that gritty team that may not be as talented as the next team, but is always going to be well coached, disciplined, and going to get the double-digit wins. That's only been the case once since 2012. When they won 10 games in 2016. What's it going to take big picture to be successful there, to kind of get back to some of what we saw for so many years in a row down there in Blacksburg? You know what a lot of the folks talk about these days, whether it's coaches or athletics administrators, is alignment from your president to your athletic director to your coach, the financial backing of each institution. And clearly, as you look around the college football landscape, the teams that spend the most money are winning the most games. So I think it probably comes down to that. That being said, I talked with our ticket guy earlier today. Hokies are 0-3. They're playing an 0-3 FCS team tomorrow. And they're going to announce, I think later today, the game is sold out. So it's a remarkable cultural thing here. They had a packed house last week, and they're playing Wofford at 0-3. And the Hokie Nation here, at least, the folks coming down from D.C., are acting as if they're undefeated and ranked in the top 10. It's really cool. And I think that's what does make it a very attractive job, that the fan support, win or lose, has been very consistent. They've only won 10 games once over the last decade, but nearly every game is sold out in a 66,000-seat stadium. So that's encouraging for our program moving forward.
Bill, thank you. It is good catching up. We will listen to you on the call tomorrow.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, buddy.
Let's talk some baseball on the Beltway Blitz. Nats trying to get back going again after a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Atlanta Braves. They have hit the road. They were idle yesterday. They're at Citi Field to take on the Mets. 7:10 first pitch tonight, about 3 hours from right now. Bobby Blanco, MASSonSports.com. Bobby, tell us about the game and set the scene for the series for us against the Mets.
Yeah, like you said, the Nats are coming off a lull of a week. I mean, 4 games in 3 days against the Braves. They get swept in all 4. Not a lot of positives to take away. But now you get a chance to go up to New York, Citi Field, and this is your last opponent on your schedule that is in playoff position. The Mets have a 2-game lead for the final National League wildcard spot with just like 9 games left to go in the season. So the Nationals could go into Citi Field and try to play spoiler for a rival and maybe knock them out or at least hurt their chances at the postseason this weekend. And then it starts tonight with Andrew Alvarez. I mean, right now I'm just excited to see young guys play and perform, especially these young pitchers. I'm talking about Andrew Alvarez and Kate Cavalli specifically, guys who have had very limited major league experience. but has pitched pretty well. This is only going to be Andrews' fourth major league start, but he has looked impressive over his first three, pitching to an ERA just over 1. His last outing against the Pirates was fantastic. 6 shutout innings, 5 strikeouts, only 1 walk. So he's finding the strike zone pretty well. So I'm looking forward to see how he handles probably his toughest test yet in the New York Mets lineup.
GP, 2 things happened the other night. One, it was a massive rain delay where Bobby, me, and our guy Toby Altizer hung out, and I ate multiple servings of ice cream. The second thing that happened was Bobby and I, with an aggressive strategy, I thought Bobby did a really good job of convincing Toby to play something besides like one of the 2 sports games that he has. So we did something pretty big and significant there. That's number one, so credit to us. The second thing is, a stupid idiot that you know, Bobby, like this is one of the dumb people that we have, okay? This guy is an absolute moron, said on these airwaves, it's not important who, but he said after a couple of days, look at the start Keibert Ruiz is off to. How great is this guy going to be? Came in great shape. We met him. We talked to him about it down at the spring training. He's in for a great year. Another forgettable season from Keibert Ruiz. I'd forgotten that he was still on the roster. He's been gone for so long because of the injury. What's his future?
Getting Toby to download Last of Us was my winning off the field for this week. So shout out to Tobes for doing that. Keibert, a lost season. You're right. I mean, he came out the gate pretty hot. It looked like he was setting himself up for a really strong season. And then injuries, and then not just injuries, but a concussion, multiple concussions, and it's more so like not what's his future with this team, but it's what's his future in baseball. I mean, they tried to get him out on a rehab assignment. He got to Double-A. I think he played in a handful of games, but had to be shut down because he kept getting concussion symptoms, and that's like just kind of scary overall to hear. He took a couple of foul balls off his face mask again. And with the position that he plays, that's obviously going to happen. And Keibert has been a catcher. I mean, I don't know if there are numbers behind this, but I just feel like Kebert's been hit more than any other normal catcher. I mean, he gets hit with backswings, hit foul balls, balls in the dirt hitting him in uncomfortable places. So, yeah, I mean, I think, it was a bad season for him statistically as a baseball player, but almost worse as a person. Like, I just kind of feel bad for him that he can't shake. The last time I talked to him, which was about a month ago, he was saying, like, he still has trouble with bright lights and loud noises, and he has trouble sleeping, and that seems like that really hasn't gone away since. So I'm more concerned about Keibert as a person than the player right now. I hope he can get back to kind of a normal life, have a normal offseason, and then maybe we can discuss more about his baseball future. Maybe he can play a little bit of first base. Maybe be a full-time DH. He's a switch hitter. I don't really know, but, yeah, it was a really tough year physically for Keibert, and I just hope for the best for him.
Bobby, thank you.
Yeah, boys, enjoy the weekend. Thanks.
See you, buddy.
Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz, live from Reston at the Craft House today at the Reston Town Center. How about we talk a little Commanders? Substack Standig. Ben Standig is with us on G&D. And Ben, the team actually did it today. They ruled Jaden Daniels out. He's not going to play, and Marcus Mariota is going to start. One of the things I found interesting, though, we'll circle back to this game in a second. When asked about how close Daniels was to playing, Dan Quinn just drove 8,000 miles through that stop sign. How sure are we that this was like we're just protecting him from himself and he really wanted to play and he was ready to play, but we're being extra cautious and not of course he's not going to play. He's still several days away from being able to do anything meaningful on the practice field.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be some subterfuge going on. The media was out there for the first 15 minutes or so of practice, stretching, things like that, as we typically are. The other 3 quarterbacks were out there, not Jaden Daniels, but then Dan Quinn said later that Jaden Daniels was a limited participant because he did some running and some throwing, which means they waited until we left, presumably, to bring him out. Why would you do that unless you don't want us to see it, right? So, who knows? It's hard to speculate about any of these guys, especially with the quarterback. But yeah, no, it's a real question. It's now, okay, he's out this week. Are we sure he's going to be able to play for Atlanta? I guess we'll deal with that next week, but I couldn't say for sure right now.
What's the difference between Nick Allegretti and Andrew Wiley?
Nick Allegretti is Jewish. Did you know that? That's one difference.
I did not know that, actually.
I was unaware of that information.
I did not have that. So, I mean, actually, that would be the answer, I suppose. I was looking more for like a football, who's playing right guard thing, but I like that, Ben. That's why you subscribe to Ben's Substack right there.
Yeah, I mean, look, far be it from me to be, I'm not Joe Bugle, some O-line guru, but watching the play all training camp, to me, Wiley looked like the better option. He was playing all over the place, and Allegretti was largely staying inside. I just thought Wiley looked like the better guy. He was a starting guard when he was at Kansas City, and I just thought it made more sense. I just didn't think Allegretti looked that hot to me. Now, why did they go the other way? I don't know. I think that Wiley, gives them, if they agree that he's a better guy, I guess there's that. He's going to probably be able to help Connery to some degree in terms of like maybe just adjustments on the fly, seeing as how he's played the position. And my guess is purely like from a roster perspective, I think they're going to use some 6 offensive linemen lineups because John Bates is likely out. We haven't heard officially, but I assume he's out. And that means maybe Trent Scott is up, but in order to do that, you need, how do you shuffle the lineup? Allegretti on the bench means he's the backup center. They don't have to promote Michael Wiley up from the practice squad, and this is a way to sort of shuffle all that around. But I do think, to me, Wiley was the better choice at guard, and, at least for this week, they seem to agree.
How do you expect Marcus Mariota to play?
I mean, look, obviously he was really good last year. I mean, better than I think most of us anticipated, for sure. The only rub is he didn't practice basically all training camp. And he has been practicing the last couple of weeks, so that's good. But, timing matters, just getting those different kinds of reps matters, all that. So maybe there's some rust. Not just because he didn't play the first 2 games, but because missing all of camp. But, look, he's been around the league for, 10 years. He certainly knows what to do, how to get ready, and be mentally sharp. So I have no questions about any of that. He gives them a mobile threat, not as good as Jaden, but, certainly a guy that can move out of the pocket. So I think all that's helpful. So, I think he'll be fine. But, look, he's going to go out there. Whether he's rusty or not, he'll be out there without their best running back in Austin Eckler, without an elite blocking tight end in John Bates, without their number 2 outside receiver, Noah Brown. I have no idea who's going to replace him. And without John Bates, I don't think they really have another blocking tight end. They'll have to come up with something else. So it's not so much what I think about Mariota. It's just like he's got a lot of limited pieces around him. And, to some degree, that could hold them back.
But the Raiders played on Monday Night Football and are flying cross country. You see what I did
That
there?
is definitely true. No, I'm with you. I heard you advocating for the rest before, and I completely agree. I mean, this is why I have Washington winning because, look, if they're a contender, as they were a year ago, and a lot of people believe they were going into the season, you're missing a lot of guys, including the quarterback. But, the Raiders, for the rest, the travel reasons are here. And look, the defense, other than Dietrich Wise, is, pretty much intact. If that group that showed up in week 1 plays on Sunday, then they should be able to handle the Raiders even with limited offense. If they look like the group against Green Bay and they cover Brock Bowers the way they did Tucker Kraft, well, I don't know. We'll see.
Benjamin, how would you expect the game plan to differ now with Mariota under center, as far as we know?
I don't know if I'm expecting, look, the deep ball hasn't really been in play too much so far this year, but, probably more underneath, get rid of the ball quickly, both to help the line and help the quarterback. I would imagine there's going to be more Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt this week than we saw a week ago. Probably those early downs. Cliff Kingsbury copped to what I've been assuming was why he didn't play much in the last game was because, there's still some growth needed to happen with blocking and some other aspects of the running back position besides the running part. So if he can go in on first and second down and they can get, 2nd and 6, stay out of long yardage situation, then I think Bill can have a pretty productive day and get some good work, and that's how they can attack the Raiders, even though I know the Raiders are pretty good against the run, but it's kind of what they have right now. And beyond that, find ways to get Debo the ball, and hopefully this is the week that Terry McLaurin can get going. But, you don't want to put too much on Mariota, I wouldn't think. If he's throwing the ball over 30 times outside of them trailing, that would seem like a lot.
Ben, do they win this Sunday?
I'm saying yes because I'm going to give the defense the benefit of the doubt and say they look more like week 1 than they do week 2. They've got to create some turnovers. That's something that they have not really done yet for real. And look, I said on offense they are missing a lot of pieces. Cliff Kingsbury is going to have to be at his creative best, and they still have stars, right? Larry Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin. These guys have to step up, as I'm sure they will. But that you have those guys. They have to make the plays because other guys are out. So hopefully they do that. But I think
Ben, how can people find you on Substack?
Yeah, appreciate it. Last Man Standing, my last name, .substack.com. It's been a great start when you got great subscribers like the two of you, so I definitely appreciate it. And, a lot of stuff this week. I did a film breakdown of the Green Bay tight end disaster and updated to the Jaden Daniels story. So, yeah, check it out.
Who are your two favorite subscribers, if you had to guess? Just like
you just picked two.
If you were picking two randomly. Give us two of your favorites.
There's two favorites.
Boy, I mean, the show before you, I don't think either of them are subscribing, so it's not them, so I'll go you two.
Yeah, it's
us.
us.
Talking about. It's
That's
us.
what it is.
It's us.
Very good.
It's us.
Benjamin, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. Good catching up.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
See you, dude.
Always does a great job covering the team. So I've got this new high-definition camera that I use.
Yes.
And because it's very clear, if you're watching us on YouTube, this is not to join on your camera setting or my camera setting on our laptop.
Wow, right at me on that one. Okay.
No, I'm not saying this. But because I have this high-definition camera that I use for Take Command and I bring with us to these restaurants, it's a clearer image, I would say.
Yes, it is. It's very nice.
While I added some downtime there, I just took a picture of our stream and posted it as my new Twitter picture. But Clary saw me smiling at the camera, staring straight ahead.
He caught you cheesing a little bit.
And he's like, "What are you doing, man?" He's texting me what's going on? Why are you smiling at the camera? What's happening? And then I showed him my brand new Twitter picture, and he looked at me like, "You shouldn't have done that." I think it's a good picture. It's perfectly fine.
It is fine.
I needed a new Twitter. I'm a believer in changing up my Twitter avatar about once every few months. I don't like letting it ride for years and years on end. So I needed a fresh new photo.
Okay.
I'm either going to have to do some kind of selfie.
Yeah.
Or
nobody wants that.
I just take a picture of the stream and it got framed up here on camera.
Got your name on there.
I got a nice brick background behind me in a restaurant. Let's let it rip. So I felt good about it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It all depends on what you want, right? Because it's not like a studio quality picture. That's not necessarily what you're going for, right?
Do I need a studio quality picture?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know
I'm
what
not
you
hiring
need.
a photographer to get a Twitter avatar. It can't be an egg like all the people that yell at me. It can't be a fake picture so no one knows who you are.
Yeah, I can't do that.
All the people that I block.
Right.
It's got to be a human being. It's got to be me.
That is you. It's got to be me. There it is right
and
there.
It's an updated photo.
It is. As of hour, 7 seconds ago.
Some White Walkers in the chin, right?
Yeah.
A couple of those are coming in.
They're creeping, aren't they? South of the wall.
I remember when I was joning on you about your White Walkers.
And what I say, what was the word I used? Rhymes with bait. Starts with a W. Oh, yeah, wait. She's coming. Bob Sandler's right there just waving them.
Coming in hot.
Sending them in.
I mean, it's amazing how quickly after all the children that they just show up. It's almost like it's a corollary thing. And I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be.
We may or may not have causation, but we sure as bleep have correlation.
I don't know if it is or it's not, but I'm saying maybe it is.
I literally, it's one of those time out things on the old that phone popped up the other day, and my wife and I were texting about, hey, look at this picture. Our youngest son, our oldest son, who was young at that point, 1 or 2, and we're in the background. And there is not a Josiah to be found.
Wow.
In my beard. Not a singular one.
Zero Sonnies?
Zero Sonnies.
Damn.
Just snapping off sliders and cutters.
Well,
zero.
So my wife I think she's a fan of that, when you're in your 40s, and I'm not yet close to that. But the guy that has the salt and pepper look.
Yeah.
I think she likes that. So that's interesting because the other day, it's been a couple months, but she says to me, she's like, "Are you going to dye your beard?" And I was like,
"Oh, that question."
I was like,
"Oh man,
no. Why would I dye my beard? What a weird question." And then I thought about it later. I'm like, that was a suggestion.
That's a leading question.
That she wanted me to dye. Yep. But she's made it very clear. I would never dye my hair. I'm just not that guy. If you are that guy, good for you.
You're not that guy,
I'm
Paul.
not that guy, pal. Not that guy.
Yeah, well, I get those kind of questions.
But why is she cool with gray hair, but then she wants to know if I'm going to dye my beard?
Right.
What's different about that?
It may not look as good. Depends on who you are.
My sister, we get together a few weeks ago, and she's like, "You have a lot of whites in your beard." And I'm like, "Good to see you too."
Yeah, how
Everything
are you?
Going great. And she's like, "Are you going to dye it?" I said, "No, I'm not going to dye it." She's like, "Well, there's a bunch of different colors. There's some red, there's some white, there's some brown." I'm like, "That's my beard."
Yeah.
And her point was like dye it black. I'm like, do you know how unnatural that would be?
Right, what am I?
There's not one black hair in my beard.
Am I ripped from Yellowstone? I'm not doing that.
What am I, a guy in the NWO Wolfpack? She's like, just dye your beard black. I'm like, I don't think you work.
Bagwell over
you
there.
probably don't work in a salon. That's really bad advice.
Yeah,
Can you imagine if I just walked in here with a black beard?
Well, first of all, yes, and please do it.
You'd have to start calling me Blackbeard, like
Brian
an old
Wilson,
pirate or
closer
something.
over there.
Yeah.
But you mentioned this, and it's the questions. Those aren't questions where it's like, what time is it? Are you going to fold your laundry? Is a question meaning fold your laundry? No.
Yeah.
That's what that means. That's what that meant. It's, hey, your beard displeases
Are you going to take the trash out? As I'm sitting there watching Thursday Night Football?
Yeah, I should probably have it right now. I probably have to do it right now.
That's not is that something you would like to do tonight? Do you think you'll do that tonight? That is a get off your fat ass, fatso, tubbo, fatso. That's how I hear it.
Hey, lazy putz.
Right.
Move your ass.
Exactly. So, yeah, are you going to dye your beard?
Translation. Your beard displeases me. I don't like looking at it.
But
Fix
I'm not.
it.
I'm not going to dye it.
Don't dye it.
It is what it is, man. We're in this thing together, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the stretch that we're on continues and I'm like 9 years behind you on everything, I'm in for a lot of white hairs in 9 years.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, fast track. You're gonna be a city council member, Vincent Gray over there.
now I'm just looking for brown hairs down here somewhere.
They're harder to find in the middle. On the edges, it's very brown. It's normal stuff.
It's not salt and pepper. It's not pepper and salt. It's salt and
salt and no Spinderella.
Right.
That's all it is.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, 5 o'clock. Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated, wrote a feature story this week on Jaden Daniels. He's probably had better time stories in the past, if I'm being honest. But we're going to ask him about his piece because it was excellent about JD5. He is coming on in about a half hour. At 5 o'clock, we got more tickets to see Adam Sandler. Next, let's talk how the offense will look with Marcus Mariota at the controls right here on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. So, for Washington this weekend, we know no Jaden Daniels, yes, Marcus Mariota. How does that affect Terry McLaurin? How does that affect Jacoski Merritt? How does that affect Zach Ertz in terms of the passing game? And for their opponent, the Las Vegas Raiders, Brock Bowers has been limited all week in practice, but Washington gave up a ton to tight ends last week. That is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. You heard me mention this before, but Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays all season long from any first half injury. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players. Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. When you stick with the book that leaves you empty-handed, when you can bet with the one that has your back the whole first half. That's Fanatics Sportsbook. If you want to protect your parlays from injury, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football, every single game all season long. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
And it's brought to you by Prince George's Community College. No Jaden Daniels for the Commanders in Week 3 versus the Raiders. Washington decides to err on the side of caution and protect their franchise quarterback, who is dealing with a knee injury. Head coach Dan Quinn called Daniels' progress during practice this week encouraging, but he was, quote, just not all the way there yet. Marcus Mariota gets the nod and earns his first start since Week 13 of 2022. Up front, Andrew Wiley gets the nod over Nick Allegretti at right guard for the Commanders. That's according to Jordan Schultz. Head coach Zach Taylor of the Bengals said this afternoon quarterback Joe Burrow had a successful surgery to repair a turf toe injury, and there is no timetable for his return. The Nationals can play spoiler against the Mets tonight. Andrew Alvarez gets the nod for his fourth career start. He's been a bright spot in a dark season for Washington, sporting a 1.15 ERA. First pitch is set for 7:10 on the Fan. You're busy. We get it. We offer online, evening, and weekend classes. PGCC works around your life, not the other way around. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
I think that's what's been awesome about this team. We kind of preach it every single day, but just the brotherhood, the connection, regardless of how this situation plays out, just knowing that the guys have my back gives me confidence to just go out there and be myself and play to the best of my abilities.
Get a brotherhood from Marcus Mariota? I didn't bring my brotherhood bell with me to the Craft House in Reston.
It's almost like someone dared him to do it.
Thank you, Derek.
You know what I mean? So like, hey, man, you got to get it in there. Like as a rule.
Do you think they do that on the way to the podium? Like someone pulls them aside?
Yes.
They're going over all the notes. Sean DeBarbieri and the PR staff, they're like, all right, they're going to ask you about not starting since 2022. They'll ask you about your Achilles. They're going to ask you if you're, comfortable enough to run everything without practice. And make sure you say brotherhood. Make sure you work in a brotherhood just to make sure you're on brand.
Well, you weren't here. You were out for some reason. Maybe it was the birth of your latest child. But when Linnell and I were doing a show, the couple of DC defenders stopped by, and they literally did that bit to us where they were like challenging as they're walking to the studio to meet with us. I forget what the words were, but one was like you had to use something about bowling, and the other one had to do something else. So I asked a question,
hot dog,
about football stuff. What was it, Darius?
So they challenged Jordan Ta'amu, to say hot dog at some point during the interview.
Was this like a social media thing or
Yes.
just him and the guys?
Yes.
Yeah, social media
thing.
Got it.
Yeah, and so like. I
Did
thought
you call him on it?
No, I had no idea. Obviously, I'm sitting there just trying to survive doing this interview.
Trying to survive? What do you mean?
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Football teams in there. You've
generally
seen some football.
I've seen that. But I haven't seen their football. But anyway, so we're I'm doing it and it's going fine. Linnell and I both are getting through it. And I didn't even notice one with the other. I think Tommy was like hot dog, man. I don't know. I didn't know. I just didn't think anything of it. The other guy was brought up bowling somehow, and I'm like, I guess he's a big bowler. Maybe he's like Gilbert Arenas. I have no clue. And then afterwards, Ryan was cackling like someone had fallen down and hurt their shin.
So they told you
or something? No, I guess they posted it. I don't know what happened exactly, but Ryan thought it was the funniest thing in the world. I was like, oh, okay. Then Ryan's like, dude, they got you so bad. I'm like, they did? Seems. I don't know.
Yeah, and they did get Danny. They got Danny. They got Linnell as well. But
they didn't. I don't quite.
They didn't tell us anything. It was the best part was that Darius and I weren't in the bid either. And then all of a sudden we're scrolling Twitter and we stumble upon the DC Defenders video of this, and they're like, "We're about to get two radio hosts."
Way after they left.
This was after, a day after they left. And
did they post it as getting them?
I'm not getting them, but it was just kind of. It wasn't saying that we're going to get Danny Rue yet.
You got. He got got.
And I did. I was like, I don't quite understand that. How I'm the victim here or anything. It just.
It's like a prank that you don't know is a prank.
Yeah, this. There's no one jumping around going, we got you. There's no punked. There's no Kutcher.
In fairness, when you get got, your way of handling it is to be quiet, angry, and not acknowledge it.
Yeah, so if that's one. Well, I hope they're all like that.
Well, the last time we got you pretty good was, this is actually a nice little radio insider. You know where I'm going with this.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't want to say the guy's name just because it would be too weird. But Danny found some person on Twitter, okay, who's tangentially involved with the Commanders, I'm going to say, right? And this person posted something. And it was an innocuous comment you made where you're like, oh, that guy had some information on the Commanders. And so for the next couple of days, anytime Danny asked us any question, we brought up that guy's account was where he should go because he was like, very zealous in talking about this guy's account one time, right? So this went on for a couple of days, basically. But it became this running bit with the show, and every time we would bring up this guy's name, so we're going to just say his name is Ryan Clary, Danny would get really upset. He'd either walk out of the room or just not. We'd all laugh and high five, and he'll ask something like, "Hey, what segment are we going to do this thing?" And we'd be like, "Why don't you look at Ryan Clary's Twitter account?" And he just got so annoyed by it after a couple of days, as he should have.
It was actually like asking for a real thing. No, I'm going to explain to
you did nothing wrong.
Yeah, asking for like a real answer or like wanting information or like all I was looking for was preseason snap counts.
Yes.
And you would think it's like go find the Holy Grail real quick. Follow clues from Indiana Jones's dad's journal and deal with people that want to kill you. And you would have thought I committed like a capital offense with the way that this was treated, which is fine.
So then we had this TV camera crew come in to do a big interview with us, and it was this formal thing or whatever, and they're recording the show, and it's from another network, another company. And so Ryan on the side, this is like the day that all this is happening, and it's reaching a melting point with Danny being annoyed by it, talks to the producer of this thing and gets the question asked, basically at the end of a line of questions for Danny, about the person whose Twitter account this was and like his relationship. And Danny was just like staring right at the guy. And like to this minute, you can see his reaction. Like he was so bothered by it. And he's like, "I'm sorry, what?" He loved it.
Yeah, I said, I don't quite know what you're asking.
"I'm sorry, what?" And the guy repeats the question, which we have fed to him in this line of actual questions.
And it was also, by the way, respectfully, it was like the most old man way of speaking. It wasn't even a question. Like, in other words, like, he just, again,
I'm sure the delivery was the problem.
No, well, it's a problem. Well, so, like, we're using the name Ryan Clary. He's like, Ryan Clary, 1 foot in the grave? What does that mean? I don't understand what that, even if I knew what you were talking about, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that was the quote-unquote question that he asked me. And these guys are doing this. Like, Ryan is doubled over, near vomiting from laughter.
But
Grant's video, like smacking anyone, like pinching people.
He keeps saying the guy's name over and over. And Danny, like 3 times, goes,
I don't know what you're talking
he's
about.
so mad at him. He goes, "I don't know what you mean, man. I don't know what you mean, man."
Well, I want this to be over anyway.
And then finally the guy turns off the camera. He's like, "These guys put me up to it." And
I still don't know what it is, by the way.
And Danny,
Ryan Clary, 1 foot in the grave? What? What is?
He like looks.
Yes? No?
And Danny looks at us and looks at the guy, and he just stares at us and walks away. But like that was like
that's what I did.
That was a good prank. We got you, but you just.
But again, I still don't know what it is. Like,
I think you know. I think you know.
Well,
it was that guy's name being brought up in the middle of an
interview. You got him
interview.
to say that name, but again, I don't know what 1 foot in the grave meant. So even if it was a legitimate
But
question,
you're over-focusing on that
that's
reference.
the only part we should be focused on. It is insane. Like, the whole thing was insane. I don't know what that, again, you're like, well, that's it. He said his name out loud. Cool prank, guys. Like, watch out for these two dudes. They might get you.
You may not be able to drive home
Might get you.
tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Look out.
All right, let's talk game plan for the Commanders next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. What's up, guys? It's GP. If you're ready to fire up for Saturday, FanDuel's going to help you. FanDuel's got a boost you don't want to miss. It is boosting with the boys, giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it's going to work. Each week, you're going to get a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. And then they take real games, real teams, real Saturdays, extra payout on the line. Easy, fun, and it's how FanDuel does it. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to use my promo code GP to download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer, and then go get in on the action. You got to be 21, must be present in Virginia, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Closing in on the start of the initial Sunday of NFL activity in Week 3. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are in Reston at Reston Town Center at Kraft House. The football conversation on the show is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL games live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Danny, how different do you think play calling and scheme will look without Daniels and with Mariota in?
It'll look similar but different, which I know is a little bit of a cop-out. And here's what I mean. Who is Cliff Kingsbury? What does he want to major in, right? It's a lot of the motion. It's a lot of sideline to sideline. It's a lot of short, quick stuff. It's a lot of misdirection, eye candy, catch and run. It's a lot of things that, frankly, translate between both quarterbacks, right? Where if you're Marcus Mariota, you don't have the world-class, unbelievable throwing acumen that Jaden Daniels does. I think you put Daniels potentially with deposits already in the bank and then long-term into some of those elite top-level groups that's got the touch, the velocity, the everything you want in terms of accuracy and anticipation. All those things are developing and happening, and he's wonderful, and I love him. Mariota does not have that track record. Like, that's not who he was. And I think they tried to make him that in Tennessee, and he's been better, or is better, when he gets to use his athleticism, is using that dual threat ability to, make linebackers flat-footed, to make safeties flat-footed, to make people have to have their heads on a swivel because maybe you peek back to maybe he's already started to take off and run, etc. Use his athleticism. That's RPOs. That's read option type game. I think you see that, which you'd already see with Daniels, but I think you see more of it this weekend.
I don't think it's going to look different at all. I think that's why Marcus Mariota is their backup quarterback. That's why they wanted to bring him in here initially last year. He was a really good fit. There's two ways to go when you build a quarterback room, in my opinion. You can have a starter who is the polar opposite of your backup for that change of pace, almost like you think of thunder and lightning in a backfield as a running back tandem. And that's where you have, a Lamar Jackson, a Jaden Daniels, a Josh Allen type, and then your backup is just a straight-up pocket passer. A guy where you have almost a different playbook. And the idea is actually exactly what you'd think. If someone goes down in game, I've prepared for this player. Everything I am doing defensively, schematically, is to slow down their dual threat abilities. And now this guy is just lighting me up from the pocket, not moving around, or vice versa, by the way. Maybe you've got a Derek Carr or a Kirk Cousins or a starter who is going to stand in the pocket like a Tua Tagovailoa. And then the backup when the next guy comes in is your Tyler Huntley, someone who just comes in and is, a 800, 900-yard pass given moment or what have you. So a 100, 900-yard passer, I was going to say over a month, or somebody who just lights it up. I think what Washington did is they went with, let's not change anything.
Yep.
Let's make sure that the 50 series stuff, that the read option looks, all of the pistol formation, that's what our bread and butter is. It's going to be our bread and butter when our backup comes in too. And you saw this against Carolina when Jaden got hurt. It was the same offense the rest of the game. They didn't change anything. You saw this against the Cowboys in the fourth quarter of the game where he got sat to rest him for the playoffs at halftime in Week 18 last year. Mariota comes in and they run their offense. Now, is he as good as Daniels? Of course not. How many guys are? But I do think he is very, very similar in style. He's very, very similar in being kind of the poor man's version of what he likes to do. And he can win from the pocket and make throws and protect the football and not put the ball in harm's way and run read option. Who am I talking about? That is, I think, the MO when it's going well for each of those two guys. It's just that Daniels, from an athletic, physical standpoint, whereas everything for Mariota is turned up to like 5 or 6. With Daniels, it's an 8 or a 9. But the skill set is very, very comparable. So if I'm Cliff, I think I drew up one plan. This was not Jay Gruden, who tells us when he was preparing for Jordan Reed, he would always have to have the if Reed's ready and healthy version of his game plan and without Jordan Reed version. Mm-hmm. That's not what this is. You do one game plan, and whoever's your quarterback runs it. Daniels either runs it a little bit more
dynamically,
with a little more electricity, or not. But that's kind of how I see it.
I smell what you're cooking there. Yeah, I think, as I said, I think it'll be really similar in the sense that this isn't like a brand new offense. Remember the whole when Kirk Cousins played against Cleveland in 2012, and Griffin was like, that looks like a different offense to me, because it kind of was to a degree.
It was.
And so
Kirk O'Chains comes in and throws for 328. They didn't do that all year.
Yeah, and so I think you're kind of going, wait a minute, that looks like a different team. I don't think it's that by any stretch of the imagination, because as you said, there's a lot of crossover in terms of the skill sets. But I'm just talking about faders being turned up in a certain way. I guess to kind of clarify my view on it is I am where I feel like there's a higher ceiling with Jaden Daniels throwing the football than there is for a lot of other guys, a.k.a. like I can get a big play, drop back, pat the football, McLaurin makes a double move, beats somebody, I heave it deep, he hits him perfectly in stride. I'm not doing that with Mariota, right? I don't think that's, maybe you take a shot here or there, but you know what I mean? Like I'm not majoring in him those 500 level throws where it's like you're throwing with anticipation to the opposite hash mark, on a deep out with anticipation, driving it, over or in front of a safety, but over a linebacker with just enough touch. I'm not asking him to do that. It's let's athleticism this thing. Let's do a lot of RPO, a lot of read option, a lot of get out in space, a lot of get the ball to my playmakers early and often, more pop passes to Deebo Samuel or, across Merritt or whatever it is. Use my security blanket and Zach Ertz. I'm not going to try to do too much here because I think I don't have to. I don't think I have to kind of change my calculus with a team that I think I'm better than.
Danny Rouillet, Grant Paulson from Reston. We're at the Craft House today in Reston at the Reston Town Center. The news of the day is that Jaden Daniels will miss a start for the first time in his NFL career. Last year, he played through the severe pain of what we now know was a broken rib, according to his own diagnosis and announcement of that this offseason. The team has never really acknowledged that. But he wasn't quite the same for those 4 weeks. He was compromised. He played through it. Clearly, the team is viewing this knee injury very differently. We believe it's a knee sprain. Not sure exactly what in the knee is sprained, but he will not play on Sunday in Week 3 against the Raiders. They've decided to rest him, to play Mariota, and now the question is, will we see him against Atlanta? I'm leaning toward yes, he'll be back next week, just because I think they made a mistake and it was a miscalculation. If this is really going to be a possible 2-game thing, to go basically hour to hour with it the way they did, to start off as fast and hard as they did with the possibility he'll play this week, you make everyone think he's going to play next week. Why bring that on yourself to deal with that every press conference? Now next week on Wednesday he's not practicing and it feels like, was there a setback? Is this dragging on? Is this more serious than you thought? Like, you got to set a tone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if this was going to be something where he may not play against the Falcons, I think they should have probably come out and handled this whole week differently. Because they operated the way that they did, where they listed him limited today. They're talking about the intense progress he made this week. They made it seem like there was actually a chance as of the last couple of days that he could play this week. It would seem very, very odd for him not be able to play in a week. So based on that, I'm saying I think he goes. But what I'd heard all along was it's going to be a couple weeks before he's himself. A couple weeks is next Thursday. So now you're kind of pushing up against what will be the 17 days post-injury for whatever's going on in that knee. And you'd like to think, unless it's something that was semi-serious, after 17 days you could be back on the field.
Yeah, your point about what they did this week in terms of the injury, setting the expectations. If they had said, for example, week to week, obviously the initial reaction would have been, whoa, okay, that's a bit more significant than we thought. That's a longer time. That means there's no chance this week.
Don't you want to oversell it than undersell it?
It's what I would always do, by the way. I would always do that. But
that's not what teams do.
Yeah, football teams operate in a very different sphere than we do. So maybe there was genuine thought, rather, that he could come back this week, and they made a judicious decision once they evaluated all the information. Who knows exactly how it goes. But, yeah, if you're kind of going, just didn't quite see it this week, but leaving the door open for next week. And then, as you said, if he's not practicing Wednesday, then it's, well, wait a minute, what the hell happened? So we'll learn a lot, I guess, next Wednesday when they're on the grass after this week.
Adam Sandler tickets, we're giving them away throughout the show. Another pair to give out as soon as we return here at 5 o'clock. We'll be joined by Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated, who wrote a great piece on Jaden Daniels, really got under the helmet with Jaden. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. The Commanders are going to be without quarterback Jaden Daniels for the first time since they drafted him with the number 2 overall pick in 2024. He's out with a knee injury in Week 3 versus the Raiders. Marcus Mariota gets the nod and earns his first start since 2022. Along with that change, Andrew Wiley gets the nod over Nick Allegretti at right guard for the Commanders. That's according to Jordan Schultz. Bucks rookie Emeka Egbuka is questionable for Sunday's game versus the Jets, dealing with a knee injury. The league's 19th overall pick is tied for a league-leading 3 touchdowns through 2 games, so fantasy owners, be cautious. Head coach Zach Taylor of the Bengals said this afternoon quarterback Joe Burrow had a successful surgery to repair a turf toe injury, and there's no timetable on his return. Let's get you guys ready for college football tomorrow. Undefeated Auburn visits unbeaten Oklahoma at 3:30 on ABC. South Carolina heads to Columbia to try to knock off undefeated Missouri. And Florida visits a top 5 Miami team at 7:30 on ABC, while Illinois and Indiana do battle the same time over on NBC on Saturday. And tonight, the Nationals can play spoiler against the Mets. Andrew Alvarez gets the nod for his 4th career start. That's at 7:10 on the Fan. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
As promised, let's give away some Adam Sandler tickets. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. It's the Adam Sandler You're My Best Friend Tour Saturday, September 27th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. Tickets and more event information. Go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
If you want Adam Sandler tickets and you have not won them this week, you got one last shot to win them for next weekend's show. We'll give those away in about 55 minutes at 6 o'clock. We're taking you up to 6:30. Remember, as you get out of the office and you drive around the DMV out here in Virginia, that we're in Craft House Reston. That's where we're at. The show is on the road today, a field trip Friday at the Reston Town Center, so come on out and say hello. We're with you until we get off the air in over an hour. But right now, let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Connor Orr, senior writer, Sports Illustrated, who had an outstanding story on Jaden Daniels that dropped end of the week here, talking about Daniels flexing his power, projecting his own narrative naturally. He has his mom as an agent, and they are going to make his career happen and take flight. It was a really good deep dive into Jaden Daniels. I thought it was an awesome job by Connor Orr. Connor, thanks for the time in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Very well.
Great,
so
buddy.
Tell us about the time spent on the piece and who you talked to and kind of the impetus for writing it.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden and I worked together on a story back when he was coming out in the draft, and I think just getting to know him back then, getting to know his family and his setup and kind of the way that he wanted to do things, it was always in the back of my mind that I thought that this was going to be an interesting story if it actually took shape at the NFL level, and lo and behold, he has this incredible first season, and then his mom does get NFLPA certified, and it's like, wow, here we are. So I thought it was definitely the right time to do it.
In terms of getting, doing all the research, getting to know him, his mom, et cetera, for the piece, what thing that you kind of uncovered surprised you the most?
Well, I just think that, with a lot of people, there's maybe some hesitancy to be out in the public, but with Jaden, it's just more of a, it's hard to describe, but it's almost like there's nothing for me to know. And I would just like to be kind of alone. I'd kind of like to be a homebody. And, there's something that's like very cool about it and different about him. I think like quarterback is such an attention-seeking position just by nature, but the fact that, like, he's just so comfortable being himself and hanging out on his own. I mean, his mom was saying that his childhood bedroom hasn't changed, and he still sleeps in there, like, a decent amount, you know? And so that's fairly amazing for, like, one of the best, you know, quarterbacks in the NFL.
What do you make? I'm interested because you brought up his mom and that relationship. I mean, she is very involved and around, and it's kind of the butt of jokes online. At times he's, you know, seen dancing at a wedding and she's next to him or whatever. And I've kind of found the discourse weird, but you know the relationship and you know the two of them. I mean, she is around. Like, she's on the field at practices hugging Terry McLaurin or whatever. They're very, very close. What do you make of that rapport?
I think until there's something that leads you to believe that it's odious, then, you know, you have to assume that it's a parent taking care of a kid. And, you know, everything that I've seen, and here's the other thing that I always explain to people, right? It's like the parents who have gone through NIL with their kids are just different, and they've seen different things, and they've experienced different things, right? I mean, from high school on, you're doing your day job is whatever, a healthcare administrator, and then you're also negotiating like deals with auto dealerships and marketing, and it forces you to change as a parent. And I think there's something to be said about the fact that, you know, and I don't know how this is going to end with her and him, but there's something to be said for the fact that, like, hey, I want to be here managing your managers because I've already done it to this point, you know?
To that point, you mentioned now certified agent. Is the idea that, like, the team would negotiate with her on his next extension, or would he still have, you know, one of the NFLPA agents he's used do that, and she's kind of more of a marketing manager?
My understanding, at least for now, it seems like, and Jaden brought that up too. I mean, he has Ron Butler, and he kind of views him as his agent, but Regina is involved in his foundation, for example. He said, like, she's critical in moments where it's like, here's a marketing opportunity, here's why I don't think we should do it, here's why I do think we should do it. And really, I mean, you know, there's 3 other moms now who have become NFLPA certified since then, Odell Beckham's mom among them. And they all said the same thing, right? It's like, you know, this is an existence that nobody really has a game plan for. And sometimes their kids need this kind of hybrid person in their life where it's like someone who knows the business but also can be mom on the phone.
Connor Orr with us here on Grant and Danny, great piece in Sports Illustrated. Deep dive into Jaden Daniels. In terms of one of the trappings that happens sometimes is when somebody is the new hotness right in the league. He's everybody's darling. Everybody loves the guy. We love him here. Obviously, he's been a godsend. He's great. Hasn't done a single slip up, a single thing wrong. You know, he's been so great. And sometimes that, you know, you get up to that peak and then you get knocked down, whether it's just because you don't play quite as well or something like that, or there could be the trappings of fame. How is he handling all the astronomical pressure that's been put on him from his excellent play?
I just don't think that there's pressure, you know, and I think that there's a way that you can take it on by living your life in a certain way. And there's a way where, you know, I was talking to him and I'm like, okay, what did you do this off season? And he's like, well, I went to like Paris for a day or two for some NFL initiative, but that's about it. It's not like we see him out all the time. It's not like we see him engaging in this lifestyle. It seems like, hey, he's 24, 25. He really likes playing football, and he kind of just wants that to be the beginning and the end of it for right now. And, you know, he said, like, hey, in the off season, like, I don't really talk to my mom. I stay here, I chill out, you know, I sleep in, you know, he's just like anybody else, right? And so I think he's just kind of enjoying that part of his life right now. And you don't have to experience that massive star rise and star fall, or at least not as much, I don't think, if you just don't engage. And I think that's what he's trying to do.
Connor Orr on Jaden Daniels wrote a piece for SI that came out this week. Daniels, of course, the news of the day, if you're just jumping in the car, getting out of the office on a busy day, will not play Sunday against the Raiders. First game he'll miss in his NFL career, which we'll talk to Connor about in just a few moments. One other thing, as we kind of peel back the layers on Daniels from what you've gotten to know over the years, admirable and rare for him to be as plugged in and kind of all ball as he is. I know that's one of the things that Commanders really love about him. But I find him to be, I covered the beat during Robert Griffin's era, And Griffin's personality was very different in the sense of, I feel like we knew a lot about his story and a lot about him and his kind of background and what even, his likes, dislikes. Jaden just seems so private. Like, it's crazy for a superstar who's the most important player in the town. I don't really know much about the guy. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I used to cover the Giants, right, and during the Eli Manning era, and I think you could say the same thing about him, and that was by design, right? I mean, after the family went through Archie's career and then went through Peyton's career, you see a concerted, stepped-up effort with every single person that comes through this lineage to be able to allow them to live a normal life. I mean, perfect example, like I live in Jersey. I live 15 minutes from Eli Manning, and we would eat at the same, 3-star diner, a couple times a week, and that's just how he wanted to live his life. And so I think that it's possible. I think it's possible in a big market, but you have to play it the right way. And I think that Jaden will open up when it's time to open up. But I think at the same time, it's like, it's almost like he has nothing. There's nothing to hide. You know what I mean? It's just like, he's just kind of a normal 24-year-old kid. And I think that's pretty cool.
Right. I think that's kind of the idea is,
Yeah.
I don't want to say, because I'm the exact same way. It's like I go to work, I come home, I think about work, I hang out with my kids, I go back to work. I think he's kind of got that, boring, all-ball existence, which for me is, sign me up for that every time. A lot of quarterbacks have not worked out because they didn't have enough of that.
Listen, I did a story about this in, before, the 2011 or 2012 draft when I was at NFL Network. And I polled some executives, and I was like, what's the number one quality that you like in a guy? And, of course, there's traits and all that stuff. But in terms of character, it's boring. I don't want this guy out. I don't want this guy thinking about anything else. I want this guy to be a normal guy, because when you're a normal guy, you relate to people in a normal way. And I'll say this, too. I mean, having interviewed him in person before the college football issue, before the draft issue, and then over Zoom this time, he just has a way of making you feel like you're the only person in the room. And, he'll put his phone down on the other side of the room. I was there for when he did a photo shoot that one day for 2 hours for Sports Illustrated. I didn't see him touch it. And how rare is that for a kid who's 23 or 24 years old? I think that that's where his interpersonal gift is. And it's not, you don't necessarily have to be this big-time guy if you can make people feel seen and make people feel important. And he's really good at that.
Connor, in terms of Jaden's mom, I think a lot of people, if they just sort of read a Cliff Notes version, and Greg kind of touched on this earlier, but you read a Cliff Notes version or hear a couple sentences, they're kind of rolling their eyes going, some kind of stage mom, it'd be like me trying to be in charge of my 7-year-old's, T-ball team, you know what I mean? Telling everybody to do what and making him whatever. And so I don't think that's the case, though, it sounds like, from this profile, is that she doesn't really seem to crave the spotlight. Go into that if you would.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first thing she said. She was very reluctant to do the interview. I think that she's certainly seen a commentary made of her on social media. And I think when it first started, whether it's a podcast or anything else, I think when you're first stepping out into public life, kind of like Regina was, you kind of go through the ringer where I think she thought she was probably having some in-depth conversations, and then the way some of this stuff gets clipped, for example, the thing with him having significant others and her weighing in on it, when you peel that out of the context of a larger conversation, sometimes it makes you sound worse. And I think that you can get jaded from that process, certainly. But, I get the sense that she really wants to be, part of the thing with the agency and getting certified is starting a foundation or starting a branch of the agency where she's going to mentor high school and college parents on how to do this NIL thing and make it seem a little less crazy and Wild West for everybody. So I think that there's some good there that she's planning on doing. And whether it gets messy, listen, I talked to agents for this story who said that there's no possible way that she can be involved in the negotiation of this contract. If she tries to get involved, we'll see. The only time will tell.
What do you mean there's no possible way she could? Are they saying that shouldn't happen, or what do you mean by that?
Well, yeah, just so, for example, you think about Lamar Jackson and his mom, and she's not an NFLPA certified agent, but was kind of a go-between, right, throughout this process. And it can get so messy. I mean, imagine sitting in a GM's office and saying, we think that your kid is not exactly worth this, and having to digest that and having to accept that and not being able to argue that. Whereas a lot of agents are smart enough to say, listen, I think this is really all I'm going to be able to get. And we've seen time and time again players negotiating for themselves, for example. I mean, how much money did Richard Sherman leave on the table when he negotiated his own 49ers contract? He got demolished in that. And so I think that there's some precedent there where if you're too close to the situation, you do get burned. And so I think that's why there are other agents involved here.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Connor Orr does such a good job covering the National Football League. We love having him on the show from SI. You got to check out the Jaden Daniels feature. One more on Daniels really quick. He's not playing on Sunday, and you know him better than we do at this point. I just wonder what you think about how hard he was charging this week. You know, the way I've kind of been explained it from people around the building is that there was a meeting with him where they kind of laid out their plan early in the week, and you're trying to get him to go along with it. But you know what these young superstar athletes are like. They want to play. That they almost need to be protected from themselves. What do you make of him missing his first career game this weekend?
I mean, I'm sure it's going to sting, right? And I think those are the moments that you probably figure out exactly how much you love it and how much ownership you want over something like this, right? Whenever you are forced to take a step back. And I think this, it's almost a good thing, right? It's like a self-imposed break. And we've seen it's different with some of these younger quarterbacks, whether it's Bryce Young or it's going to happen with J.J. McCarthy here in a few weeks where, even if things aren't going badly, just taking a step back for a week isn't the worst thing. And so for him, even though it's injury related, I think it's one of those things that it could end up being healthy. I mean, he's the kind of guy that if I had to psychoanalyze is, kind of takes the silver lining out of everything. And so I'd assume he looks at it like that.
Connor, little quick gear shift here. Let's say I was a part owner of an NFL football team. Should I also get to be a color commentator on some of those games or other games around the league? Considering, let's say they're on my team's schedule. How's that? Is that cool?
Oh man, what a loaded question. I could talk for hours about this. It's crazy to me because I've been raving about this for 2 years, and then all of a sudden on Monday Night Football, when we see him in a booth, everyone's like, "Wow, this doesn't seem like it's fair." And yeah, of course it's not fair. And so, I went back and I talked to a couple teams this week, and the feeling was kind of across the board, right? There's teams that are like, hey, we don't really care about this. We're not going to give him anything. And then it ranges all the way to the other end where teams are like, you absolutely bet you're behind that we care about this. Like, it's not fair. And it goes beyond just talking to players on Zoom during production meetings. It's like, are you interviewing them as prospective future free agents? Are you getting stuff about their position coaches that you might want to hire as coordinators? And so I think that you either have to open up this opportunity to all owners or you have to take Tom out of these production meetings. And the crazy thing about it is I've listened to all of these broadcasts that he's done, and the best things that he does have nothing to do with anything that he's gleaning from these production meetings. When he's at his best, he's just being Tom Brady in the moment and saying, I'm the greatest player of all time. Here's what I would do. And that's what we want to listen to.
Well, I've yet to hear a thoughtful rebuttal to my take, which is your take. I mean, here's what I got a lot of on social media. Oh, he's Tom Brady, man. He can do what he wants. Or there was like you just hating because it's the GOAT or something like that, which are just dumb things that don't make any sense. And then the other thing you hear is from like a thoughtful argument that's just wrong is, well, he's not at the facility. Okay, as if Zooms don't work to get information. As if being on the field for 3 hours before the game, talking to coordinators and coaches is not a benefit when you're then courting that player as a free agent, that offseason after you had this great conversation with them. I mean, there are just ridiculous advantages to this, and I've yet to hear anyone at any level from the league all the way down make a cogent argument as to how that's not the case.
I thought about this for a while, and I likened it to this the other day, and it's sort of in defense of Tom, right? It's like when your kid starts playing youth sports and, all of their friends, like you stack a team of T-ballers, right? And your kid gets picked to be on this stacked team and is winning all these games. Is that awesome for your kid? Yeah. Is it bad for the health of the league? Yeah. Are you as a parent going to be the one to raise your hand and be like, this is immoral and we need to stop it? Probably not. You know what I mean? Like if we're being honest. And so for Brady, it's like, yeah, it's really cool that I got the Raiders at a 90% discount. I make $40 million a year to broadcast for Fox. It does help my ownership stake, and no one's going to say anything because I'm the greatest player of all time. Like, you wouldn't stop, you know? And so it's really on him to have a dose of morality that I just don't think is coming.
Last piece people should check out from Connor is you did a scale basically on all the 0-2 teams and who should be closest to hitting the panic button. And the Chiefs, not surprisingly, of all the 0-2 teams, are the team you're least worried about. But they've got the Giants. They've got to win this weekend. They probably will in the Meadowlands. But what do you make of their 0-2 start? I mean, it does not look good offensively. It's basically Patrick Mahomes throwing, Patrick Mahomes running, or them not gaining any yards.
Yeah, I mean, and this is going to happen, right? We saw the Patriots go through so many different iterations of being the Patriots, and I think the Chiefs have really tried to get ahead of it. I mean, they're replenishing at a lot of positions, but they're also just banged up or suspended, and you can blame them for taking character risks, which, again, is something that you have to do as a team that's always drafting toward the back end of the draft. And so I think a lot of this stuff is just a compounding, issue of success. And, are they still going to win at least 9 games this year? 100%. Are they going to beat the Giants by 2 touchdowns this weekend? Probably. And so, I think it's one of those things where whenever they hit a slump, it's very New England-esque, right? We freak out, and then they always find a way to win because they have the greatest player in the NFL.
Connor, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the weekend.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it. Check him out. SI's Connor Orr. Great feature on Jaden Daniels, who is not going to play against the Raiders. That means the Commander's spotlight is squarely on Marcus Mariota. Who else is the spotlight on? We'll get to our Commander spotlight next on a Football Friday from Reston at the Craft House. Reston Town Center today on this field trip. G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruggiero here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Go see them. Do what my family and I have done many times over. I'm a Ted Britt guy. They won my business many moons ago. They'll do the same for you. In fact, they've been doing it since, I don't know, what is it, like 60-some years now for Ted Britt Ford. These guys are the best. It's the best buying experience I've ever had, bar none. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage, peace of mind for life, powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loans, Virginia State inspections, and, this is an and, more. That's right, more than I just said. You can get over $26,000 off a new 2024 Ford F-150 XLT from Ted Britt. Plus, no payments for 9 days. Plug into savings, a new whip, just like mine. New 2024 Mustang Mach-E, up to $14,500 off the MSRP. And another and situation, no payments for 90 days. I love that car. Best thing I've ever had. It's incredible. In fact, it's charging up right now this minute. Go see my pals at Temperate Ford, Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at temperate.com. And when you go, do me a favor. Just tell them Danny sent you.
And it's brought to you by Northern Virginia Community College. It'll be Marcus Mariota getting the start for the Commanders in Week 3 against the Raiders. This comes after head coach Dan Quinn announced Jaden Daniels is out with a knee injury after being limited in practice today. Daniels sprained his left knee in Week 2 against Green Bay. He didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday and didn't get ready with the ones in time for the start. So it'll be Mariota's first start since Week 13 of 2022. He did play twice for Washington last year. Up front, Andrew Wiley gets the nod over Nick Allegretti at right guard for the Commanders, according to Jordan Schultz. And in Washington with the Nationals, they can play spoiler tonight against the Mets. That's up at Citi Field. Andrew Alvarez gets the nod for his 4th career start. He's been a bright spot in a dark season for Washington, sporting a 1.15 ERA, and first pitch is set for 7:10 on the Fan. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition, and make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College, stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, it's Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Back live in Reston at the Town Center where we're at Craft House. Grant and Danny on the Fan. A field trip Friday. We'll be out here until 6:30, an hour from right now. It's a high school football Friday night.
Okay.
Round town as well, oh, by the way.
You got a high school football game tonight you're going to?
I am. I'm headed to Annandale to see the Falls Church Jaguars.
Now, that's the home of the Adams you're talking about, right?
Home of the Adams. That's right. Falls Church, Annandale tonight.
So I knew it was Jaguars week. Here's why. My son's soccer practice the other night. Who do I see? I see Adams, I see Jaguars, and I don't know what Thomas Jefferson's mascot is, but I saw them too. They were doing some cross country.
Oh yeah,
they were running, and people kept going, mind the course, to parents walking with kids or whatever, you know.
I think of any high school sport that's ever existed, the one that I would be most exposed in and most embarrassed to have just been so bad at would have been cross country. Any kind of running long distances, like I could accidentally make a couple baskets on the basketball court.
Okay.
I might be the guy that gives you some hard fouls, you know? I was on the golf team. I'm terrible at golf.
Yep.
But we got free access to a golf course.
You sure did. Yeah.
Been there and done it. Your boy was a good soccer player as a kid. Like there's some things we've added, subtracted, we've dabbled, right? We've played some things. Cross country, man. Oh, my God, would I be a fish on sand?
What are you going to do today at practice? Run. What did you do yesterday? Ran. What are you do tomorrow? Run. All right.
And by the way, there are people who love it.
They love it.
Like there are kids in high school right now that can't wait to go to cross-country practice, and God bless them. But there's never been anyone I see less eye to eye with than that person. Like, you ever drive down the road, and you just see someone running on the side of the road, and you go, why are they doing that?
That looks so hard.
Why would they do that?
They're just jogging. You just continue to run.
You could just not be doing that.
Yeah.
There's so many. You could be staring at a wall.
No, I will tell you, I am jealous of people that can just go jogging.
No, I'm not.
I am, because they're healthier than me.
I'm not going to waste jealousy points on that.
No, I'm jealous. I wish I could.
I'm jealous of people whose teams win championships.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of people who are very fit.
Yeah, I'm just jealous of metabolisms in general.
Yeah.
No, but I'm telling you, the running people, there's several in my neighborhood. These in-shape people my age, they just run. You know, what are you doing today? I got to go run, and then run for like an hour. She's like, what? Just consecutive running for an hour? That's so much.
We got one last pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. We're giving away in 25 minutes. Right here on Grant and Danny. Got to be listening at 6 o'clock. Danny, let's give the people a Commanders spotlight. They're playing the Raiders in 2 days. It's a football Friday. Spotlight. I will start with Marcus Mariota. This is start number 1 for Mariota since 2022. Who am I talking about? Number 2 pick, former Heisman Trophy winner. Not Jaden Daniels. Marcus Mariota. 74 career starts over 10 years. 5 seasons with the Titans. There was a 3-year span in there where he went 24-19 as their starter. Ended up getting benched. Went to Vegas for 2 years as a backup. did have a season where he started the majority of the year with the Falcons, Eagles, then Commanders, club number 5. He doesn't turn it over. Very low career interception rate. Marcus Mariota, a golden opportunity. Good offense. Hadn't gotten off to a fast start. But what if he's the guy to get him going? I mean, the efforts that he made to become a starter this offseason fell flat. But if he's able to put a starter or two together this season at a really high level and be the guy to ignite this whole thing, maybe you are able to be Daniel Jones and try to get a reclamation opportunity this coming spring.
Spotlight, Terry McLaurin. Hey, man, let's go. We held out for a long time. We held in for a long time. Now, in fairness, last year he got off to a slow start before having a career year. That's all well and good. So whenever you do this kind of big song and dance, I'm worth more, you told everybody you're worth more at Eastern Motors where your job's your credit. When are you going to do it? Again, I understand. Last year, slow start too. In fact, he got off to a better start this year than last year. 7 catches for 75 yards. That 75 yards puts him exactly 75th in the NFL behind the likes of Brenton Strange and Dylan Sampson and Jatavion Sanders and a whole bunch of names
naming
that
a bunch
you don't
of random
know.
tight ends.
Yeah, a whole bunch of people that you don't know. Let's go. Let's go, man. Whenever. Now is a good time for whenever when you got a backup quarterback in there. Get open, get that football, and let's work.
All right, if we're challenging people to do better, spotlight Josh Connerly. I love you, kid. You're going to be awesome. You're going to be a bookend, many-year right tackle who makes Adam Peters look good for that draft pick. I really believe that. You're too athletic. Your feet move too well. You're too long. You got too many good things going for you to not be an awesome tackle in this league. Might even be left tackle. You might even make $25 million a year on your second contract. But right now it hasn't gotten off to a good start. And part of that is who you're playing. It's been the Giants and Brian Burns. It's been the Packers and Micah Parsons. Now it's the Raiders and Max Crosby. You don't have John Bates to help you, kind of handcuffed to you to help you in the passing game, keep Jaden Daniels, and now Marcus Mariota upright. So I need you to step up. And this is your first week now where you're going to get a real opportunity with Andrew Wiley next to you to have, I think, the top right guard on the team that's healthy, not named Sam Cosmi, playing with you. Hopefully that elevates him a little bit. But I want Cliff Kingsbury, run the football and compliment him and try to insulate him as best you can, because they did a better job against the Giants than the Packers at making life easy on their rookie tackle.
Jack Waltz in The Godfather said, "Now you make me look ridiculous, and a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous." Von Miller, I call double-digit sacks, dude. You know what I mean? People can hear this. I go, Dante Fowler did it. Dante Fowler did it. You're a gold jacket, dude. You are one of the greats to ever do this thing. Your get-off last year, the quickness off.
He's on pace for 8.5, I think. He's got a half sack here through 2 games.
Let's go. I need a little bit more than that half sack. We can't have a Dana Stubblefield touch at the end. I need you to wreak a little bit of, what's that word? Havoc. Let's go, Von Miller, now.
Spotlight Sam Cosmi. You're going, wait a second, what's going on with Sam Cosmi? Well, I will tell you, according to Nikki Javala of The Athletic, Cosmi has not taken a live rep since playing against the Lions in January, and his recovery is not going at the pace expected to get him back for Week 5. Remember, he was put on the PUP list. He's going to miss those first 4 games of the season. So the latest on Sam Cosmi is that, according to Nikki Javala, she's not convinced he will be out there for Week 5 of the NFL season. That means Andrew Wiley's got to help them fix the right guard position that apparently they didn't feel like was playing at the level necessary by sitting Nick Allegretti this week going into the Raiders game.
I feel like all of a sudden this spotlight, instead of like, you know, sort of shining a light on some people like I'm probably supposed to do, I'm not just kind of like calling out guys that haven't played well yet.
You can be positive as well.
I don't mean
I'll
to
give
have
you
done
one.
that, but
Spotlight Zach Ertz has a touchdown in both games.
He's been good.
He's been awesome for them.
Here's who I was going with the spotlight, though. Frankie Louvu.
Frankie Louvu has been whisper quiet. By the way, happy birthday. It's his birthday today.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Frankie
Is that
Louvu.
why you're spotlighting him?
That wasn't until you said so. But happy birthday to Frankie Louvu. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Now's the time. You are a havoc-wreaking missile. Let's do some of that havoc-wreaking. Just missed some tackles, it feels like. Has maybe been caught out of position a couple times. Hasn't rushed particularly well. I need some of those impact plays for a defense that doesn't have a takeaway.
Spotlight Matt Gay, the kicker. 2 misses last week against the Packers. Both were over 50. The problem with just letting you off the hook because your misses were longer than 50 is everybody in the league makes it from past 50 now. When I was a young warthog. Follow me up.
No.
Say, when he was a young warthog.
Is that a musical?
It's from Lion King. Ready?
Oh.
When I was a young warthog.
When he was a young warthog.
Yeah. Thank you. You could miss from 53 and everyone would go, that's fine, no problem. It's 53.
Yeah.
I'm not a young warthog anymore. You see what I'm saying?
You're an older warthog.
Now, Tim Parker, 53 is 43. Now it's 63 when you're allowed to miss. But if you're kicking from 54, 55, 56, 57 yards, I'm watching guys bang those home with ease every single time I turn on the TV. Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night. Nobody misses those. So the fact that 11 of this guy's 14 misses were 50-plus, it's been an issue. Now he's 0 for 2 from that range this year. We got a developing situation.
Positive spotlight. George Armstrong, 2 sacks, 2 games. Yeah. George Armstrong continuing his strong play down the stretch from last year.
There you go,
down
Dave.
the stretch in the postseason. George Armstrong has been really good through a couple of games.
Spotlight, Javon Kinlaw. You were well on your way to making Adam Peters look really good and making a lot of us, I got 2 thumbs pointing at myself right now, look really bad. That contract, when they gave it to him, was wait, this guy?
That guy?
That's who you're giving
That's
that
the guy?
money to? Really? Have you looked at his Pro Football Reference page at all? And then we talked to people who covered him to make sure the tape wasn't a whole lot different, and they made it sound like it wasn't. He was unbelievable against the Giants. I actually thought he was really good against the Packers. To that point, Joe Witt came out after kind of bringing up a bunch of things they did badly defensively against Green Bay and said, oh, by the way, I do want to point out Javon Kinlaw was awesome again. He's been really good through 2 games. Love what he's given him up front.
Super quick spotlight. I don't think we've talked about him yet. If you did one already on this, and I'm double doing it, I apologize. But Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, we put him in the Hall of Fame, gave him a gold jacket just based on a couple preseason carries. I told everyone to slow their roll.
He's been damn good, though.
He's been good in the chances he's been given. I think now those chances will increase. I think more is coming. This, to me, smells like a breakout week.
These are the top 2 rookie running backs in rushing yards this season meeting in this Commanders-Raiders game. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt has 99 yards, and Ashton Genty, who was a Heisman candidate last year at Boise State and taken in the top 10, has, I believe, 81 rushing yards this year, which is number 2 among rookie running backs. Should be a fun little matchup between a top-of-the-board pick and a 7th-round pick, who are now their team's starting tailbacks. Next on Grant and Danny, let's give you some burning questions from the NFL in Week 3 going into a fun slate of games. And at 6 o'clock, your last chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. Plus, we will scout the opponent right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Well, right now it's Grant, but Danny will be here in a moment. Tim says he went out the door. I'm guessing he's, I don't know, did he not pay long enough for his car or something, Clary, do you think? He was having a little bit of a anxiety about his parking situation.
Yeah, I think it might be the parking situation for Danny. So if for those people watching at home, L's in the chat for Danny, unfortunately.
L's in the chat right now.
L's in the chat, so not great.
I love that this is actually slowly becoming a show bit. It started with you trying to annoy Danny by talking about W's in the chat, and now it's just slowly going to be a thing where like we actually do W's and L's in the chat as if we're 22-year-old YouTube streamers.
I know. I mean, we kind of are, though.
Here he is.
Here's
L's
Danny.
in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen,
L's in the
Danny
chat.
Rouillet. He's back. Let's see. Just a radio show. Nothing to see here, Danny. How was it?
That was bad. I got stuck in the parking garage.
Why were you in the parking garage?
I had to move my car for reasons I don't quite understand, but I had to.
Okay.
I reached my charging limit, so they're like, you can't hog the charging spot. So I was just in the elevator, and I was like, okay, I'll have to move my car. It'll be fine. It'll take 2 seconds. No open spots. I had to go up to P3. I was like, okay, I need to leave, so let me go to the ground floor, which was, I assume, B1.
Yeah.
It's not B1. B1's now subground.
Okay.
So then I had to wait for the elevator to come
They
back.
didn't have a little star to
walk
tell
around.
you which one was
There
the
was
main?
there was a Craig Heist.
Okay.
And it said it was by the B1, which I'll stand by.
Okay.
So I had the elevator left. Then I found P1, and that was the actual
Got
exit.
a little
when I got right back
workout,
here.
though.
Yeah, I got some steps that I didn't want. So I'm here. I apologize to everybody.
No problem. We're going to keep it moving. You're doing great. Everybody's having a good
Yeah,
time.
I feel
We
good
bring
about
in our producer, Darius Dameron, for some burning NFL questions going into week 3 around.
Let's start with what's the best matchup of the weekend coming up in NFL Week 3?
This is cheating and lame. It's boring, but it's Monday Night Football, honestly. It's Detroit and Baltimore. That's the game of the week. That's what I want to see. It's why the people are here. It's provocative, gets the people moving.
I'm going to give you a sneaky cool one that I like, and it's Steelers-Patriots. This is a Drake May Paulson situation for sure, but it's also Pittsburgh was great week 1 and kind of met in week 2. I want to know what they are. And New England has a chance at an early season signature win. If they're going to turn it around, and Mike Vrabel, who I've got a ticket for as the Coach of the year, is going to be in the running, they're going to have to be a plus side of 500 type team. They're favored to win 10 games. This is not one of them. They've already lost the game they were favored in against the Raiders, so they probably have to birdie a hole somewhere. This could be it. Or they just get beat pretty handily. They're 1-2, and it's a very unimpressive 1-2, and they're in line for maybe another 7-6 win season, something like that.
Name your quarterback that's due to go off this weekend.
Ooh, I like the question. How about Baker Mayfield against the Jets? I know it's a short week, but they're at home. Jets banged up coming to Tampa Bay. They have not been very good defensively so far this season. Or I would say, another one I kind of like in a matchup this week is Dak Prescott against the Bears. I think Chicago's defense is awful. Cowboys-Bears is a 425 kick at Soldier Field. I like the Bears to move the ball on Dallas, too. Don't get me wrong. But I like the over in this game. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored. So Dak against Chicago makes a lot of sense.
I like those answers. I was going to say also Caleb Williams potentially, because you get to play Dallas, you get to throw the ball for as many yards as you want. But my answer to this question is Michael Penix Jr., divisional matchup against the Carolina Panthers. Carolina, once again, not good. And I think Michael Penix might have a nice day.
By the way, Dad, I can't talk to Danny about this because he hates talking about uniforms, so I'll just tell you. In that Patriots-Steelers game, another reason I'm steamed, the Patriots are wearing those silly red uniforms. I love them. The red with the white and blue stripes and the white helmet with like the old New England dude with the triangular hat from the movie The Patriot with hiking a football. I love those kits.
Yeah, why is he hiking a football? Why is he taking a snap?
Why wouldn't he be?
Well, yeah.
He's a football player, man.
I just feel like he wouldn't do that in his time and age. Who's
Football
on upset?
players hike footballs.
Who's on upset alert in Week 3?
Ooh, upset times. Aim, how about we go to, I don't know if it's because you mentioned the New England-Pittsburgh game. I don't know if it's an upset if Pittsburgh loses, so I'll do a better one. Washington, this is an upset. This is prime upset stuff. Everything's working against the Raiders, right? They are traveling across country, short rest. It's off documented. They look terrible. The whole country saw them look terrible this past Monday night. They're playing a Washington team that everybody now has crowned and thinks is really, really good. Washington, with a backup quarterback in, with their own set of injuries, they haven't played well yet. They should be on upset alert.
I'll give you a couple. Eagles at home against the Rams, laying 3.5. L.A. was great in Philly. If not for some weather, I think would have knocked them out of the playoffs just several months back. I like that matchup for the Rams to keep it real tight. Also, upset alert for the Minnesota Vikings. 3-point favorites at home. They don't have J.J. McCarthy. Not that that is a big loss based on how he's played. But I don't know if Carson Wentz going to light it up. Now, Jake Browning's starting for the Bengals, but I think the Bengals can kind of match them as far as talent goes offensively. So I'd throw that one out there. And then the last one would be the 49ers are 2.5-point favorites over the Cardinals. Not a huge upset, but Mac Jones at quarterback for San Francisco at home. If Arizona won that game, I would not be surprised.
Give us your headline on Monday. What's your top headline come Monday?
Justin Herbert's an MVP candidate, and the Chargers have a real good chance to win the West. I think they handled Denver at home. They're 3-0. Herbert plays well again against a defense that we thought was one of the best in football coming into the season that has not played at that level yet. And I think we are singing the praises of Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert, and the Chargers come Tuesday.
Two headlines for you. One, Kevin Stefanski fired by the Browns after they get drubbed by the Green Bay Packers.
You think he's getting fired?
Yeah, I think it's one of the levers they're going to pull.
Wow.
So I think he's the first guy that's going to end up going after Mike McDaniel.
That's a hell of a call, by the way.
Had a frisky endeavor last evening. Headline number two is Tampa Bay and Thanos. They're inevitable. They're going to win again. They'll be 3-0 and win that division one more time.
Burning NFL questions for you on Grant and Danny. Still got our final predictions to get to before we say goodbye at 6:30 tonight. Next, though, a Commanders beat reporter, as of about a week ago, who has covered the Raiders over the last few years, will help us get ready for this week's game as we scout the opponent. Next on The Fan.
Well, the story of the day is that the Commanders are going to be without starting quarterback Jaden Daniels for the first time since they drafted him with the number 2 overall pick in 2024. He's out with a sprained knee in Week 3 versus the Raiders. So Marcus Mariota gets the nod and earns his first start since 2022. And a PSA to fantasy owners, Bucs rookie Emeka Egbuka is questionable for Sunday's game versus the Jets. He's dealing with a knee injury of his own. The league's 19th overall pick is tied for a league-leading 3 touchdowns through 2 games. Head coach Zach Taylor of the Bengals said this afternoon quarterback Joe Burrow had a successful surgery to repair a turf toe injury, and there's no timetable on his return. Let's get you guys ready for college football tomorrow. Undefeated Auburn visits unbeaten Oklahoma at 3:30. On ABC, South Carolina heads to Columbia. They try to knock off an undefeated Missouri team, and Florida visits top 5 Miami at 7:30 on ABC. Illinois and Indiana do battle at the same time over on NBC. Tomorrow night in the MLS, DC United takes on Lionel Messi and Inter Miami down at Chase Stadium. DC United is currently ranked 14th among 15 clubs in the East and is eliminated from MLS Cup playoff contention. And tonight, the Nationals can play spoiler against the Mets. Andrew Alvarez gets the nod for his 4th career start. That's coming up at 7:10 on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny from Reston at the Town Center. We're at Craft House Reston. Awesome place. Appreciate them for their hospitality today. It's been a wonderful field trip Friday ahead of Sunday football for the Commanders. And this time around, it's home Sunday football. Landover, Maryland, another sellout at Northwest Stadium as the Raiders come to town. Washington will not have Jaden Daniels. They will have Marcus Mariota under center. We'll talk more about that as we preview the game in just a minute. But caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're about to win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. It's the You're My Best Friend Tour, Saturday, September 27th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Let's scout the Las Vegas Raiders. And this Oakland Raiders, that's an
older one.
Sound effect.
That's older. Yeah,
I
now
promise
we know.
you they're not in Oakland anymore.
Mm-mm.
But I guess we now know that we got the teams recorded like 6 years ago, and it hadn't been in the budget to
I was
get
literally
new
thinking
ones
to myself, when did we get those recorded?
Yeah, it's been
long
a minute.
enough ago.
Can't wait until they play the San Diego Chargers or maybe the St. Louis Rams.
St. Louis Cardinals.
What's that?
Like even the St. Louis
That-
Cardinals
they
back in
might
the day.
as well.
Phoenix
yes.
Cardinals.
This is the first time we've ever done this. This is breaking news, and this is groundbreaking thinking from the production team. We're going to have a Commanders beat reporter on to scout the opponent. Here's how it works. Deshaun Reed covered the Raiders for years.
Boom.
Now he covers the Commanders as of like 6 hours ago. Deshaun, first of all, welcome to D.C., and congrats on the gig at the Washington Post. We're Grant and Danny, man. Really appreciate you coming on the show.
Appreciate y'all having me. You triggered me with the St. Louis Rams reference. I'm from St. Louis. That brought back some memories.
Oh,
but,
no. We didn't get off to a good start.
Sorry.
We love St. Louis. We're St. Louis guys.
I've been there. The pizza's on a cracker, kind of. It's something.
Do you remember how good Steven Jackson was? I don't think you remember.
of course I remember. I'm not that young. I was born in 96, so I remember Marshall Falk, Steven Jackson, Mark Bolger, I was there.
Okay, you remember it. That's good. Deshaun, so you're now covering the Commanders, but we'll get to them. I want to start with the Raiders, who you covered the last few years. What do you make of the team that they put together? I mean, it was such an offseason of transition here. Brady kind of taking over running the show. They need a GM. They go with one of his guys from Tampa and Spytech. They need a head coach. They go with Pete Carroll for a young roster. They draft a running back in the top 10. They trade for a veteran QB, Geno Smith. What do you make of kind of what they put together here?
Yeah, it's sort of a transitional roster, in my opinion. Like, they have some veterans that are familiar faces. You know, you mentioned Geno Smith. But then it's a lot of guys that are sort of, trying to reclaim their careers. Devin White of the world, and players who maybe haven't, Jamal Adams haven't been as good the past couple of years, and they're trying to sign them to one-year deals and see if they can get some hits. And then it's a ton of young guys. So a lot of guys that are talented, highly drafted, but haven't really done anything in the league. And so I just don't think the roster quality is there to, contend and, push for a playoff spot. But with Pete Carroll coming in as that floor raiser, and some of the pieces that they do have, like, Max Crosby and Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, Ashton Genty, et cetera, like, they do have some players of note. I think there's enough there for them to be competitive, but they're just a step below those teams that are really competing for playoff spots. And so they could be feisty. They could catch you slipping on a weekly basis. Their record at the end of the year may not be that good, but they're definitely a team that you can't necessarily overlook either.
And that was kind of my read on it, is that you bring in some of the guys that you mentioned, Pete Carroll most specifically, to not stink. Like, they're not here to be cannon fodder bottom feeders anymore. I don't know what their ceiling is, but they didn't have a great showing this past Monday. How close to the real thing do you think that was for this team versus a group that might, as you said, might be frisky, might surprise some people this year?
I don't think Geno Smith is going to throw 3 picks every week, so I think that game was probably a little bit of like an anomaly for the Raiders offense. But it did speak to some of the flaws they do have. Like, their offensive line is pretty bad. And that's why you see Genty, people are pointing to his rushing totals and why isn't he as productive. That's why. We saw, not just him, but Josh Jacobs there a few years ago was struggling, and obviously he went on to do great things with the Packers the last couple of years. Like, it wasn't him, so I don't think it's Genty either. I just think they don't have the guys up front to run block consistently, and the pass protection is lacking as well. And so that's why you see Geno Smith maybe forcing things or throwing it earlier than he should. And anytime your offense is that, you lose that balance. What the Commanders saw last week against the Packers, and that game got away from them. Like, if you can't make the other team respect the run, then it's going to tee off on you when it comes to the pass rush. And I think that part, the offensive line, those issues, I think that's real, and that's going to be a case for the Raiders the entire season. But I think that was also a bad game for Geno, and so I don't see him throwing 3 picks or playing as poorly as he did in that game every week.
Deshaun, on the other side of the ball for the Raiders, they've given up some huge plays over a couple games, 60-yard catch-and-run touchdown against the Chargers in prime time last time out. Seems like there's just air to be had in the passing game here for Marcus Mariota maybe. What do you make of the Raiders on that side of the ball? Crosby's got just 5 pressures via PFF through 2 games. Quiet start for him. He's obviously an unbelievable talent. Who else do you have to worry about on the Raiders defense?
Yeah, this defense is kind of just a collection of guys. Like, they don't, really scare you at any of the 3 levels. Their secondary is really questionable, and so the way they try to mitigate that is through their defensive line led by Crosby, and they have to get aggressive. Like, Patrick Graham, that's the only way that they're going to have a fighting chance, is if he always has that aggression dialed up. And anytime you do that, it's going to leave you susceptible to those big plays that you're talking about. And so it's something that kind of comes with it, but they can't live any other way. Like, they're not talented enough to just sit back, rush forward, and live that way. Like they're going to get railroaded by teams week in and week out if they try to have that approach. And so they're going to have to take risks. They're going to have to blitz more often. They're going to have to get exotic on that side of the ball. And especially when you have a young defense like they do, particularly in the secondary, there's going to be some busts that come with that. And so it's kind of like, I kind of compare it to that Brian Flores defense that we saw a couple years ago. Like, not quite as extreme, where they're just, doing all these simulated pressures and crazy things like that, but not too far off either. Like, they just sort of have to live that way in order to remain competitive on defense, because they just don't have the quality of the roster on the side of the ball.
How are these receivers? I mean, Jacoby Myers is the headliner, if there is such a thing with this group. It's kind of young and unheralded, but there's some speed there, I think.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird group. Like, it's not a very good group. I think it's probably below average to average. And Jacoby Myers, he is a heck of a player. And it's one of those underrated guys that kind of just flies under the radar, and you look up and he has 9 catches for 98 yards or something like that. So he's definitely a threat. But the rest of that room, like Dante Thornton, Trey Tucker, like, they have legit 4.3, 4.4 speed, but they haven't been able to put it all together consistently to make plays on a play-by-play basis. They might, be able to hit an over-the-top ball downfield or burn you, if your coverage isn't in order, but those guys aren't going to be as consistent as Jacoby Myers is. And so I think, the inconsistency at receiver plus the lack of a running game, it's really kind of a boom or bust offense, right? And feed the ball to Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers. And that makes it a little bit easier for defenses to key in on those two guys that you have to worry about. And it's like, I think defenses are pretty comfortable. Like, if Trey Tucker beats me, and that, if you beat me going to him, like, I'll live with that. But, doubling Brock Bowers, for instance, and they're not going to double Jacoby Myers, but knowing that that's the receiver you have to worry about, it puts a lot of pressure on those younger Raiders receivers to step up. And it's been inconsistent, which, Dante, I mean, he's a rookie, and he had like 20 catches was his best year in college, so he's never had that much production. So he's more of a ball of traits trying to figure it out. And Trey Tucker's a solid receiver. But that group definitely is one that it can be contained, if the secondary is on point. But this Commander secondary has had some issues, the last couple of weeks, so I guess we'll have to see how they perform.
Deshaun Reed with us on Grant and Danny, new Commanders beat writer for the Washington Post, had been at the Athletic covering the Raiders, and so we're having him scout the opponent for us before we talk about the Commanders. One last one. You mentioned Max Crosby. You brought up Brock Bowers there with the third highest catch total in a single season in tight end history in this league as a rookie last year. Those are the two unquestioned, like game-wrecking type, elite players, all-pro types that they have. Who's their third best player? I mean, could it still be Genty even though he's off to a slow start, or is there anyone else that you could say we look back after the game and we go, oh, man, you got beat by a really good player and it was so-and-so?
Geno Smith, for sure. I think he's a fringe top 10 quarterback, depending on where you put him at. But he has all the arm talent in the world. He's mobile, even at 34 years old. He's smart as hell. And we saw him, he really lit up the Patriots in week 1, threw for nearly 400 yards and really carried that offense on his back. He had a rough game again in week 2, but that's kind of just the type of player he is. Like, he's going to take chances. He's not afraid to try to fit the ball in the tight windows, and what comes with that is interceptions. He's sort of one of those, kind of Brett Favre types, not quite to that degree, but he's not afraid to try to fire something in there, even if a defender is right there. And so, that can go the defense's way, but it also can beat you when a guy has that level of confidence in his arm. And I think he's definitely one of the top 3 players. I think Genty's, he has top 3, talent on in terms of the overall roster. He's just so much more reliant on the offensive line, and I don't have confidence in the Raiders' O-line, and so I think it's going to be, I wouldn't say easy, but I would expect the Commanders to be able to hold Genty in the running game in check.
How has Chip Kelly evolved as a play caller? Years ago, when he was fresh on the scene coaching the Eagles, he befuddled Washington in an early season matchup. They had no answers for anything that he did. Of course, he burned out, flamed out, has kind of been through the ringer as a college OC coach and everything else. How has he evolved and changed now, and what's it going to be like dealing with his offense?
Yeah, so this isn't the Chip Kelly of old that we're known, back in Oregon or even those Eagles years when he was head coach there. He's really slowed down in tempo, and he's gotten more multiple in terms of his personnel groupings. Like, it's not all four wide and 5 wide. Like, you'll see a lot of 12 personnel, which you saw at Ohio State with him last year, but especially with the Raiders having not just Brock Bowers, but Michael Mayer, who people forget was a top tight end prospect just a couple of years ago. They're going to run a lot of those heavier sets, particularly given that they don't have that depth at receiver either. So you're going to see heavier personnel sets. They haven't been running the ball as much as their fans would like. Genty hasn't been getting as many touches as they would like. But in terms of the structure of the offense and how it looks and the tempo, it's going to be much different than probably what most people are accustomed to from Chip Kelly from the last time that he was in the NFL. And, it's been kind of bumpy results from the offense so far. They really haven't hit their groove, and I think a lot of that does have to do with the lack of the run game and how unbalanced the offense has been. So even with it looking different, like if they can't run the ball, it's not going to be very effective.
You mentioned 12 personnel, talking to their 2 tight ends. Bowers, 13th overall pick last year, was a rookie who almost broke the catch record, as I mentioned. Michael Mayer of Notre Dame, who's got 6 catches, 47 yards through 2 games. He was the 35th pick in the draft in 2023. So over back-to-back years, they took tight ends in the top 35. You got to find a way to use both of those guys, even though Bowers is one of the best in the biz. All right, let's transition to your new club that you're now covering here, getting yourself acclimated on the beat with the Commanders. News today that Jaden Daniels has been ruled out. Marcus Mariota will start as a Commander for the first time here in year 2 with the organization. I found it super interesting that when Dan Quinn was asked, like, how close was Jaden Daniels to actually playing, he basically just drove through that stop sign 1,000 miles an hour. There was no acknowledgement that we're holding him back, but he could play. There's no, like, let's make this a game-time decision. I've thought all along, based on everything I heard early on, that this was more interesting for next week than this week. But they made it seem all week like there was a really good chance he could play. Where are you at on are we sure, like Wednesday he's at practice and next Sunday in Atlanta he's starting again?
Yeah, I don't really have much concern that it's something that could drag into the future. I think they were just erring on the side of caution this week. They're not going to say it, but I think part of it is like the opponent this week in the Raiders. Like, this is still a winnable game, I would say, for the Commanders, even without Jaden Daniels. And so if he isn't 100%, and, he's not moving quite like you would want him to be when he was out there on the practice field today for the first time this week, it's kind of like for who, for what? Like, are you really going to risk the whole season and maybe him suffering a career-altering injury or something more serious with his knee over one game? Like, that just doesn't really make a ton of sense, especially if you are confident in your backup, which, while Marcus didn't start any games last year, he did have a couple games where he came in relief of Jaden and helped the team secure a couple victories there. So they do have confidence in him and they trust him. Like, obviously he's not Jaden Daniels. Like, there's no illusion about that, but they think he can help them win a game, And so if there is long-term risk in terms of if Jaden re-aggravated the injury or made it worse and you think that'll be gone by next week, go ahead and sit him out. So I think that's the right call, and I'd be surprised if it's something that drags on beyond this week.
What had you heard about this organization before you would come here to start to cover them? Just in terms of what it's like to deal with everybody, facilities, everything in between, and then maybe what's kind of surprised you since you've been here?
I think I'd heard, not just Dan Quinn, but also Adam Peters on the front office side. Like, they really did an excellent job of like setting the culture in year one, and sort of, obviously the record and the run to the NFC Championship game was huge, but the way they built it felt sustainable to people that I had talked, whether it's agents or, other coaches and executives around the league. Like, it seemed like they believed like the Commanders were building something that could last into the future, which ultimately, is the goal. Like, obviously you want to have, it's great to have that great first year, but you want to be able to replicate that over time. And so, that's, I've only been around for a week, but talking to the guys in the locker room and talking to people in and around the franchise, and not just people who got here under this regime, but people that have been around the team for a few years, going back to the Dan Snyder years and how things have changed since then, for example, is night and day. And so I think that's been, proven to be true from my early impressions thus far. In terms of like the facilities and stuff, like, I think, they're putting a lot of money into the franchise. Josh Harris obviously leading the stadium project, that'll get, unveiled in 2030. But it's definitely a little bit different than what the Raiders are working with out in Las Vegas, with the Legion Stadium and their brand new facility out there. So you see the need for ownership that is willing to invest in the franchise, and that was something that the Commanders in previous iteration of the team name hadn't had for quite some time. And so there's plenty of room for the team to continue to grow in that area, but you have seen reason to believe that the owner is committed to make that happen.
Tashawn, congrats on the new gig.
You're welcome, buddy.
Welcome to the beat, and thank you for joining us. Enjoy the game this weekend.
Appreciate y'all having me.
You got it. Tashawn Reed covering the Commanders now for the Washington Post. Conversations on football like that one presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at $30 for your first year. That's $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Our poll of the day on Twitter, on the 1067 The Fan page today, we were asking you, with the reports indicating Andrew Wiley is going to replace Nick Allegretti at right guard, do you think making one change to the offensive line, it should have been right guard over right tackle? Yes or no? And 83% of the people that voted said they're happy that they're making a change at right guard. That's the Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on Grant and Danny.
Yeah, I think people are going to be patient with Connerly at this point, but how long does that patience last? If you have another game like you had this past week, and understand it again, Micah Parsons is incredible, but so is Max Crosby. If he's dominating this contest, then it maybe some fans will kind of come around and sort of subscribe to the idea that they might need to make a brief switch there.
The poll of the day on G&D Everyday, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Before we get to our final predictions, call our shots for this Commanders-Raiders game every single Friday. Out and about on these field trip days. Today, out here in Reston at the Reston Town Center at Kraft House, we give you our player to lock in on. Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. Visit Baldinos.com. What Commander are you locking in on Sunday.
Sorry, it's a boring answer, but it's Marcus Mariota taking over for Jaden Daniels, his first start in years. He came in relief, remember, 2 different times, played splendidly in small and short action for Washington last year to keep the train on the tracks. Now everybody knows he's starting. He is the guy here for this entire week. The Raiders know it, team knows it, we know it, etc. How is that going to look? If he's fine, if he's good, if he's even plus, you win this football game. If he struggles, if it's disrupted, if he's having issues, then all of a sudden maybe you're in a rock fight.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is who I'm going to lock in on. How do you go from being as dynamic and prolific as he proved to be on his very limited 10 attempts, by the way, in week 1, to kind of being uninvolved in week 2? It was 4 attempts. Now, I know they didn't run it a lot, even though it was a fairly close game. It didn't feel close, and I think Cliff called the game like the scoreboard indicated how it felt, like they were down 17 or 20 points or something. But even still, with the snaps that were divvied up, Jeremy McNichols was on the field more than Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. After he averaged 8 yards per carry and was number 2 in the NFL in rushing yards over expected per attempt last week. Can't have it. Austin Eckler, pre-injury with the Achilles, basically doubled up Krosky-Merritt in carries. Can't have that. So I'm keying in on him. I'm looking in on him with Baldinos because I do believe he's going to be more involved and they're going to give him more touches. I think that's going to help this offense get going. Which brings us to our game predictions. The Commanders are 3-point favorites. The Lions moved around a bunch with the injury status of Daniels this week. Washington at home, laying 3. Who wins? What's the score?
Washington, 19. The Raiders, 15. I like the under here. I think it's a bit of an offensively challenged atmosphere. I don't think a ton of points will be scored. There'll be moments of futility, but Washington will be the better team. That'll be clear, and they will win in semi-close fashion.
Yeah, I'm going to go 20-17 Commanders. I'm going to choose a more traditional football score than you for my football score. I get the path, though. I think we're on the same page in terms of gameplay. Like, it's going to be tight. It's going to be some field goals here or there that determine the thing, which may be ominous for Commanders fans, but I think they'll be more aggressive in going for some things so that Matt Gay's not kicking from 55. But I just think they're more talented, and they have better options in more places, even with Mariota under center. If he turns the ball over twice, they lose. I just don't think he will. He'll protect the rock, not going to make a lot of plays, but not going to be overly costly to them either. So Washington, 2-1. We come back on Monday, talk to Jay Gruden at 5 p.m., and I think the world's going to feel a little bit different if they can handle their business. Now you're a win in Atlanta, away from getting to 3-1, which is right where you wanted to be a quarter way through the season.
Yeah, I cared about style points at times against the Giants, which may or may not be fair. It just tells you that the expectations have been raised. I don't care about this one, style points here.
You can't,
you know what I mean?
not with a backup quarterback.
And that's my point here. Let's just get away with a W some way, somehow.
We are getting ready to get away for Nats Baseball. Brought to you by the Window Man. It is time for the leadoff. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mr. Alvarez on the bump. James
Andrew
Wood
Alvarez
leading off, playing left field. C.J. Abrams at shortstop. Josh Bell at first base. Dylan Lally, DH. Luis Garcia Jr. at second base. Dylan Cruz in right field batting sixth. Paul DeYoung hitting seventh at third base. And Jose Alfaro doing the catching. And Jacob Young hitting ninth in center field.
Andrew Alvarez has played well for them. I mean, he is pitching effectively. Alvarez, this season, has an ERA sub-2 for the Nationals coming up. Throws 89 to 91 from the left side. There were not high expectations. This is not a big-time prospect.
He's mixing and matching, man.
It's a 1.35 earned run average at this point for him. He has been very, very effective, so we'll see if he can keep his streak alive for the Nationals. Show is brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. If you need anything done in terms of a living trust or a medical power of attorney, get a consultation with their attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Danny, enjoy your weekend, buddy. Should be a fun one.
You do the same. Let's talk about a win on Monday. You and me, 2-1 better than 1-2. That's the theme of the show.
Thanks to Darius and Wes back in studio. Ryan and Tim, Brianna out here at the Craft House in Reston. Grant and Danny back at it Monday at 2 o'clock on The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.